Okay, now we're live. Hello everyone. Sorry for the delay. You don't even imagine what happened. I'm feeling so silly right now. So I was live, but I forgot to press the button to go live on YouTube. So I was live on Twitch this entire time. And so we talked about multiple things on that. I was talking for 20 minutes, but there's only 2 people on Twitch watching, and I was not broadcasting on YouTube. So I'm so sorry for that. It already starts well, doesn't it? It already starts delayed. It's already a garbage truck on fire, as usual. You guys know my stream. That's what it is. I'll show you what my stream is. That's what my stream is, usually. So I do apologize for that. It already starts badly. But I was like talking for like 20 minutes. And I talked about a lot of things, and I showed a lot of slides, and I was like, oh my God. And I was already late anyway, because I'm riddled with technical problems right now. So I have my display that I usually use for streaming keeps stopping and going, and oh my God, I'm so stressed now. This is not good. Oh my God. Anyway, thank you so much for sticking around. I'm so sorry that it started so late, and now, of course, this is now a snowball effect for everything else, of course, which is not good. It's not good that is happening, but it is what it is. It's I can't really help it. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. I really can't thank everyone enough. And of course, for the people on Twitch, I'm so sorry that you have to watch all of this again. I'm so sorry that you all already watched all these intros already. But hey, there's only 2 of you there, so that's fine. You can bear with this. There's a lot more people on YouTube. But yeah, like always, I am broadcasting live on Twitch and on YouTube, and we have a very long day ahead of us, and it's already starting badly. I was like mentioning that, like this, my problem right now is that this monitor, which is the control center of the whole thing, you see it's flashing, keeps going black, it kind of keeps going dark. And I don't know if it affects the stream. I don't think so, because I don't think it fails on the stream. But this keeps going down and going. You see it's flashing? This is really disturbing, and I've been trying to fix this for like half an hour, and I haven't been able to fix it. So hey, I have to persevere. As you can see, I brought my special shirt. I brought my mill shirt. I used to work at the mill, and the only thing I have left from the mill is this shirt. That's the only thing. Since the theme of this anniversary is 10 years, I figured that it would be interesting since I left 10 years ago. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. I can't thank you enough. And I think the stream is fine. I think all cameras are fine as well. I have a new camera here. Look. Hey! It's the party camera. Yeah. So when I do the cake, I can do it there, because it's like the party camera. You're gonna see. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hey. 10 years. Can't believe it. I really wanted to thank my wife while I was struggling with technical problems. She was so kind of putting all these balloons out. Thank you so much. I love you so much. Thank you so much for doing that. I was so stressed out of my mind trying to get this to work, and she was just on the background here putting these balloons to celebrate. Man, I can't believe it's been 10 years. I can't believe it. That is like incredible. How did that happen? So I already gonna start by apologizing, of course, by the false start, and also, of course, for the people waiting for the Showreel reviews, because I know one of them had to go right away. But I started so late that I can't do anything about it. So I'm so sorry. I know you need to leave soon, but I had so many technical problems. I am so sorry. So we might have to skip the first Showreel review because he has to leave in like 10 minutes. So I'm so sorry. This is already starting. Yeah, I need to like tell him something. That's right. Let me just do that real quick. Where are they? Yeah, I'm so sorry, man. I'm so sorry. Yeah, you already wrote me on LinkedIn. I am so sorry. Unfortunately, I was riddled with Tristan. I'm so sorry for skipping your Showreel review. We can't do it anymore because it's already gone. The time. I lost so much time with technical issues. I am so sorry, Tristan. I will make it up to you. You can come over to my stream in another time, and I'll promise you that I'll bring your selected speaker. I'll convince them to come over and to do that. I know you wanted to talk with who was it? You wanted to have Klaudija to Showreel review your Showreel. I'm sure I can convince Klaudija to do a call and do it for you. I am so sorry. Oh, my wife is on the chat as well. Thank you. Yeah, so sorry, man. I really tried, but this has been really stressful. It's a lot to try to organize something like this. It's like a 15-hour long stream. So Tristan, I am so sorry for this. I'll tell Klaudija and we'll get back to you and we'll review your Showreel together. I promise you. I really promise you that. Okay, so I'm going to continue because, you know, it's the garbage truck on fire. Woohoo! It has to continue, right? So before I get on with this thing, I just wanted everyone to know, they happen all the time, especially on my stream. You're right, Tristan, especially on my stream. Hey, I already showed the garbage truck on fire. Should I show it again? I should probably show it again. Look, that's my stream. That's what Hugo's Desk is. It's been like that for 10 years. So it was a pre-shoot. Yes, exactly. Yeah, it was the Tech Viz. It was like not Tech Viz, the pre-light. I was doing the pre-light with Twitch. What am I talking about? It was the rehearsal. I was doing the rehearsal with Twitch. So many familiar faces on Twitch and also on YouTube. Like I said, I'm streaming both. You guys are making me blush. I'm already having misty eyes, and we just started. You're already putting me my misty eyes. Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you so much, Morzing, for putting the balloons. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I'm sorry if you guys didn't understood. I'm a bit stressed because this is such a long stream. So anyway, I was gonna say that because the stream is so long, it's gonna be 14 hours or 15 hours. It's going to be a record because the maximum I've done on my channel has been 11 hours for the World VFX Day. Today I'm going to break that record, hopefully. Now, unfortunately, YouTube doesn't allow more than 12 hours of VOD, and so if it's more than 12 hours, you don't have a VOD, and then people can't watch it again, and you lose the chat as well on the replay. You can't have that. I really want people to watch this again. And so I had to split the stream. And so for that, I had to make a part 2. And I do apologize for that, but around 8 o'clock in the afternoon, UK time, we're going to have to split to this link. Now, if you're on the stream at that time, on this stream that you're now watching, you'll automatically move over to the part 2. Automatically, so don't worry. But yeah, part 2 will be starting at 8 o'clock. I've made a fancy banner and everything. What I didn't do, which I realize that now, is I didn't do a schedule, like a schedule for people to look at. I didn't do that. I'm so sorry, because, it is very stressful to try to organize. I'll tell you what happened. Like, I basically invited all these people, and I invited everyone that I had a part on my channel, or that has been helping my channel, or that has done a talk on my channel, or friends that have helped me so much on the channel over the last few years. And so I tried to invite as many people as I could from that list of remarkable people that have helped me or been part of my panels or been part of my streams or helped me or basically supported the channel. Like, I really tried to contact everyone. And my thought was like, okay, I'm going to send the email to everyone, and then maybe 3 or 4 show up. Now, everyone said yes. Everyone that I emailed said yes. And I was like, oh, okay, now I have something that I have to do. So everyone said yes, and I'm so grateful for everyone to say yes. Thank you so much for being part of this anniversary stream. And so the first thing we're going to do today is going to be the Showreel review. So that should have started at 1:30. It didn't. Apologies, Tristan, for not doing that. But we will still have one Showreel review, and then we'll move on to the next Showreel review, which will be at 6 as well. Then in the middle of all of this, we'll have... I'm going to go through this again real quick. I did this for Twitch. Apologies that I'm doing that again. Around 2:45, we'll have Alex doing a workshop. The workshop Alex is going to be doing is the role of Comp, TD, and Nuke. So it's a really interesting workshop. It's going to be live, so it's going to have a Q&A at the end, so people can ask questions and things like that. And so it's going to be really cool to see what happens there. And after Alex's workshop, we'll have another workshop. We're going to have a workshop from Cave Academy, from Jay from Cave Academy. His workshop is going to be creating consistent-looking assets for VFX and animation. That will start at 3:45. Of course, we're a bit delayed, so it might be 4. We'll see what happens. And then after that, we'll have some more Showreel reviews. We'll have 3 more people. And then after that, we'll have some cake to celebrate the stream. And then at 8 o'clock, we have the big hitter. We have a huge panel that we're going to have a very honest conversation about AI in the visual effects industry. So this panel is going to be about 90 minutes, including the Q&A. Again, you see, I'm already... I'm just showing my... sorry. I thought I was just showing my camera. No, I'm not. I'm showing the actual panel. Jesus, I'm a bit stressed today. Sorry. Because I saw videos moving and I thought it was something else. Anyway, this honest conversation about AI is going to be with a lot of guests. We have Jay, we have Claudia, we have Ricardo, we have myself, Victor, Courtney, Alex, Sajeel, and Saint. Saint will be the host of this conversation, and we'll see what happens. I'm really looking forward to having this conversation with all of you as well, because we'll have a Q&A at the end. Then after this panel... that's when we have another showreel review. This panel will happen at 4:30, and then after that we'll have some more showreel reviews, and then we'll break, and then we'll do the cake. That will be just before 8. Then when we swap to part 2 at 8 o'clock. We swap to the second link that I just shared on the chat there with everyone. And we'll swap to go to the No CGI panel. The No CGI panel will start at 8 o'clock, and it will be, of course, with Jonas. Jonas is the No CGI man. He's the guru of that. And so we also have Björn, and we have myself, and Martin, and Victor Perez, and Courtney, and Sajeel. And we're also very delighted to include, to have Stephane Ceretti as well. Stephane Ceretti has been very kind to give us some time. He's just finished Superman. He was the supervisor of Superman. And it's going to be cool to see his opinion about this from his side as well. And we'll see. After that, we then start something that I've never done before, which is a fireside chat. The fireside chats, or if you don't know, it's like a relaxed conversation. It was something invented by Eisenhower, and he used to do it in radio, and basically is having guests, and then you have a relaxed conversation. The first we're going to have, the theme of these fireside chats is 10 years. And so, for some reason that I can't control, I didn't know everyone I invited to the fireside chat also had a big event 10 years ago. And so, the first one will be between Ian Fales and Paul Franklin. Paul Franklin, of course, Oscar winner of Inception and Interstellar. And Paul had a massive thing 10 years ago, which he won the Oscar for Interstellar. And so I can't believe that it was 10 years ago as well. It's really incredible how by mistake I basically stumbled upon a very important date in everyone's career, which is 2015, which is when I opened the channel, but also when everyone else was doing things as well. What I was going to say. And then after that, after Paul, is Ricardo. And Ricardo Ferreira also had a massive thing 10 years ago. He was part of the Oscar-winning team of Ex Machina. So we're going to be talking about that, and we're going to be talking about him moving from Portugal to UK as well, and everything that has happened in the last 10 years. Is going to be a live talk, so we can have some Q&A as well. After that, we're going to have a special episode at the VFX Notes podcast at 11 o'clock British time. And that will be with Ian Fales, of course. And this will be pre-recorded. And we'll talk about the latest films that we've been watching this year. That's the whole point. And then after that, we will have Steph on for a fireside chat at midnight. And that talk is also interesting because 10 years ago, Steph was nominated for an Oscar for Doctor Strange. And he has done a lot of things the last 10 years with Marvel, especially with Guardians of the Galaxy 1 and 3, and also now, of course, Superman. So we're going to be talking about all of that, and it's going to be live as well. So we'll have a Q&A, and we'll have some questions, and that's going to be around midnight. And then after that, we have another fireside chat, this time with a friend of mine, which has been working for a long time with me, which is Björn. You've seen him on the streams as well. And he's a composer, and he also has a very big experience of effects and on-set practical effects. So he's going to have a lot of conversation about that. And, of course, he also has a major thing 10 years ago. 10 years ago, he started working with me, and he basically, it's funny how everyone had something 10 years ago, which is a bit weird. I didn't do it by mistake. It was by mistake, but it turned out to be exactly what happened. So, and then after Björn, we'll have a fireside chat with Jen from the Foundry. She's the head of marketing at the Foundry, and she's going to be talking about also a massive thing that happened to her 10 years ago, which is when she moved from Autodesk to the Foundry and how that changed her life and changed everything, really. And we had a huge conversation about movies and filmmaking, and it was a really cool and relaxing conversation. And then I have another fireside chat, which is with Juan Brockhaus. Juan Brockhaus, a very, very experienced CG supervisor, director, and visual effects supervisor. I've worked with him first at the mill. And so he's going to be talking about his experience of leaving the mill and going to Prime Focus and then moving to Germany again and working with me again on game cinematics. And he's going to be talking also working at Unreal as well. He's worked at Unreal. So it's going to be cool to talk about. Yeah, that's right. I tried to invite Christopher Walsh, and he said no. Yes, that would have been awesome. Okay, so then after Juan, we'll have the last fireside chat of the day, which is with Kirti. Kirti is a compositor that used to work with me at the mill, and she's very experienced. And the particularly cool thing about this specific talk that I'm going to do with her is that she left the industry about 10 years ago. And so we're going to be talking about that, about what it is to leave the industry and what it is to basically move on and do something else and do something artistic. And it's a really nice conversation that I had with her. And then we are done. Apparently we're going to be finishing at 5 o'clock in the morning. So I do apologize for that. It's going to be quite tricky. One last thing that I want to just mention is that we have, of course, some giveaways. I'm giving away multiple things today, courtesy of our sponsors. So I have a giveaway of my Nuke course as well. By the way, you do not need to be here for the giveaway because I could not force people to be here for 14 hours. So you can sign up for the giveaway and everyone will get the giveaway if they get selected. So don't worry about that. I also have the pleasure to announce that the Foundry, as sponsors of this channel, I've agreed to give away one Nuke Indie for free for one person of the audience. And also, they also have another giveaway, which is a full Nuke X license. So these are 1-year licenses. So one Nuke Indie and one Nuke X, and then Hugo's Desk course as well. The last giveaway I have is 6 months of the digital version of Before and Afters from Ian Files. He was very kind to give that to us. So those are the giveaways. I've written the giveaways on the description on the videos, so you can go there on the description, click on them as well. Like I said, you do not have to be here on the stream the entire day. That's what usually I do that on my short streams, but I'm not going to do that now because it's just too silly to do that and to force people to be here 16 hours. So yeah, so those are the giveaways. A big shout out to the Foundry. Thank you so much for sponsoring my channel for all these years. Thank you so much, Foundry. And also we have some people from the Foundry today as well. We have Jan from the Foundry and we have Martin from the Foundry. And Courtney used to work at the Foundry. And so it's always been a big part of my channel. And they've been so kind to give us a 1-year Nuke X license and a 1-year Nuke Indie license. And those are the links. I'll put them on the image as well. So that's the link for the Nuke Indie. I'll put myself on this side. No, up here. So that's the Nuke Indie. That's the QR code for the Nuke Indie, and that's the link. I've also put it on the chat as well. Yeah, I'll get to BenQ. Don't worry. So yeah, so that's on the chat. Thank you so much. Now I know you can't stay the whole day. No one is gonna stay the whole day. Don't worry. We'll have it as a VOD. The whole thing. Don't worry about that. Everything will be on the VOD. It will have chapters, all of that, like usual. So that's the Nuke Indie. We'll also have the QR code and link for the Nuke X as well for 1 year. I've already posted on the chat as well. And then after that, we also have my Nuke course as well, which is also... I'm going to give away 3 licenses at the end of the day as well. You can sign up now. You don't need to stay here the whole day like usual because I usually do the streams for 2 hours or something. So that's going to be that one. Oh, I forgot to do one thing though. I need to switch off. Yeah, I need to switch off the ads. That's right. I forgot about that. Sorry, I forgot about that. I need to switch off the commercials during the stream because otherwise no one is going to be seeing anything. So I need to like do that real quick. Sorry. I'm just going to like remove monetization during this stream Because if I don't do that, it's going to be constantly stopping and going and stopping and going. And I just hate YouTube ads. So I'm not going to put you through that for 16 hours. So if you want to support the show, you can always become a member. You can become a Patreon of my channel. You can buy my course. There's other ways of supporting my channel. Those are direct ways of supporting. You can support me on Patreon, or you can support me on the membership of YouTube, or do a super chat. That's also a supporting way of supporting the channel. Or my course. Like, I don't want to keep the ads on because it's so disruptive. They're always on and on and on and on. So yeah, one last giveaway, of course, like I said, is the Before and Afters magazine. So this is, Ian Fels was very kind to give away 6 months for free for the digital version of his magazine. So thank you so much for that, Ian. Cool. So I think now, yeah, that's right. You can also, if you want to support the channel, you can also subscribe for free using Amazon Prime. So you can use the Amazon Prime subscription that you have, and you basically don't pay anything, and then Amazon pays me. So you can use your Amazon subscription as an extra way of supporting my channel by using the free membership you can get every month. So consider that as well, of course, if you want to support the show. So yeah, I've switched off the ads. If you guys see ads, please let me know, because there shouldn't be any. Okay, so much to do and so little time. I think now that I've done all the intros, I can't thank enough everyone that is here. We've already been on for quite a while. Of course, on YouTube, we've only been for 27 minutes. I know that on Twitch, we've been on for an hour. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start the Zoom call, because we were going to start a Zoom call with the show review, and we were a bit late. So I'm going to start that call and then see what happens. So the first contestant had to leave, of course. Tristan couldn't wait for us, but I'm gonna do the first call, and then we'll see what happens, and hopefully everyone is here, and then everyone can come in. That will be cool. Okay, so I have my video on, and I'm gonna just start my call here. I'm gonna move this thing around here to this side, because I need this controller, but I can't have it here. I'll put it here, just a second. So everything is so smooth always on my channel, super smooth. Okay. Okay, so is there anyone here actually? Let's see here. Oh yeah, we have a bunch of people here. Okay, so I'm going to do this. Where are participants? Oh, this doesn't really work as well as I thought it was going to work. Sorry. Okay. So I'm going to bring in everyone that is here, waiting. Hopefully they're all here and they can hear me. And I can hear them. I'm going to switch on that as well. I thought it was going to work. Sorry. You probably have to mute yourself. I'm going to bring in everyone that is here, waiting. I'm hearing myself twice. That's not good. They're all here, and they can hear me. And I can hear them. I'm going to switch on that
Why
as
do
well.
I hear myself twice?
Thought it was going to work.
God.
Sorry. You probably have to.
Why? There's always so many problems on this stream. Just give me a second. Just give me a second, because I'm just working out why I'm looping myself and hearing myself as well. Should have tested this before. Okay, let's see here. What's happening here? Okay. Yeah, that's the correct microphone. The speaker is correct as well. And is it because this is on? Just give me a second. I need to go in here and switch this thing off. Off. I think that's why. Let's see if that's the case. I'm gonna bring in Sajeel as well. I'll put it on the screen in a second. I'm just trying to work out why the sound is a bit off. And is it because this is on? Just give me a second. I need to go in here and switch this thing off. Off. I think that's why. Yeah, I'm not sure why, but I'm hearing myself on the stream as well. I'm not sure why. So you're gonna have to bear with me for a second. I need to sort out this now. Otherwise, you're gonna hear me twice and 3 times, and you're gonna keep hearing me and looping and looping and looping. So yeah.
Of course, that had to happen. Of course. Why? Why is everything so difficult? That's a good question, isn't it? Always so difficult. Let's see here. So. I know. You know what? I can't do anything about this. I think I need to like do this. Now you can hear me, right? Okay. Now I can't hear myself. Could you guys... Maybe it was coming from one of you then. Could you say hello then? Hello. Hello, everyone. I'll put it on the screen. Sorry.
Hello. Hey.
Hello. I was driving me nuts. I was listening to myself multiple times on my headphones, like hello. It was just like keep ending and ending. So hello everyone. Thank you so much for being here, everyone. I noticed now that you see your. You see, I need to switch off my camera for you guys because I can't broadcast my camera at the same time as I'm doing the stream. So you guys will have to endure my photo of Zoom. Sorry about that. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. I can see Ricardo is there. Hi, Ricardo. How are you doing?
Hello. Congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone.
So, looking forward to talking with Ricardo later on. We're going to have the fireside chat at... What time is it? It's going to be around 10 o'clock or something like that. So, thank you so much for enduring that, Ricardo.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I'm also here joined by Klaudija. Hi, Klaudija. How are you doing? You're muted. I think you're muted, Klaudija. For enduring that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you see, I hear myself on your stream. And I'm also here joined by Klaudija. Hi, Klaudija.
Hi, how are you? Happy anniversary.
Yay. Happy anniversary, Klaudija. How are you doing? Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for being part of this as well. And I know it's going to be a long day. I'm sorry for that. Hello? I think you muted yourself again. Klaudija? Have you muted yourself?
Yeah, Klaudija is muted. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sorry. Because I'm hearing all these echoes and I'm thinking, oh, maybe it's me.
Are you? Is it because you're without? Yeah, because you're hearing yourself right on the laptop. Is that why?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. You probably. That's why the microphone is picking up the sound of the laptop. That's why.
I need headphones because I'm hearing all these echoes and I'm thinking, oh, maybe it's me. What a disaster! I need a studio assistant.
Because you're hearing yourself right on the laptop. It's fine.
Hold on.
Don't worry. But mute yourself first. I'll mute yourself. This is going so well. Okay, so Alex, how you doing, man? How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me here, and congratulations for 10 years, man.
Oh, thanks, man. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Yeah, you've been a part of my channel as well. You were invited. You were so kind to invite to your podcast as well, and it was great to meet you there. And so that's why I wanted to give the favor back as well, of course. And can't wait to see your workshop as well. Thank you so much for doing that.
Yeah, thanks. And it reminded me also on the podcast, we were talking specifically about YouTube and how like stressful it can be sometimes to, create content and, the FOMO of like, oh, I want to make something, but then I don't because it's so much stuff. Kind of reminds me a little bit on this one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Today it was an absolute disaster starting the stream. I'm so sorry about that. We got so behind, and I really feel bad for Tristan because we were gonna do his showreel, but then everything kind of went bad and I couldn't get in time to have him. But yeah, I know what you mean. We had a really long conversation about that. So people should go and check it out. I'll put the link later on the chat there for people to see. But thanks for being here, Alex. And hey, Jay, how you doing, my friend?
Hello. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. So thank you so much for saying yes. Thank you so much for accepting and to being here, my friend.
Pleasure. No. Thank you very much for the invite. It's great to be here. And again, congratulations. I know you're going to hear this a lot today.
Thanks. Thanks. No, yeah, of course I had to bring you over. Like, you've been such a massive part of my channel. We've done so many panels together over the years, and you can all go and watch them. I have a playlist specific for our panels that people can go and watch. The panels we did together with Cave Academy and all those wonderful guests as well. And I can't wait to see your workshop as well. Thank you for agreeing to do that. And also to do the panel as well. I'm really looking forward for the panel as well. I think it's going to be a nice panel about the AI stuff. So thanks, man.
Cool. No, thank you again.
Yeah. And Sajeel, how you doing, my friend?
Hey, Hugo. I'm good. Happy 10th anniversary.
Thanks, Sajeel. Thank you so much. Now, Sajeel, of course, you had to be part of this. You've been with my channel for so long, and you've been moderating my channel, and you've been coming into streams, and we've been raiding our own streams each other, and we've been doing this journey of Twitch and YouTube for so long now, and we've worked together as well. So yeah, thanks for having me, and thanks for being here. I know it's really late for you. I know you're in the other side of the world.
It's just 6:34 p.m. right now.
Yeah.
It will be late by the end of the stream. Or actually early in the morning.
Exactly.
But one quick thing, the Q&A channel on Discord. Just so you, just to remind you about that one for the audiences.
I have it open here, don't worry. I have it open, it's here, and I have it open so that people can do it. Yeah. So if you guys go to my Discord, there is a Q&A channel, and you can drop some questions there if you want. Because I'm not sure we're going to pick up all the questions from the chat. The chat goes quick, and it kind of keeps going, and then it's very difficult to go backwards. So keep putting the questions there if you want to. Or just spam the question. I'm sure I'll get to it at some point. so don't worry. We have a long time to do all of that. Okay, so now we're gonna do the showreel review. Now here's the thing. I put out the invitation, like I put out the request for the showreel review. Not a lot of people came back to the show reviews. That's been a common trend, even for the showreel reviews I do currently on my channel. I've been having less and less people interested on having their review or having people coming in. And I also had people, I've been having on my stream a lot of people that book and then they don't show up. That has been happening quite a lot as well. And that's why I stopped doing them, because it was happening so often that my last stream that I did show reviews, no one showed up. And so I just kind of like stopped doing them. So today we don't have a lot of people. We have some people. We were going to have two now. Unfortunately, we can only do one because I kind of like screwed up the beginning of the stream. Apologies for that. Apologies, Tristan. But and then we'll have one now, which is with Evan. And he's on the waiting list already. And even as requested to have the review with Klaudija or with Courtney. I know Courtney can't do it right now. He's not here yet. He's only going to be here on the 6 o'clock session. But then I guess on the 6 o'clock session, we have 4 more people doing show reviews. And so, yeah. And so we'll go back at 6 o'clock and see if there's more people that signed up to do the show reviews. But right now, the show review will be with Klaudija. And so thank you so much for showing up and to say hello and everything. But I don't necessarily need you for the show review right now. So I'm sorry about that. But it will be with Klaudija, which I can see that she has headphones now, which is good. So yeah. But of course, you're welcome to stick around and hear the review as well, of course. But I'll see you all later anyway. We have a panel after that. Okay. So Sajeel, Klaudija, do you want to try this then? Try to unmute yourself and see if we can.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Are you going to play the showreel? Or
I could if you want, but you have it as well, don't you?
Yeah, I have it. Hold on.
No, I can play it in real time first here for people to watch, and then once we played it, you can share your screen if you want to scrub through it. But we'll do it after. But I'm going to bring in our review. We're going to bring in our contestant, I guess. We're going to bring them in. Courtney is actually here, so he's going to be here as well. Remember that Evan asked if it could be reviewed with you and Courtney by both you. Now, I don't know if you want to both do it at the same time or... I've brought in Courtney now. Hey, Courtney, how you doing, my friend?
Hey, Hugo, how you doing, bro?
I wasn't sure if you could make it because I think you told me you couldn't be on the first one. So
yeah, so I mean, because of that timing, I thought I was gonna have I was juggling it in between my lunch breaks, so I kind of wanted to push it back, but it's fine. It's not a heavy day today, so I can spend that a bit of time doing this. That's no problem, man.
Thank you so much for doing that. But yeah, so the person we're gonna have here now on the review. Well, first of all, thank you so much for accepting, because I talked with everyone already. I didn't even talk with you, Courtney. Thank you so much for accepting being part of the stream, my friend.
No worries at all, bro. Yeah, man. Congratulations and happy birthday or happy anniversary.
Thank you so much. Well, technically, you're not wrong. My birthday was last week. It was on Thursday, so it was my birthday as well last week. So one more year older.
There you go, man. Congrats, mate. Congrats.
Thanks. But yeah, I really am so happy that you're here. Like I said on the beginning of the stream, I invited everyone, and I wasn't expecting everyone to say yes, and everyone said yes, and I was like so happy. But now I have to do a 15-hour long stream.
No, it's a mammoth task. It's a mammoth task.
We'll be fine. We'll be fine. I'll drink some coffee and we'll be fine. But thank you so much, my friend. We Courtney and I go long back, and Courtney used to work at the Foundry, so we used to do events all the time. And now he's a really senior composer, and we'll show your showreel in a bit later on today as well. Thank you so much for sending that over.
No worries.
But yeah, so I don't know how you both want to do this. So even as requested, both of you, of course, he said any of them, but of course, maybe we can do both, I guess.
Yeah, we talk at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's do it together.
Yeah, so I'm going to bring them over and so we can say hello to them. So let's see. Evan, are you here? Okay. I'm going to put myself on the little corner here as well, so since I can... are you here? I think you're on now, aren't you? Let's see here. At least I can see that you are on here. Do you have a microphone? Oh, yeah, there you go. Hey, I can't hear you yet. Yeah, I see. That's not a problem. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Is it working now?
Yes, it is.
Hi.
I can hear you. We don't see you, but maybe you don't want us to see you. That's not a problem.
That's all right. Yeah.
Hello there. Thank you. Sorry, I
you.
interrupted you. Sorry, it's a bit delayed. Sorry about that.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for submitting your showreel. We're gonna show the showreel in a minute, but as you asked me, you asked Klaudija or Courtney, so you got both, which is nice.
Nice, thank you.
And so I'm going to play the showreel. I can't play the showreel with sound. The reason I don't do that is because I get claimed with copyright on YouTube if I do that. So I do apologize for that to everyone. That I know that sound is always very important on the showreel, but it isn't really. I'll be honest. I mute all the showreels I watch. Because I just can't. After a while, I can't stand all the music. So I'll play it on the screen for everyone to see, and I'll share my screen as well, so you can see it as well at the same time. I know you're watching on YouTube, but on YouTube it's very delayed. It's like very behind. It won't be in real time at all, because YouTube is a bit like that. It's like 30 seconds late. But I think you can see my screen now, can't you? Can you see my screen?
I can.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna play your showreel, and what I'm gonna do, this is what I usually do on my showreel reviews anyway. I'm just gonna loop it for a while here, and I'll let you, before we even go through. And I think Klaudija and Courtney also have your showreel, and so they can later on go shot by shot, and they can share their own screen, and they can do that if they want to. But for now, we're just gonna watch it in one go. And without sound, I know. I'm sorry about that. But while we're watching it, because it's going to loop a few times, Evan, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself? Tell us where you're calling from and how long you've been doing this. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
So my name's Evan. I've just graduated from a university called FutureWorks. It's based in Manchester. It's a branch of the University of Central Lancaster. And I've been doing this now I've been doing VFX for about 3 years. I started I was really into the idea of working on games and stuff, seeing sort of like Activision's huge high-res trailers. And then when I went to university, I was like, you know what, I'm going to do 3D modeling. I love the idea of making sort of characters. And then I had to work with ZBrush, and it made me a little bit die on the inside a little bit. I just couldn't get it. But then from that, I then discovered how much I enjoyed sort of Nuke specifically, also the sort of the problem solving side, because I like the idea that there is almost always the correct answer to a shot. Whereas like with sort of the really creative stuff, there's always sort of a weird sort of like middle ground where you know I can't explain it, but anyway. But yeah, so after graduating, I've been just sending out job feelers, but it's the summer, so it's not a lot's really happening.
I feel you, my friend. I haven't
Yeah.
I haven't worked in a while as well, so it's I haven't worked in like 6 months. It's been that bad. It's the first time in my life that I don't have work, I think, and since I've started my career. So it's really deep and problematic right now. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, I'm instead of getting sort of down and gloomy about it, I went back, tidied up some shots. I've been posting sort of my stuff online, getting feedback, getting sort of changes that people suggest I should make, as well as then doing some other. So like, if you look at my showreel, all the honors project stuff is the stuff I did at uni, and then I've gone and done a bunch of extra stuff sort of over the summer because when there's nothing else to do, I mean, you might as well do something.
Yeah, of course. Well, I'll leave Courtney and Klaudija to it because they're going to be reviewing your showreel, not me. And so I don't know how you guys want to do this. Do you want to share your own screen so you can scrub through the shot as you want, and you want to do that, or how do you guys prefer to do it?
Shall we do that, Courtney? Do you have it? I can share my screen. I have this showreel.
Yeah, I've got it on my machine as well. So I mean, maybe I'll let you drive, and I mean, if it works out that it might be better when let you drive, and we'll try and talk together.
So I'll leave you guys to it for a few minutes. Yeah, so I'll leave you guys to it. We have about half an hour until we need to move on to the workshop. So we have half an hour, so you guys know. But I'll let you know in a minute.
But only for this showreel, half an hour.
Yeah, we have half an hour for this showreel. I mean, we can go a bit. I mean, I'm sure Alex and Jay don't mind going a little bit, like coming in a bit later. But at least so we have an idea that it would be half an hour for this. So yeah.
So what's happened now? Just a second. Yeah, sorry. Okay, I'm gonna start with the slate because slates are also important. So you've just completed the masters, is that correct?
No. I've just finished just a normal sort of honors degree.
Okay. So normally, I mean, that's what I advise my students is, of course. People get the opportunity to do comping and so on during their studies, but I would suggest to, change the slate, let's say, to roto prep junior compositor, because you are just a graduate and you just need to slot into the right, into the right applications, because even if one is, pretty competent in compositing, you do need the experience, and it's not just about experience in your skills, but a lot of companies want you to fit into their culture and prefer to train you themselves. So the entry role is still roto prep. So I would definitely put that on a slate.
Okay, yeah.
In Courtney.
Yeah, I mean, I think yes, you're right. Maybe adding junior in there, or even like postgrad, because I think it's in the reel somewhere. Like, or I'm sure it's somewhere that he was a postgrad. So
yeah, in the top grade.
Maybe that's enough. Well, for me, anyways, that kind of gave me the understanding that it would be an entry level role that he was looking for. So, yeah, it may be on the slate. It would be good to have it there as well. I think maybe if there's a way to to be honest with you, I was going to mention the URL of the
Yes.
of the Wix site.
Yeah.
Yes.
If there was maybe like a way to kind of neaten that up, but these are they're
Put it
little
lower.
things.
The thing is, I think a lot of people don't realize that of course, your showreel goes first to HR, and they have to be very clear what you are after. So we have some sort of formula at Escape about the showreels. So it's your name, your the role you are after. So roto prep is actually an amazing role because you learn so much in that department. So nothing wrong with that. So I would say roto prep junior compositor. Then put your contact details. This absolutely URL is a little bit messy. I would put it lower or tidy up. And I would definitely put logos of the softwares you are using that relate to what you want to do. Because if you want to be roto prep junior compositor, then you want to put in a Nuke logo or Silhouette logo and so on. Just to be clear straight away. And the same slate would go at the beginning and at the end.
And at the end as well, yeah.
So because people, even though if they have your CV, they don't want to scroll around. I should make this full screen, just a second. I'm also having some little technical problems here because my mouse is giving me problems.
Okay.
I apologize. But that's how it is in the real world. We are riddled with technical problems.
No worries. I mean, is it usable, or should I jump? Do you want me to?
Yeah, you can scroll if you want. Yes.
Okay. All right then. Okay. Let me yeah. I could share my.
I'll stop sharing.
Oh, that is gone.
I apologize, Evan.
No worries. Yeah, it's fine.
I actually looked. I wanted to look you up on LinkedIn yesterday, but there are few people with your name, so you should link.
I should put LinkedIn thing in there, yeah.
Because not many people have my name.
Here we go. Right. So, can you guys see this? You guys see the QuickTime player? Oh.
Yeah, we can see it. No problem.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I think I can see it though. Wow. Hold on. 1 second. So you can see it, but I can't.
Wow, man, you're bringing me back there with that QuickTime player.
I know. Let me.
That is cool, man. I wish I could still play that.
Let me. Sorry, 1 sec. Let me pop open desktop. Let me do it in VLC. That might be a better shout. Evan Goddard Real VLC. Open with. Boom. Share. Right. Content. And I'm going to mute it as well. Oh, there we go. Right. So, yes. Can you guys all see that now? Yeah?
Yep.
Excellent. Right. Let's go. Okay. So we're going to play it through and let it loop and then talk about, do you want to tell us about some of these shots, or should we start kind of analyzing it straight away?
Yeah. So, I mean, I said before, so this car shot that you're seeing now is the latest one I've done.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
And throughout all my, and then for my honors project ones, each one I picked for a specific reason. So,
right.
In the first one, which is called the Viking shot, I included a middle frame without the dark gray, just because originally that shot was supposed to be working with Unreal Engine renders and AOVs. This one was originally a shot I did actually last year in summer that I remade. It started off as my first ever time doing sort of proper paint, and then I went back and started adding sort of depth generation over the top.
Nice.
This shot was me again practicing clean plating, a little bit of CG compositing, as well as then smart vectors as well. Sort of. And then for this shot, it's a reasonably simple shot, but I wanted to make sure I had in my honors project a wide variety of different sort of skin tones I'm keying. Trying to make sure I keep the levels as they are across. Because I was talking to some people when I was planning my projects, and they were saying, yeah, quite a lot of people will, end up, ruining skin tones if you're doing, and like making sure I have just a sort of wide variety of people with different sort of hair, different sort of, tones, that kind of stuff.
Understood. Yeah, cool. Wicked. And what was there's a couple more shots, is it more?
Yeah,
there's moon. Yep.
Yeah, this was again keying and like a key mix of keying and roto.
Nice.
And this was a group project I did.
Okay.
Which so 3 of us are working on it. I had to do a bunch of 3D modeling as well, which wasn't fun. But Yeah, so I just did all the compositing for all the shots. So the keying, the reframing.
Nice.
Funny enough, actually, the second half there, we had some really weird problems when we were filming.
Right.
I ended up having to stabilize the plate and then put it in 3D and just do a digital camera move to get it sort of panning down.
Right. Yeah.
Because
Okay.
I think like it was getting late and that we were losing light. So in the end, I sort of just did a
Sure. Classic
did
VFX.
duct tape job with it.
Yeah. No, that's it. So it goes. All right. So Claudia, shall we do like start with this shot? I mean, yeah. Oh, you're muted.
Sorry, can you play it again?
Yeah.
This shot.
So that's the comp. That's the original.
Yeah.
That's
That's
the
it before.
before. That's the after. So I mean, all right. So for like just off a first look, I would say, I mean, it's a good shot. Like it's a good shot. I get the tone and the like the kind of the effect that you're going with. The things that kind of jump out at me is the light direction. I think that kind of stands out. I think the God rays should be coming from this. Can you see my mouse as well, actually?
Yeah, I can see a mouse. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think the God rays would be coming from here because the light's kind of like off screen in this direction.
Oh yeah.
So I think yeah, the God rays kind of throw it off a little bit for me. I think there might be a scaling issue. I'm not sure. Like I can't. It feels like they might not be to scale correctly, but you know, I mean, yeah, without kind of yeah, I think there might be a scaling issue. I'm not sure if they're in the right like depth or the right kind of height for the plate itself, that the background plate that you've got, and possibly maybe yeah, I mean the blacks probably could do a bit more integration, and I think there might be a bit of like it might be a bit too bright here. Like was this shot in the studio?
Yeah, it was like a studio sort of
Yeah.
like stock people.
Right, yeah. No, I think the only thing that kind of stands out is a bit more it feels like it's studio lit versus the diffuse of, you know, like
Yeah.
outside, like some natural light. But that's something that can, you know, is something that you might always be fighting, you know, depending on what you're, you know, depending on what kind of plates you've been given to play with. But yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm looking at this as a lens where I would, if I was going to hire a junior, I would just need to know that you have the basic understanding of composition, and then everything else could get taught in the job. So I can see this and say that you know how to comp, like you've got a good idea of comp. That everything else that we could pick apart and point out is stuff that you learn over time. So I mean, I personally wouldn't be overly critical about it. It's good enough to show that you can comp. You know, you've got some understanding of visual effects and combining elements and creating a scenic shot. So, I mean, yeah, Claudia, if you got
Yeah,
comments.
I agree. I mean, you know, sometimes what is in a plate is so obvious, you know, that this ray direction definitely the light is top right, so that's what the direction should be. I also think, yes, there is a sense of composition. Also, it's quite a nice filmic look that you've created, and that's very important, especially now where we are, you know, being bombarded with AI and everything. I think having a good eye for a good image, good aesthetics is going to be very important, right? So yes, he does same. How fast is he moving? Because
yeah, so it's kind of in like slow motion.
Yes,
I think what my problem was, I
he
think like
seems a bit soft for the motion. Let's just see again. Yes. That's what I would think. It is a little bit soft. I'm so sorry because I didn't download this. Actually, I should have downloaded these showreels to have a closer look. But Yeah, agree with what Courtney has said. But, you know, the shot looks good. So the one thing, you know, when you are mentioning all these things at the bottom that you've done, for example, I would still, so what did you use to rotor, for example?
I used Nuke.
Nuke, okay,
Yeah,
fine. But I would, you know, when you are doing breakdowns, there is nothing wrong about including a little bit of a rotor within the break.
Yeah, some of the splines, yeah.
Yes, because we still do need to do that. And have you used Silhouette at uni?
No, we didn't. No, sorry.
Okay, because Silhouette has a lot of new interesting tools, and it's much more. Oh God, I can't think of a word.
User-friendly, kind of like intuitive.
Exactly, user-friendly.
Yeah.
Not just user-friendly, it's been designed for rotoscoping, so it is a little bit faster. So I do suggest try to learn it, because when you are applying, there are some companies that will give priority to people who can use Silhouette.
Yeah, I've seen
for rotor, and it's fairly straightforward anyway, and Mocha as well.
Oh, sorry.
Great.
Okay, I think he unmuted by accident. So, okay, so this car shot, let's have a look at this.
Yep.
So, do you want to start on this one, Claudia? Or should I?
Yeah, you can start.
Okay, then. All right. So, I mean, again, I think with this is more like so let's take a look at this, for example. I think when it goes into the cut frame, right? Or like the swipes, the before and afters. I think with the CG, did you do the CG yourself?
No, that was one of my friends, Ryan. He did this car for his honors project, and then I said, "Hey, do you want to put it into a video?"
Yeah, let me complete. Well, I think I mean, obviously, again, I think this is like an experience level, because cars are quite difficult. You know, you get that uncanny valley where it doesn't quite sit in very well.
I had a lot of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the CG itself, I think, is not. I mean, although you've got a great reference here, like the actual car in the shot, you've got a great reference here.
Yeah.
It's quite hard to replicate that in CG to make it fully believable. So you get that look where it looks like computerized, or it looks like CG. But yeah, I don't want to do that too much. But so the idea being is that I think there might be some reflection, like on the on these reflections. I'm not sure. Is that
So that was just basically a noise, which I've a series of noises and like a bit of distortion and just sort of sliding across.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can see that again, the effort. I mean, again, I think it's probably too dark down here. Is quite crushed. But these things that we'll talk about is more. It's not a case of you it's more a case of experience. Do you know what I mean? And I think there's things in there that you could that I could pick apart. And I mean, like, say for example, on this the clean plate of the road where you've removed the car, there's a bit of aliasing on the edge of, I'm guessing that's a card you put there.
So it's a bunch of cards
projected. And you can see how this is softer than this road, that then there's like a bend in there. Like, these are kind of finessing, or technical things that you would learn the more you do it. So again, me looking at it, I wouldn't pick it apart too harshly, but there's things that could be done. The original plate is a great reference, so I would always kind of use that as my throughout the whole point. Throughout the whole compositing process, I'd take every frame and kind of match it as best as possible. But again, you're limited to what you're being provided. So there's always going to be that trade-off with how real you get it. But again, like the processes, the concept of compositing this shot and what you've done makes sense. It works. So it's just that kind of realism, that getting it to the point where it's like, it's invisible CGI. That's the trick, really, and that just takes time. So I wouldn't yeah, personally, I wouldn't pick it apart too much. If yeah, I mean, Claudia, do you?
Yeah, I agree. And photorealism is really, important. So, but here, cleanup wise, I would say, you see, this is the benefit actually. That's why there is a benefit to going through that hierarchy when you join a company, because you'll just be able to do everything pixel perfect, and you just need that experience.
Yeah, yeah.
I know everybody wants to comp, and obviously you are very capable.
Yeah.
But one just needs to accept that there are so many things to learn, and so many great people you are surrounded with you can learn from. There is no benefit to skipping a certain part.
No, yeah, definitely, yeah.
Just a bit of advice on how to fix this, like just so that, for future reference, I think this card probably needs to be bigger. You probably do need to have a softer mat around it so that it blends in. I know you're getting into the bush area, so you might need to do another card over that bush area and have them kind of blend into where the seam is. Because you'll have a different kind of that'll have a different movement versus a flat plane. So it might,
Yeah.
it probably, and if the car's over this area, you must have had a card over here as well, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So then, yeah, it's probably just a matting issue where you're combining the cleanup passes together. And also, I don't know whether you've got motion blur on this patch. It might be too strong. If not, then it might be that you need a higher resolution patch that you're getting the data from, that you're cleaning from. So you probably want to take a still, or a source area that's got more resolution than what we're seeing here. So yeah, I mean, practically those are kind of things I would say to kind of make it better. But yeah, these are things that you'll pick up over time. Yeah, okay. Let's jump on to the next one.
I just wanted to say one quick thing. Sorry,
yeah.
Just want to say one thing to Evan. There's a lot of really cool feedback going on the chat as well. So maybe later on, you should go. I know the YouTube stream is delayed for now, but later on you can go. I'll put chapters on the video. You can go and read the replay chat and because there's some really nice comments and some nice feedback there going. We always have a lot of really expert and senior artists on the chat. And they are very opinionated.
Yeah.
As I say, I've turned the stream off because I was worried. I didn't want to have people commenting live as well.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm purposely not trying to over critique it, because I know what it was like it's very bold of you to put yourself out there. It's not easy. Do you know what I mean? And I'm totally not gonna but overly analyze these things. And to be honest with you, one of the things that I thought when I saw your reel is your reel was better than when my reel when I first started. So don't even it's just time.
Thank you.
It's just time and experience. So don't worry about it too much. But yeah, take the information on. Definitely there's going to be lots of helpful people out there that would advise. Again, great. Shop makes this, it works. It's compositionally works. There's these kind of trees that you've used, probably too dark. I believe it as a shot in terms of integration. So is this CG? Sorry, is this
no? This was So it was just the practice footage, and then I got rid of the cars, and then I just did some depth generation over the top, just try and add some sort of
atmosphere,
feeling. Yeah.
Okay, understood. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, the cleanup works. Yeah. Yeah, I believe that. Probably got some holdouts here that are probably blurry, but I mean, Claudia.
Yes. I also feel like I would like to see the breakdown build up a little bit more. It has a little bit of flatness about it. So let's look at the original again. Okay, so your wipe is basically, okay, so you are saying depth generation tracking. Okay, but I don't feel enough depth in this shot. It is fairly flat. I would cheat something like that just to make it filmically more interesting looking.
Yeah, you could have some more information back here. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, something you can work on a little bit more. And yes, the trees
That's
are
okay.
a little bit dark, but you know, maybe maybe you can you know, create a little bit of darkness, a little bit more darkness in the foreground anyway, and then you know, build a sort of depth as you're going away from the camera. That's what.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see, fly through. Yeah,
Because
kind of like flying through clouds or something, or like mist, or you know,
yeah.
atmosphere. Yeah.
I was going to ask actually. So, so obviously for this showreel, I have a fair amount of shots that are sort of going by really, really quick. And then my plan, then sort of in my head, is my sort of thing was, oh, then on my portfolio website, I have breakdowns of them where so like it goes a little bit by slower, so it breaks down more to layer by layer. So for yeah, so because originally my first cut was about 5 minutes long, and I thought, hang on, I don't think anyone wants to watch that. So do you think I should sort of reduce my amount of shots and increase the amount of sort of detail I go into the breakdown, or do you think I should just sort of stick to what I've got here, where it's sort of before, after, telling you what I've done?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I did feel it was a bit fast, to be honest, because you need to give people a breather. And, you know, if they're getting many, many showreels, they're not going to necessarily go on your website and look.
Yeah.
So you need to have there has to be an understanding of what you've done, what your skills are. And yes, you can always be selective. We say less is more because unfortunately it happens all the time. And I used to do that as well. You know, you spend time, if you spend a few months on a shot and you want it on a showreel, but it's not good enough. And you just can't detach from it. So it's very important because we will always remember, it's really, I don't know what it is, some sort of illness. We will always remember the worst thing on the showreel, you know, so
but that's a good point though. Less is more. That's probably a valuable takeaway from that. That maybe that you could reduce a couple shots out of this, build it a bit more, take a bit longer. But what you've got here, minute 30, 2 minutes is probably the what you want, is probably the max of how long you want to go duration wise.
And it is about the skill, you know. So you want to fulfill certain criteria. You need to say, okay, I can roto show it so they can trust you. I can do a cleanup, 2D cleanup, like tracking markers of the face or something, or a 3D cleanup that you've done that, keying, you know, color correction, all that, and being able to create some atmosphere or really filmic look. And so you need to sort of tick all these boxes, I think, too. But you know, you're on the right track anyway.
Yeah, and you've done a good job. You've done a good job with this cleanup of this this particular shot, like the cleanup from the buildings and the skyline, and yeah, you've done it's good. I mean, and I see the logo placement on the clothes using the smart vectors there. There's I mean, again, smart vectors can be a bit tricky, especially when you get to the end where it starts to stretch and lose its kind of like its data, and it breaks a little bit. But no, again, it shows competency for me. Like it shows that you know what you're doing, and you know, this is personal opinions, but I think a lot of these showreels are basically like a calling card to get your foot in the door, or at least to get open a conversation. Because once somebody sees the showreel, sees that you're capable, then they'll get you in for a conversation. They might ask you questions. And that's probably that aspect of getting hired is probably, I don't know, just as important as your reel, you know. So the actual one-to-one meeting, the knowledge that you can kind of, you know, you can just speak about visual effects as a industry and techniques and your approach to things. That's just as important as the reel. So yeah, I again, you know, we could pick it apart, but it shows competency to me. It shows that you know what you're doing. You're a post-grad. You could do a junior role or a prep role, you know.
Yeah. The only thing I would say, I don't know why, it just jumps to me, this logo a little bit. It's a little bit too clean, or you know, maybe it's too white. Right. I would break it a little. Or...
Yeah, just to add some sort of like more texture to it.
Yeah, a bit weathering.
Yeah, because I did add like a slight sort of threaded pattern over the top of it before I put it on, but it doesn't really show up that much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good, mate. Yeah. Actually, this shot I really like it. I think these shots here I think are top class. Like they're good. They're really good quality content. Like, so yeah, I've got no comments on this. It's good. Works. Believe it. Claudia?
Sorry about that.
These ones. Is there anything?
This is a little bit. Oh, let me see if I can brighten my screen a little bit.
Yeah, no, it's dark. Yeah, it's dark on my one. So.
Yeah, it looks to me like. Are you sure even if the color space is correct? Because it looks to me like it's completely crushed. At least the first shot, it's very crushed. It doesn't seem to me that would be what they would broadcast. I don't believe so. So
I think that happened when I exported it out of DaVinci to turn it into an MP4.
Okay. Have a look at that. Have
compression,
yeah. Because we can't see anything. You can't even notice what's
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because on my end it's dark, but you can see sort of the details and stuff. So yeah, I'll have a look at that.
Yeah, a lot of students are having problem with this, with the color spaces and so on. And I really suggest, please read Victor Perez's book on color, because that is something. I've seen some showreels with, in sort of log space and things. It's crazy.
Yeah, it happens all the time, Claudia, all the time. Yeah. I get showreel reviews on my channel here. We've done hundreds of them now, and half of them have color space issues. I think it's important for you and everyone listening to really understand a very simple Rexham's Online color space, because that's going to really be the only one that you're going to need for this kind of stuff, like the showreel, to make sure it looks correct on everyone's screen, and to make sure it doesn't, and that your screen is calibrated. It's important because a lot of times I also have this issue where I'm looking at shots and I can't even tell where the edge is, where it begins. It becomes a problem when, and I'll be very honest and blunt, as I'm always as I am on this channel, Evan. If this would have happened on a review session that I had a lot of showreels, I would have skipped and go to the next one, because it's just, you can't see it. So you have to understand that you're driving to a lot of competition. There's a lot of people out there. Yeah. And so any little thing that your showreel might be a bit off, it could cost you being skipped to the next one, just be very, very careful with all the things. Try it on a lot of screens, try it on a computer, on a phone, send it to your friends, see if everyone can see it correctly as well. Just have a go on watching it on as many monitors as you can before you send it over, That's my 50 cents. Sorry, I'm going to leave now.
Definitely.
No, that's valid. Yeah.
Because, there is a difference between technical and creative. Like there are certain technical aspects you just need to be on top of. Because I also, if I see, I get very worried if I see like a log image on a showreel. I think, okay, so the person doesn't have an eye, because you should be able to see that it is wrong, right? So that is something you really need to master, because of course, creatively, people may have different opinions and so on about your shots, and that's fine. But you have to pass these technical hurdles. And there are tech checks as well you can do yourself. There are tech check scripts and so on. But you should be able to see that,
Yeah, I'll put my hat, because I put it in an sRGB, just so I thought, I'm putting it on like the internet for people to watch, so it has to be in that. But no, yeah, like 100%, you're right. I'll put it over.
It's fine. At least it's not long.
Yeah.
It's just crushed. Okay, so we could think, oh yeah, that's the look he went for. Okay, but Hugo is right, totally right. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So let's go into this one. So yeah, again, key looks decent. I mean, yeah. So now that I've just noticed it, like the defocus on the edge here, this is kind of getting lost a bit. Yeah. Okay. One of the things, I mean, so this so your background elements, this one is I'm guessing you've matched this layer to the foreground. but this one feels probably a bit too light, the skyscraper buildings.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're probably not balanced as well as, well, I think this might be too dark as well. But again, this is the the color space issue. Like you kind of want to be in this space where you can see detail in the blacks, or
okay.
like you can you want to see detail in the shadows, so that and then crush if you're going to reduce it or bring it down later, you kind of want to do that afterwards. So the footage, was it like this originally, or is that on export? Was it was it in this log space when you was or like let's go to where is it, the green screen?
Sorry, you mean the background of the guy? Sorry.
No, so I'm thinking about this green screen version. It was in this space to begin with, yeah?
Yes. I tried grading him to match the background, but I just couldn't get like the skin tones looking right.
Yeah,
I think it just kept sort of. So I went, I'll grade the background to sort of match him. I think it's already been committed to, like, you've lost a lot of detail in this clip that you've got that you're using to key. So that's, you're fighting that, you're trying to match this, where I think there should be more detail in here if you're, I mean, especially in Nuke, like you should be able to grade him if you've got the dynamic range. What kind of format is what these files? Were these EXRs or? They were I think they were MXFs that I turned into an EXR.
Right, yeah. So even that transcoding process, you could be baking in a color space that's limiting your range, or the amount of information you can play with. So that should.
I know. I turned it from, because it started off in 709, and I just slapped it into Ace's CG, just because that's sort of what I read, and went, I'll do that for a bit.
Okay, understood.
And then so it's probably, I could probably take a look again. I think it might as well just be an issue with the fact I've put it back into sRGB and slapped it into an MP4.
Sure.
But I can definitely take a look and see if I can pull more detail out in the shadows.
Yeah, for me, it looks to me like it might be the color profile. I don't know if you know, but when you make an MP4 or an H.264, there are two different type color profiles, 1:1 and 1:1:1, and so YouTube and the internet really likes 1:1:1, and 1:2:1 is really not going to work because it's going to crush your blacks. So 1:2:1 is the profile that usually is sent for delivery, that we're sending it to clients and everything for masters. So we can have this conversation later on. You can always contact me and we can go through it, and I can try to help you. You have me on Discord, you have me on LinkedIn. We can have a chat offline about this, and I can try to see if I can help you. It took me a long time to get this right as well, I can tell you that. So don't be worried, because it takes a long time for you to get the hang of it. But once it works, and then it will work forever, So
Yes, and I just want to say something really bothers me about the background. It looks like it's leaning on the left to the left, and on the right to the right. It just doesn't look right to me.
Okay, yeah.
And of course, I agree with all the other comments. Now, you mentioned ACES. Why did you use ACES CG? Sorry, just asking, because this is a big thing. I see that in my students. Like, ACES makes sense only when you are doing the whole pipeline in ACES, right?
Okay,
You have filmed in ACES, and then you are carrying it all through the whole pipeline. To introduce ACES somewhere in the middle, it just makes no sense whatsoever. Point. What do you think, Hugo, Courtney?
Go on, Hugo. You first.
I agree exactly with Claudia. I see that people get quite obsessive about ACES. ACES is fantastic, of course, if you're in a group of people and working with multiple departments. But if you're just yourself, ACES will become a bit of an issue. It's going to become a problem if you're just making a show reel with some breakdowns and just a couple of shots. You can still make the shots on ACES, but then the edit of the show reel, you don't need to make that one on ACES. So you can always convert the shots from UEXRs into a regular pipeline.
that might explain why you're having the crush issues, because Aces is so specific with the deliverables that it most likely you're delivering to the wrong space when you exported it. That's probably why this is happening. As opposed to if you just have DaVinci, for example, with the Rec. 709 a normal timeline just for the showreel, then it kind of gets delivered in a more suitable way for YouTube, because YouTube doesn't support Aces, natively. It supports Rec. 709. That's what it supports. And and if you go to the guidelines of YouTube, that's what they all have, all those guidelines, and they wrote all those things. And so I agree with Claudia. Yeah, that's what I want to say.
So other spaces are complex, and you really need to read and get on top of them. I mean, that's my advice. It's very important, because you don't want to, let's say you want to take a job yourself and you have to deliver to the client. You can't go through these sort of problems, You have to be confident to deliver exactly what is meant to be delivered technically.
What they need,
100%. I think one of the best pieces of advice I ever got when I stepped into VFX was just keep it simple. I mean, Aces, yes, that is the standard, and a lot of, if you research, transcoding and pipeline and stuff like that, you'll probably see a lot of Aces information. But until you get into a pipeline where you're working with different departments, or get into a studio where you're working with different departments and you need to understand the color pipeline, then I think for now, maybe, like I say, keep it simple. Even if you just use the Nuke default setup, and you deliver in your Rec. 709 or sRGB, Rec. 709 for this purposes. I think you're good to go. You should, don't learn about it, but I wouldn't force it. I think just kind of keeping it vanilla is all right, mate.
I'm just gonna say one thing. Like, I apologize for this, but we do have to kind of because otherwise, it's not the big deal. It's just because then our panels, which are the ones are kind of locked, then they get delayed, 100%. And we can't really get. Otherwise, we'll lose some of the guests. So I would say that maybe I will give you a couple more minutes, but then and I'm sorry even about that, but
no, it's all right.
I was always imagining this to be like 20 minutes anyway, or 40 minutes. And so
no, thanks. Thanks for the keep. I'm getting lost in it.
Just another little thing. When you are showing off keying, obviously it has to be perfect. So losing that sort of blur around and so on, you can't. Have you used additive here in any of your keys?
So all of them except this shot, actually. I used additive keying mainly because I was mainly using it to sort of target hair and sort of like really fine details. For example,
use IBK?
No.
Oh my God! IBK is the best keyer.
I don't know. I think I used it on.
You cannot get fine detail without IBK. So there is so there is Compositing Mentor website. He actually explains IBK very well. Please master that. There is no way you cannot get it as good as with IBK. You have to combine multiple keyers, but for fine detail, we'll always use IBK. And then you can use Keylight for whatever, and maybe Primat for core mat and so on. But really, that is very important. So when you have a close-up like this, it has to be perfect. So bear that in mind.
I think I was using IBK for a core mat for some actually. Just doing it and then
there is a problem. Maybe I'll send you a script. I have like a template script. It's like a formula for a good key. Of course, there are always exceptions to the rule, but you need to know the rules.
So with this shot, just to kind of give a quick comment on this one. I see what you're doing. I think the lighting from the studio light is just too harsh. I reckon even if he was probably a bit closer, because you look at the background, you've got this really harsh kind of like lighting, which is obviously in space and stuff. I reckon even if the lighting was a little bit closer to him, you might be able to have replicated that a bit better. But where it's quite far away and it's creating a hot spot there, but then very kind of like soft shadows, a soft fall off on the rest of him. That's probably where that's not like, look, it's not sitting in as well as it could. But the key, the edges feel a bit soft. you know, I mean, it again, like without getting into the like the minute the details of it all. Compositionally, I see what you're doing, and it kind of does sit in the scene, but this is probably a bit too soft. The background compared
Yeah.
to him. But yeah, it competency, like you have an understanding of compositing, you know. You've tried to get into the same space, and yeah, I think everything else can be taught, really.
Mm.
And finally, yeah, this your student project, or what did you say it was a student project?
Yeah, yeah, it was a studio project for like the first half of my last year. So this was with
Right.
3 other people
Yeah,
who
understood.
who made the robot and did the animations.
Okay. One quick comment to not take up too much time. I think you guys have made these guys softer from the plates. Yeah, so yeah, he's feeling softer.
Yeah,
Probably shouldn't be. Yeah, I feel like this probably should be focused a bit more. Um, you put atmosphere in there. Edges can be a bit soft, like you know, there's a lot too much light wrap on that. Um, I mean, you know what? It's a student project. Again, like I said, I could, you know, frame by frame pick it all like that, you know, pick it apart, but it shows that they're in the decent color space or the decent kind of environment. They feel like they sit in this in the shot. And yeah, if so one thing I will say is that if you like what Hugo was saying, if there was multiple reels that I was looking through and
yeah,
I had to compare some of these shots to somebody else's shots, if they were further ahead, then you know that might cost you, that potentially might cost you that conversation.
yeah,
Some of these things that we're highlighting, but to be honest with you, I think if it was me hiring and I just and you was and I saw knew that you was a junior, I'd prefer to meet you and have a conversation with you and see what you if you was willing to learn, and you know, rather than a
yeah,
polished
yeah,
showreel. But I'd probably lean more to that part being the decision whether I hire you or not, you know. The showreel's enough, there's enough in there for me to be like, right, he knows what he knows compositing, or he understands some concepts
yeah, yeah.
to be taught, so you know, get this better. So yeah, that's just my
Hmm.
generic kind of opinion. I've not, you know, I don't really analyze too many show rules. So I'm probably a bit lenient on terms of, and especially what you're doing here, putting it out to the world for review. So, you know, I definitely take my hat off to you. And like I say, it's better than my one. So, you know, I know you could definitely improve over time and get more experience and learn all the things that, you know, most senior or mid-level compositors learn of being on the job as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. Yes, this slide wrap is just jumping at me. But also the structure in the background seems to be softer than the mountains and so on. Okay, so these little few things, of course, they can be polished, but you certainly have an eye, as Courtney said. You have a good eye. So it's you'll be able to, you know, develop as an artist.
Yeah, yeah.
Definitely. But as I said, you need to add some examples, a little bit of, you know, a little bit in your breakdowns, things that you might not have included.
Yeah,
Just
so like
to make
show the
people
rotor.
confident, HR people confident to give you an interview. That's the main thing. You just need
Okay, yeah.
in a door.
Excellent, excellent.
Mhm.
All right, Hugo. I mean, actually, so I suppose the last thing is the outro card to kind of, so when we finish the reel, we remember who your name
Yeah, yeah.
and your email address, and maybe if you put the phone
Yeah.
number on there. And yeah, if we was going to shorten this down to a few shots, I would say probably this um
Sorry,
the
are you
Yeah,
clicking through?
it's not playing. Yeah, it's not playing.
oh,
Yeah,
sorry, is
there
it
you
not?
go. No, no, it's it. Now it's
Oh, it's got to.
it's a
Sorry,
bit
I've
delayed.
got to lift up my key. Yeah, so in terms of if we was going to shorten the reel, I would say like this shot, if once it's in the correct color space, this shot, maybe this could be improved, and what else? And possibly this shot. I think, that if you have those 5 shots, that could be enough to, and you develop the breakdowns a bit more in depth. That might be enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Unfortunately, guys, I'm gonna have to boot you all out. I'm so sorry.
Yes,
all right.
no worries.
Otherwise my hard cut is the panels, because some of the speakers can't be here on another time. So I do apologize, but I hope that was good. Even, did you like it? Was it good for you? And
yeah, no, it was really it's also good practice, to get feedback on my work and not take it personally, that kind of stuff. So it's really it's really helpful. Thank you both of you for hopping on.
Yeah, and you're always welcome to come back to my Showreel reviews. I know I try to do every month or twice a month, and so you can come back and then you can have my take on it as well. I can go through it as well if you want to. It's not a problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hopefully with all the feedback done as well. So.
Oh yeah, it has to be done by then. Yes. Okay, I'll leave you all to it then, because we need to hop up with Alex on his workshop. So I'll talk to you all in a minute. Anyway, we're gonna have the panel soon. So thank you so much, Claudia. Thank you so much, Courtney. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you very much, Hugo.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Cheers, and good to meet you, Evan.
And
good to meet you too. Thank you both of you.
Nice.
Bye. Thank you.
See ya.
Record.
Okay, cool. So thank you so much for that, and I do apologize to Alex that we are a bit behind. Sorry, that was not what I wanted to do. But next up, we're gonna have Alex. He's gonna be doing a workshop with basically with us, called The Role of Comp TD in Nuke. So I'm going to basically bring him over, and then we'll continue there. I know I'm a bit late, sorry about that, so I'm going to start that talk, and we'll hopefully get back to that, get back on track. Okay.
Recording in progress.
Yes, I know you're recording. Yes, thank you. Thank you for letting me know, yes. Okay, so I'm going to stop this and bring him over, and that's it, really. Bringing over Alex. Hopefully he's going to be here in a second. Now, this session is live, so you guys can put some questions if you want to. So keep them coming on the chat. I'll try my best to... Both me and Sajeel will try our best to go through them. Are you here, Alex? I think you're muted still. Am I recording? Yes. Are you recording? Yes. Okay. Oh, wow. So sorry about that. No, that's because I forgot that I cannot have my webcam while I'm talking to you, because I'm already using the webcam for the stream. So otherwise, I have to have 2 video cards, and I'm not going to put another video card on my computer. I already have 2 of them. I'm not going to have the third one. So, Alex, I'm so sorry for the delay. So sorry about that.
Oh, no problem, man. No problem. It's a typical thing. Live events are always a little bit tricky.
Oh, that's a cool shirt, man. You have a nice shirt there. That's awesome.
Yeah, I actually had it made for the FMX. Yeah, originally made for the FMX, and then kind of keep it on, basically.
That's cool, man. Just checking if you can share your screen and everything. I think you can.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can. So, Alex, I'll leave it to you. Leave it to you. It's up to you now. So take it away, my friend. Thank you so much for doing this, and I'll talk to you in a second.
Okay. Looking if you can see my screen.
Yeah, we see the screen, and everyone can see it as well, and everyone can hear it.
Okay, so. I'm trying to look on YouTube, and it's sort of late for me, so I'm trying.
Oh, it's a bit delayed. It's a bit delayed.
Yeah, I think I'm just jumping in. So everything, you can hear me, you can see me, my screen also, everything's fine.
Yeah, you're ready to go, my friend.
Okay, awesome.
Cool.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this 10-year anniversary for Hugo's Desk. It's a great pleasure to be here as well. And Hugo asked me to contribute here. One of the topics that I always do is about technical directors. So we want to talk about the role of a comp TD in Nuke, since also Hugo is focused on educating compositors for the future in visual effects, animation, and games. And I do the other side where I add to that by training people how to become compositing technical directors. And so this is the opportunity where we can combine both, because you need both in every production. And I believe everyone could benefit from being a little bit a TD, and every product can benefit from having comp TDs basically. Okay, so let's dive in. So what are exactly TDs or comp TDs? A comp technical director provides technical solutions to help the compositors to focus on the compositing. This is a general definition. We will dive into that a little bit deeper. Before we dive into that more, let me quickly introduce myself so you know who I am and why I'm talking about specifically technical directors. So my name is Alexander Richter. I'm a technical director for visual effects, animation, and games. And I also coach people into job application, interview, contract negotiation, and career things, especially people who want to become technical artists, technical director, software developer in the visual effects, animation, and games environment. And previously, I was working at VFX, Framestore, and Macrovision on Avatar: The Way of Water, Shang-Chi and the Ten Rings, Monsters at Work, and The Amazing World of Gumball. And at that time, I had the opportunity to be a technical director in different positions. One of the positions I was also covering was being a compositing technical director. And that's what we want to talk about today. So before we dive, what is a compositing technical director? Let's define what is actually a technical director, because for some people, it's a very unknown factor. It became popular in the last year much, much more. So hopefully this will be clear now. A technical director is a bridge between an artist and a developer. They combine the understanding of the artistic and the technical side, and especially merge them together, making things simpler and possible. So there are a bunch of technical directors, actually. Every department potentially can have a technical director. So if we divide production between assets and shot side, we have scan TDs, modeling TDs, surfacing TDs, rigging TDs, grooming TDs, pipeline TDs, and even more. And on the shot side, we have motion capture TDs, layout TDs, animation TDs, lighting TDs, rendering TDs, compositing TDs, pipeline TDs, and even more. And what we want to look today is the compositing TD. Okay. Let's go back to our definition. A comp technical director provides technical solution to help the compositors to focus on the art, the compositing itself. So we are support. We can be part of the compositing process in creative ways, but our main job is to make sure that a compositor can do compositing, and we support it in any way possible. So that can mean something like this. We create maybe a tool to fix read node paths. Very common, someone opens a shot, some paths are broken, and suddenly the shot is unusable, and you have to fix all the paths. So a comp TD could jump in, create a tool, for example, to fix all the read node paths. That's really cool and very, very helpful, especially if you think about a production where you maybe have hundreds, thousands of shots over the course of the production, basically. Okay. So what are the typical work situations that a comp TD has to do? So very common thing is to fix Nuke issues. Every software on this planet has issues, especially in a professional level where, the stakes are high, everything is fast, big scenes and so on. So we have to deal with crashes, slowdowns, it renders too long and so on and so forth. So this is a very key aspect. If Nuke is constantly crashing and the compositor cannot work, this is where the comp TD has to jump in and look at the scene and say, okay, there is some kind of problem in the software and we have to figure that out, basically. Then it's also about simplifying workflows. A lot of these workflows can become very complicated, very complex, and it's always a good way to look at from a technical point of view and say, hey, can we make it easier, simpler? Can we remove elements and so on? Then also develop new workflows. There's often this moment in a pre-production where supervisors and leads and also technical directors sit down and define workflows to help the compositors to do the work faster, because they can anticipate what kind of problems they will come, what kind of project this will be at the end of the day. Then obviously very important, this is sometimes comp TD, sometimes pipeline TD. It's connect departments. Obviously, compositing doesn't work in itself. It's not isolated. It's always fed by other departments, especially the lighting, rendering, effects. So it's always very, very important that the data and the files and the 3D objects and the renderings come out well into your comp Nuke scene. And also in terms of iterations and refreshing, this has to be very smooth. And the smoother this is, the more the compositing artist can work and focus on compositing versus, oh, is it the new version or do I have to upload the new version and so on. And then obviously we built tools as compositing TDs, tools to help like, the workflow faster to, we just talked about color problems and so on. This is something we can avoid by having certain tools that make sure, hey, the color space is correct and so on and so forth. And we can obviously create custom gizmos. One of the examples I will show you is a custom write gizmo that will allow you to have certain previews, render threads, certain overlays, and so on and so forth. So that is the work. So what about the skills? What are comp TDs have to know and be good at when they want to become comp TD? So if you are a comper and you want to go into comp TA or TD, what are the things that you should kind of pick up and focus in the future? So the first one, you have to be a decent compositor. Anyone who is a TD has to have a decent understanding for the department they support. If you are an animation TD, you have to know basic animation. If you are a modeling TD, you know basic modeling. If you are a comp TD, you have to know how the basics of compositing works, because you cannot support anyone if you don't understand how they do things, what they think, how they think, and so on and so forth. Then obviously, especially in this case, we're talking about Nuke, you have to be familiar with Nuke. You don't have to be an expert, you don't have to know every nooks and cranny, but it's important that you know the terminologies. If someone says like it's a read node, write node, blur node, and so on and so forth, sounds obvious. What a knob is, for example. Not everyone is familiar with this kind of terminology, just like say parameter or something, but in Nuke, it's a knob. So that is kind of things that you need familiar. Very important for every technical role, you have to be a problem solver. This is key because the main thing that you do is support the compositor with problem-solving solutions. So they have a problem, crashing, slowdowns, performance, complicated workflow. So that's the comp's job, to look at it, break it apart, and find a better solution basically for that. Then technical curiosity. It's about also, we had recently the TD meetup about copycat and Comfy UI and all this stuff basically. And these are kind of stuff that it doesn't mean just because it exists that you jump on it and you have to use it. That's not it. But you have to be curious enough to look at it, kind of see, is there a path where I can use it, something helpful, or should I kind of put it on the shelf for now? So you have to be a little bit like trying things out and see if it actually optimizes your workflow. One of the things that is actually underdeveloped, it is generally a problem in probably any job, but also in visual effects, animation, and games, is communication skills. And especially TDs, together with producers and leads and supervisors on the same scale, have to have fantastic communication skills. Because as we defined in the beginning, your job is to combine departments. You communicate the artistic with the technology together. So if you talk to an artist, you have to convert everything that is like that they say into technical jargon, and the other way around. If you talk to a software developer or you want to be a software developer, you have to translate everything that you want to say in a technical way into a clear, understandable way for a producer, for an artist, and so on and so forth. And then finally, big important thing, which kind of goes a little bit to the problem solver, you have to have a certain level of Python for Nuke skills. So why do CompTDs need Python? So the basic understanding of why we need Python is basically that art needs artist, a production needs automation. And we need Python skills because Python allows us to script and script allows us to automate process. So basically a production cannot survive without a certain amount of clear workflows, automation, iteration that are easy and a no-brainer. So by learning Python, a CompTD can exactly give that. And Python is a huge language in the visual effects animation and even games industry. It is the most important scripting language in visual effects and animation because it allows you to code and automate and write tools for basically all DCC from Maya, Max, Houdini, Cinema 4D, Blender, and basically the whole Foundry, including Nuke. So the benefits of Python for Nuke are you can automate repetitive tasks, setting up the scene, creating certain things, exporting certain files, and so on and so forth. You can do customization. For example, maybe you have to import a certain scene. Now you can customize it with a tool per sequence, per different shot. There's different file paths that are added, and so on. We reduce errors, because the worst thing about a production is manual and human-made errors. A lot of wrong saved files, wrong naming, in the wrong location, messy scenes, messy file format, and so on. We can enhance collaboration. As we talked about, we are not working in a vacuum, so we always have to work with other people's files, with other people's environment, and certain tools can help us to clean things up, to move things around, and so on and so forth. And we can improve our integration. For example, things like Copycat can be very difficult, but you can write a tool to make it more easier for artists to be, predefined, preset up. Comfy UI can be relatively difficult, but you can create a tool that helps artists to just, focus on the parts that they actually need. So ComTDs solve problems, and Python is a tool to solve problems. It allows us to make steps faster and make steps possible. And I want to quickly dive into what that looks in practice, basically. So what does it mean when I say Python makes steps faster? Simple. We can write save scripts that are automatic. It will save certain things in a certain location, correct naming convention, correct location, great. No human error. We can do the same thing for loading. All of you probably use some kind of loader that automatically searches. You don't have to go through the Explorer and search for things. We can do that for imports, meaning where to import, what's the file, and so on, where to export, what's the name, and so on. We can combine certain steps. You press a button and 5 actions are triggered. We can restructure steps, and so on and so forth. So these are the things that basically allow us to make things faster. So a typical case is a loader script. Not searching for a Nuke file somewhere on the hard drive or the network is a huge help. Having something like this, where you go look for the shot name, search maybe even for your own task, and then just open it and ready to go, basically. And here's the other example. We can make things easier is we can fix paths, for example, as we did show before. So these are paths that are broken. So we can write a tool that basically finds all the broken paths, and we can, in this case, for example, manually fix them, or even automatically, depending on how we write the tool and what is basically possible. The other side, which is a little bit the next step, is we can actually make things possible, meaning we can code things that are maybe not possible with manual Nuke, node trees, and so on, basically. So we can create custom tools like a custom render thread, or let's say auto eye and rim lights in Nuke, and so on and so forth. We can create custom nodes, shaders and lights, toon shader simulation. We can do procedural comp effects, for example. We can use more machine learning implementation for performance, for quality. There's a lot of things we can just add to that. This is a little bit more into research, but it is possible. So basically, Python allows us to streamline our process and allows us to enhance our process. And that's why it's so important to know when it comes to ComTDs and so on. So this is an example that I wrote. It's a custom write node that allows you to have a preview. It has an overlay with all the information. This is great for reviews, for example, because you can stamp a lot of information, certain aspects, and so on. You can also export in different file formats. You can write certain comments. You can change the resolution. You can use render threads or local, and so on and so forth. So basically, I wrote a write node that kind of summarizes what the artist or the supervisor or the reviewer needs, and avoid someone custom made this every time. It just create this set up this write node, and then it just works on every shot, every sequence, and you can just use it on the fly, basically. And the cool part about Python, it's not only great for Nuke, even if you are a CompTD and you are working mostly in Nuke, you can still, if you learn Python, you can actually use it in your operation system. It works on Linux, it works on Macs, it works on Windows, and you can literally write a tool in your Windows that works and, you know, renames files, moves files around, and so on. And it is much stronger than the expression language TCL. You can first thing use it as a scripting language, but you can also use it in the knobs as an expression language. It is much stronger than Mel because of these kind of things. It is relatively similar to MaxScript in 3ds Max. It is a great addition to Vex and Houdini. It is a strong language in Blender. It is a good addition to Unreal, and so on and so forth. So even when you learn as a CompTD Python, it not only opens the doors for Nuke for you, it also actually opens the doors to, you know, if let's say you are a CompTD and you have to jump over into Maya to help with the export, you actually are able to go into Maya, use Python to help them to write a script to export stuff into Nuke. Boom. And then in Nuke, you write a tool to import the stuff. So it's this like a, you know, Swiss Army knife kind of situation, basically. And this is an example where you can see I wrote, this is the same application. I open it in Maya, in Nuke, in Houdini, in 3ds Max, and it allows me to open a shot or an asset in all of these three or four software, and it will work in all the others, Blender and so on. And it gives me extreme flexibility, basically. It's basically USD when it comes to programming language. USD allows you to, you know, jump over and have this unique file format that you can use everywhere. This is Python as well, basically. So the question now is, after you hear this and you say, oh, wow, this is great, how do I become a CompTD in Nuke? And I think besides all the things that I just mentioned, that it's important to be a problem solver and good communicator and so on, these are things that also come with other things. I think the best way into the role of a CompTA technical artist and CompTD technical director is to learn Python, because Python brings you all this that we just mentioned, but also it allows you to become a problem solver. Every Python user is automatically a problem solver. So the more you script, the more you become better with problem solving in itself. And the cool part about learning Python for visual effects, Python for Nuke, is we don't need to learn everything about Python. You know this thing where, you know, if you go to university and they have this Java is an island book of like 300,000 pages or something like that, or they have this like whole book of everything there is to know about a software language or software or whatever. We don't need that, because what we need is this part. What we need is only the parts of Python that are relevant for us artists, for us CompTDs, basically. And that's actually like a 20% of all Python. To learn Python from beginning to end, you can sit down and for like 10 years or something like that. To learn Python just for a CompTD, you can do that in 10 weeks, plus a few extra weeks and months to, you know, become better, and then over time even improve. So there's a lot of potential here, and that's what we can do, basically. And a few reasons why people fail in learning Python, because I think that is also always a big challenge, is because a lot of people come with the mentality is like, oh, I can't do that. Like, I'm an artist, I cannot learn Python. This is something weird for me. They are learning alone. Like, a lot of the courses online are just courses without any support, and that's really, really difficult to do. There are no deadlines. You know, you can do this course for a week. You can do this course for 5 years. It doesn't really matter. There's sometimes no structure, especially if you learn over like YouTube videos. You have a 10-minute video here, 10-minute video there. There's no feedback. Like, it's impossible. We just did Showreel review, and without that kind of stuff, without people looking at your creations, at your code and saying, this is great, this can be improved, it's basically impossible to become really good at something, and there's no one to ask, and so on. And if you look at YouTube, if you look at Udemy, Skillshare, Code Academy, oftentimes that is the problem, because it's like learning something like scripting, which can be abstract for some people. It's really difficult without all these like support, basically, and just kind of doing that in a vacuum at the end of the day. And that's, for example, why when we do teaching Python. We teach Python for Nuke in 10 weeks, and we have all these kind of elements. We have live Q&As, we have code feedback, and so on, because I learned over time, and I saw the difference between people just watching the course and people engaging in a cohort, and also coming back from, you know, university. I just noticed the fundamental difference between people really kind of engaging, asking, getting feedback, and so on, versus people just watching a bunch of video, coding a little bit, and then feeling like, yeah, maybe not. And so that is something that we want to, you know, make a difference. And that's why I believe if you want to learn something like Python, if you are interested in becoming a CompTD, you should pick a course, or should pick an environment where you have the opportunity to ask questions, where you have the opportunity to practice, where you get feedback, and so on and so forth. So you're welcome to join us if you want. You can find on alexanderrichtertd.com/Python-Nuke. We are just about to have our next cohort. We do this every 3 months, so you're welcome to join us. And these are things that, for example, people did after 10 weeks of Python. So this one is by Wispy. He created a loader tool, you know. Then another student created an organizing tool for helping him to organize the Nuke scene. Another student created a tool to like get kind of into the action of coloring in Nuke and so on. This is something also very, very important, because color space can be very, very tricky, as we learned before. So a lot of these tools can be achieved even after 10 weeks. It's not something that you need forever, basically. And one of the things I would like to do is I would like quickly to jump into Nuke. And I would like you to quickly show you a little bit how, like if you are a complete beginner, if you never coded, I would like you to show you just how relatively easy it is to even start coding in Nuke, basically. So let's dive in. Hopefully you can see my screen here. I cannot see my screen because there's a menu. Okay. So first thing, here we are in Nuke. We open first the script editor, and we are here. Let's delete everything. Okay, cool. And so the first thing we need to do is we import Nuke. This allows us to basically access the Nuke functionalities. Okay, so let's say we want to create a node. Let's say, okay, so we say first Nuke, and then to create a node, we call the function create node. Pretty straightforward. And then we say the name of the node. So we can say basically any node, like let's say read node. Okay, we select everything, press Control return. And I made a typo somewhere. Oh, what happened here? Wait a second. Live coding is always dangerous. What's going on? That's a new one. Let me quickly. That's a. I'm jumping into your wagon. Hugo, I also have no problems for my live coding example. Great. Let's try it again. Now it works. That was a weird one. That seems like a new problem. Okay. So first thing, so we said Nuke create node, and then we said read. Cool. And now we create a read node. We can do the same thing for everything else. We can say create node write, and now we have a write node. And that's it. So we can literally just, with these two things, nuke.create node, and then the name of the node, blur, read, write, whatever, we can basically start to code. So that's how easy this is. We can also basically do other things. Like, for example, let's say we want to change the attributes. So let's say we have this read node, but we don't have anything inside. So it doesn't show anything. So what we first do, we go here to the knob, we hover over there, and it says, you can see in the tooltip, it says file, and then there's a tooltip. But the file is in small case. Okay, that is actually a variable information. So let's do that. So what we want to add is we want to add a certain path to this read node. So we say create read node. We save it here in the variable because we want to use it. And then we say read, and we want to access the file knob. Okay. And then what we want to do is we want to set the value, and the value is let me just copy this path here, and the value is this path here, this thumbnail. Okay, let's select everything, Control return, and voila. So we created a read node with a file path. Boom. And that we can do basically continue going, and that's all. It only took us like 2 lines. And we can do that multiple times. We can copy this and create a write node and set this and that and that. And that's how relatively straightforward and easy that it is basically to learn the basics. Obviously, when we go a level deeper, for example, let's say we want to open Nuke script. So we say Nuke, and then we say, again, very straightforward, script open, yeah, not super magical. And then let me give you the path as well here. And let's open another script that I prepared. So we do this, execute this. It will open another Nuke instance that I have probably to move into frame. Yes, here. And we open this one. Great. And that's how relatively easy it is. And for example, in this case, that's the last example that I wanted to show, is we have, for example, this two read files that have broken read file paths. For example, here, this is correct, but the path is incorrect in both of them. And so, for example, we can potentially write a script that fixes that. So one of the script would be, for example, Nuke. And then we want all the nodes in the scene, all nodes. And then let's say we only want the read nodes. All nodes read, cool. So we save that here in this example, nice. And then what we want to do, we want to go through the read nodes one by one for read node in read nodes. And then what we want to do is we want to take the old path, we want to cut off the beginning. So let's do that. We do that by saying read node. We learned that to access the file, we just have to say file. And then instead of set value, we say get value. And before we do anything, let's print out each of the paths to make sure that we get the right one. So what we want to do is we save this in the variable old path, and we print old path. Okay, let's execute and see what happens. Here, this is the first path, and this is the second path. So we successfully run through the two read nodes that are in the scene. It could be more, it doesn't really matter, 10, 100, and print them out. Okay, that's the first thing, that's cool. So what we now want to do is we want to take the old path that we have, and we want to remove everything, all the forward slashes. So we get basically everything in front of it. We only want the file name. So we say old path dot split, because we want to split the forward slash, and we only want the last part. This is a little bit more tricky, so just bear with me. But I also want to show you how it can be. So to create something like this, it just takes 6-7 lines to fix basically all the paths in the scene. And the result, so the result will be the file name. We save this in the file name, fantastic. And so we only have the file name. So now we have to bring the full path. So let's say new path equals, I have the path already here prepared. This is the new path that's where you can find the files, the Python for Nuke image, plus the file name that we extracted. Great. And so this is the new path. Great. So the only thing that we need to do now, we need to put it back into the original file. So we say read node file, and then set value. We already did that. And we say new path. That's it. So what should happen now is basically it runs through both of the read nodes. It breaks down the path. It corrects the path and puts it back in. Let's see if this is working. And yes, it's working. So we successfully created this. And this script allows us to fix as many read nodes as we want. If we would have 100 read nodes in this path, in this scene, this, 10 lines would fix all 100 paths and all 100 read nodes, basically. And that is basically how powerful all of these is. And if you're interested, this is the final script, all the 3 elements. And yes, the last part was a little bit more tricky, so this needs a little bit of education and background. But if you see, how to create a node, you just say nuke.createNode. How to open a script, you just say nuke.scriptOpen and give it a path. So just the basics are very relatively easy, and with a little bit of basic of Python knowledge and understanding, you can get very, very far. And that's also one of the reasons we are able to teach someone Python for Nuke and help you to transition into a technical artist, technical directing environment in 10 weeks, basically, including with live Q&As and so on, basically. I think, I'm not sure how much time I have, Hugo. Should I cut this short a little bit? Because I
guess we have, so far we have 2 questions on the Q&A.
Okay.
So we have, but I think you probably have, how much time do you need it? Let me see it.
Maximum 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think you have 5 minutes. Yeah, that's fine. Go for it.
Okay. Awesome. Last thing I want to address, because that is something that I was asked in the recent years, is why to learn Python when there is AI? I know, like, there's a ChatGPT, it can write me the script. Why do I even bother learning it myself? So the simple answer is it sucks. So you should not trust it. And at the end of the day, it's the same problem as with art and generative AI and stuff like that. If you don't know what to do, the generative AI cannot make a big image that looks great. So you, at the minimum, have to judge and have to lead the AI to make great images. That's the best case scenario, which will take still a bunch of years before we are there. So you cannot be a great director, compositor, or whatever. Even if the AI does the work, you cannot be that, because you have first to understand why something works, why it doesn't work, what is the good script, what is, like, you know. And so that is the thing, basically, at the end of the day. At the same time, I have a course called Python Copilot, where I teach you how to work with an AI assistant. At the same time, I want you to use things that are helpful. So never ignore things like AI if they're helpful, but also be careful not to become an idiot who is basically waiting for the AI to make the right move. And that's something we want to avoid. So the best way to be a coder in this world is basically you are a great coder and you use the AI as an assistant. Same thing with things like Copycat. It doesn't replace you as a compositor, but it can speed up your process. So we did this TD meetup with Luca Prestini from Foundry, and we talked about Copycat. And if you use it correctly and you also understand the basics of compositing and so on, you can speed up your process. You know, tracking can be faster and so on. That's really, really cool. And Python is a valuable thing. Not only gives it the logic of machine learning and Copycat, and you are easier to use it because you just better understand it. You can actually write tools for it, you know, how to build networks, how to render sequence, how to find ground truth, combine plugins, write your own Copycat node, and so on and so forth. And then the other one, generative AI, we did also the TD meetup Comfy UI Nuke with Tim Repollier. And even that's the same thing. You can, it's a great tool, but it has extreme limits, and it will not just automatically replace things. You still need to understand what you're doing artistically, technically, and with something like Python, you understand this much, much better, and you can even write this like tools. For example, writing a tool to integrate, as we did here, Comfy UI into Nuke, which is a great way. It doesn't mean you can do, like, you know, hero shots with it, but maybe, like, you know, a house in the background generated, that's a fantastic thing. And if there is a tool that gives you an easy access to Comfy UI in Nuke, that can only be achieved with something like Python, basically. So why learn Python when there is AI? AI is technical and limited, and Python bridges the gap at the end of the day. If you're interested and you find this whole thing interesting in general, and you're interested in the whole, you know, technical artist, technical director in Nuke, but we also train in Maya, in Houdini, in 3ds Max. We're making also Python for Blender. You're welcome to join us. We have a cohort every 3 months where we do live Q&As and assignments and so on. And I think it's also a great addition to what Hugo does with his course. He trains you to become great compositors, and we train you to become also great problem solvers and being able to help yourself and your production, basically. And we also have a newsletter if you're interested to that. If you're interested in the technical aspect of visual effects animation, you're welcome to join us there as well, basically. And then now I'm ready for the Q&A. That's what was it from me.
Thanks so much, Alex. I've already posted your link, a YouTube channel. Be sure to subscribe to Alex's YouTube channel. It's very good, the YouTube channel. And so go there and subscribe. It costs you nothing. It's free. Come on, guys, go for it. And then I also posted the link of Alex's website for if you want to check out some of his courses and some of his other things on the website. Really recommend you to go and have a check there and go deeper there. Yeah, but thank you so much for that, Alex. I think we can go back to full screen. You can probably stop sharing, and then we can go back to
Sure.
regular where we see you bigger as well. Yeah, just if you just stop share. Yeah, there you go. So we have a few questions, which is cool. So thank you so much for submitting the questions, and thank you so much, Sajeel, for taking the time to write them on Discord. Thank you so much. I'm going to start with the first one. The first one is the common interface is the standalone script. Oh, you know what? I'm going to write it for you to read it because it's so long that I'll just write it on the chat here with me, and then you can read it as well, because it was on Discord and it's been a long time that has been spoken. So I've wrote it on the chat here on this call.
I see it.
Yeah.
So should I read it? You want to
Yeah,
read
yeah.
it?
So, sorry. Yes, go ahead. You can read it. Yeah, of course.
Okay, the question for Alex. The common UI is it a standalone script, or are you running it from within a single DCC with same UI components? Also, are you using Qt or tkinter or something else? Okay, so the thing that we use for the UI is basically PySide. PySide is the same thing as Python. PySide is everywhere. If you open Nuke, Houdini, Blender, whatever, there's always PySide in. So we don't have to think about Python, and we don't have to think about PySide. So we just use Python and PySide everywhere, and that makes it everything much, much easier. And if you are a more advanced person, you would actually use qt.py, which allows you to mix and match PySide, PyQt, version 5, 2, 6, whatever. So that's how we approach this, basically. This is something we do at the end of the Python, for example, Nuke course. We look into the Nuke UI, which is a very kind of basic UI, and we also look into the first steps of PySide, because that's something that is important. Also, if there are separate scripts per DCC, are you sharing models which are read between different DCCs to build and run the script as Maya, Houdini, and have different import processes, etc. Import Maya CNDS as Nuke, etc. That changes syntax a bit, and not to mention DCC specific internal. So yeah, this is definitely an advanced question. So this is nothing for beginner. But for example, some tools you cannot share, like a write node tool or something like that. It's a Nuke tool. You cannot change that. That is very much basic Nuke. But something like a loader or a saver or maybe an importer, USD importer, you can share. So how you would solve this? There are a little bit different things. But at the end of the day, if you write this loader, which I had, for example, what you would do is you write 99.9% of the normal code, and somewhere in the code, on a simple matter, you would have an if statement, if elif. So if Maya, execute this command, elif Nuke, execute this command, and so on. You can make it also a little bit more complicated with classes and hierarchy and stuff like that, parenting, but that would be like a thing. Yes, so if you use a tool for multiple DCCs, I would use the same application and just have a check which software you use to trigger different commands depending on the software, basically. That was a very technical question.
This was, by the way, this was a question from Sajeel. From our own moderator, he had a question. Yeah. So I didn't notice that until now. So I was asking him who asked the question. So
okay, no. Yeah. So this is also this is definitely advanced. This is not something you would do on a basic level. But there's a lot of ways you can approach this. But yeah, I'm a big fan of reusing code and making it simple. Next question. I'm a VFX trainer at DNEC and have been teaching for 10+ years in India and abroad. Many of my students, both current and recent graduates, often ask about the future of jobs for freshers, especially now when studios are experimenting with AI, which has also impacted freelance rates significantly. Hiring for freshers is dimmed
by
to
the
zero.
By the way,
India.
Alex, sorry to interrupt you, but I was just told by Sajeel, apologies everyone, that question is for the AI panel. Sorry. But so we can, we can talk about it on the AI panel, I guess, because you're part of the panel, aren't you, as well? Yeah.
So
that's a
question. This is also a very long question.
Yes, I know. So everyone on the chat, please make questions a bit shorter. So maybe go to the next one from Paul Dyko.
Yeah.
Paul Dyko is an old friend. I used to work with him as well, and so he has a shorter question.
So question for Alex: How big a limiting factor is the 10 Python command line limit of Nuke Indie non-commercial for trying to learn to be a ComTD? It is a pain in the ass. I still don't understand why it exists. I think it should be removed, but yeah, it is a really problematic thing. So you can learn it. I think it can be sometimes frustrating, and especially if you are a learner, sometimes you don't understand that it was a limitation versus your code your code was working correctly, so Nuke was limiting, and sometimes you don't understand that as a learner because you don't know, is it my code or is there something? So it can be limiting. One of the ways that we go around this a little bit is, first thing, we have a great collaboration with the Foundry. They offer us a great discount. So everyone who joins a Python for Nuke, probably similar to you, Hugo, they get a graduation license, basically, for a 90% discount or something like that. I don't remember. So first thing, that will be one of the offers. The other way that I recommend to do it, if you want to join our course and use Python and don't have the limitation, is you can use the 30 days trial version, for example, especially during the learning part, for example. That could be one of the ways that you can just use the full version and around it. But yeah, for learning, the 10 limitation node thing can be very difficult. So I would definitely try to find a full version, because it can be really confusing, especially. So that's why we offer this. That's why we're very thankful to Foundry to be able to have these opportunity to offer this to our students. And also, again, a trial version would be more than good enough, because the aspect of the Nuke part is basically half of the cohort. Half of the cohort that we do is pure Python knowledge, because we need to learn the basics, and half of the course is Nuke. And that's basically the part where you can basically use the trial version or the graduation license basically for that. Or the non-commercial, which works like, say, 90% of the time for this kind of environment.
Yeah, and I would say also, I would add to that, to what Alex was saying regarding the Foundry. One thing I think people forget sometimes, if you are already a student on a university or higher education, you actually can go and look at the Foundry's website, because you could have a free student license if you can prove that you're at that university. So there is all sorts of programs they have to help students that are in universities that are doing degrees. So maybe look into that. Either it's free, it could end up being free, or it could be very cheap to buy it. I'm talking about like £100 for the entire license for an entire year. So it's really worth it to look and explore those options, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, I would love if Foundry actually removes the.
Oh yeah, I know. We've been asking, all of us. We've been asking for that thing for years, for all of us.
No, but because for, like, even as an educator, I just noticed how I personally, I don't know what is the background of this decision, but as an educator, I just see that it is more for learning. It's very destructive, because people very confused about, hey, I wrote a script, nothing works. Alex, what's going on? It's like, I think there's limitation on. So hopefully this will be opened up, because I think the rest of opportunities that Foundry offers are great. The amount of tool that you get from the lower versions is fantastic. And so I think that would be the last bastion I would love to see fall a little bit.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap up, but I have one last question. I'm gonna drop you because it's quite short, and I think it could have a short answer. So this question came from Andrea Cassetti on YouTube. I've written it over there.
In your experience, what is the best script text editor to code in the Python between PyCharm, Supply Text, and Visual Studio Code? Okay, in my experience, so I, as a beginner, Sublime Text. As a professional that has a little bit of a pipeline TD, software development level, Visual Studio Code. That is my recommendation. Sublime Text you can use very, very long. I saw a lot of people using Sublime Text as professional technical directors in companies. That is totally fine. Actually, it's really good to use Sublime Text until it doesn't deliver on what you need. And then I would recommend Visual Studio Code because I think it's such a strong thing, and especially with things like GitHub Copilot. It gives you the AI assistant, for example, and all the plugins. I personally like it. I used PyCharm a little bit. I had some problems with Git, so I didn't kind of end up using it more. I tried other tools, Z, I think called, of Vim for a second. But at the end of the day, I personally believe a beginner, Sublime Text, no question about it, and a more advanced, more complex environment. I personally would say Visual Studio Code, but I also heard great things about PyCharm, basically.
Cool. Well, thank you so much for doing that. Well, Alex.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry to bump you out, but thank you so much for that. That was really good. And I can't emphasize enough for people to go and check the YouTube show from Alex, and I've posted on the link as well, and the website as well. What you're doing is amazing. Congratulations. You're such a beacon of hope for this industry and for this community. The stuff you do, your videos, your podcasts, it's really great. You're doing an amazing job. Thank you so much, Alex, for doing so much for the community.
Same. I can also appreciate, I really appreciate that you being part of my podcast and also the communication we had. You were my only Patreon for the 3 months that I had actually the Patreon account, and I noticed that's not for me. So no, I really appreciate that. And I sent you the message actually. Your official 10 years anniversary is the exact same date as my official 8-year anniversary for my channel.
I saw that.
So that was I literally had I didn't know actually. I didn't really track count, but by accident I had a notification at the same day. I was like, oh, what's going on? So it was really funny that we have this 2-year difference at the same day, basically. No, but I really appreciate what you do, and I hope this continues and we are able to celebrate, 15.
I hope so too. Well, I'll see you soon. We're going to be on the panel anyway. So I'll see you soon. Thank you so much for everything, my friend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Okay. Thank you so much for that. That was amazing. Can't believe we're going for it. We've already been going for 2 hours and a half. 2 hours and a half. Oh my God. I'm this is flying now. Woohoo! I'm putting my party angle here. I'll try to put my party angle a few times more during the stream. Hello, everyone. Welcome. We're live on Twitch. We're also live on YouTube at the moment. We're going to be here for 15 hours. Why did I do this to myself? Why did I do that? Next up, we have the amazing Jay from Cave Academy is going to be here talking to us about creating consistent-looking assets for VFX and animation. And I understand that we are a bit behind on schedule, and I do apologize for that. But I'm going to bring him in and see what happens. So let's just do that.
Recording in progress.
Yes, I know you're recording. Thank you. I don't know where to remove that notification. I need to remove it somewhere. Hello, can you hear me? Hello there. I think you're here. Yeah, you're here. Yeah, cool. Oh, excellent. So I'm going to put you up on the screen. Thank you so much for sticking around. I'm so sorry for the delay, my friend. I'm so sorry. Can you hear me? I don't think I can hear you. You're muted. Yeah, just unmute.
There we go. I found it.
Yes.
Yeah. Nice to see you, Hugo. Thanks very much for having.
Not a problem. And thank you. I'm so sorry for the slight delay, and I'm really sorry for all the technical stuff that has been happening. But I'm really grateful that you've joined, and I'm really looking forward to your workshop. I'll take it away. The floor is yours, my friend.
Okay, I just sent you a share screen request.
Oh yes, that's right. Sorry. Yeah, there you go. Now you have it. Okay, the floor is yours, my friend. Thank you so much.
This works. Thank you. Here we go. So you could see my screen.
In a minute, I think. Probably very soon. Yes. Now we see your screen. Okay, yes. Cool. I don't know where you want me to put yourself. Do you want me to put yourself on which corner do you prefer for the screen?
Usually I go top right.
Top right? Okay, cool. We'll keep it that way then. We'll keep it there. If I see something that is covering, I'll move it. Don't worry. Okay, take it away, my friend.
Okay, cool. So I think, YouTube has a delay, doesn't it? So I'm not seeing it live. Yeah, that's all good. Okay, so the plan for this session was just to talk about getting consistent assets and primarily sometimes there's usually an issue, and I like this picture I saw that Hugo had on his kind of weight screen, which is all other departments plus compositing, and I'm going to put lighting here as well, and I'm going to wrap them up under shots. So this kind of a good image of what can happen in a pipeline. And over here, I'm going to put things like modeling, surfacing, which is going to be texturing, and look dev and groom, let's say. Just put LD and groom. And what else you got? Yeah, that's the big ones, let's say. So the reason I wanted to do this session is this comes up quite often, both at a kind of student project level and also at a studio level. I've found a number of times, not everywhere. But what tends to happen is you tend to have different departments, let's say texturing and look dev, or look dev and modeling, using different setups when they're doing their asset build, which can result in different values being used, different kind of points of reference being used. And therefore, when they feed their asset through to lighting and compositing, it doesn't look as it should do in a shop environment, because they've used a separate reference point for what is mid-gray, for example, what is our value for black, or what is our value for white. So I wanted to just do this session just to kind of hopefully give you a few tips or things to look out for if you are working in this department and you are going to be passing your asset over to lighting. So there's a few things you can do to set up your stuff. I did spot this as well, again, on Hugo's waiting screen, which I thought was good. And I quickly grabbed this. I will be jumping into Maya, and he's right, whoever came up with this meme. There was a few other memes as well that I didn't grab, but if it does freeze, then we probably will have to jump into here, and I will probably pull this sort of face. I don't cry often, but yeah, Maya can make you cry. I did like all the memes with Blender, Maya, Max as well. They're definitely it looks like someone's experienced all of that, and I feel that sometimes.
I can send you, man. I can send you all of them. I've been collecting them for like 10 years.
Yeah.
every time I see one, that list is not the whole thing. I have even more than that. Yeah. I'll send you all.
I'll take them all. But again, I've got a little tear kind of filling up my eye now. So anyway, we won't think about that. Hopefully it all goes to plan. So I've just got some stuff here. Again, I'm not going to spend too much time in here. I'm going to show you some examples of what I think works well. But the general idea, let's say, is nowadays most applications are working in a PBR kind of setup, so physically based. And the based is important for me. It's not physically accurate unless you're doing something that's kind of scientific or using a specific renderer, but it's based. And therefore, if you're making an asset, you're going to want to make sure that everything that you're doing is also going to be working in this realm, because that's where all the light and the compositing later on is also going to be working in that same environment. So we want to make sure that we are building shaders that are reflecting light in a specific manner in terms of they are energy conserving. And let's just put that down. Yeah, they're energy conserving. And also that if you've got multiple artists working on an asset, or assets, I should say, let's say artist A and artist B, and B, and they might be working on, this one might be working on a character, and this dude might be working on a vehicle. You have to make some kind of environment or setup that they can work, that when they put their assets together in a shot, that they don't suddenly look out of place, like the character feels too dark or the vehicle feels too saturated. or anything. It could be anything and everything. So we want to make sure that as we're developing our assets, we build an environment to work in where everything can be consistent. Now, the other thing we don't want to do, because you might say, well, why don't I just create one look dev setup and I do everything in there? I do my character with his little arms and legs, and I'll do my car, which is a tiny car, and I'll do my, dinosaur in there as well. And then what you might end up doing, sorry, I forget if dinosaurs have ears, but yeah, let's give it a couple of ears. Legs. Yeah, what you might end up doing is saying, let's take all our assets, let's work in one look dev environment so everything's consistent, but because we have different scale, let's just shrink everything down. So we take this asset and you make it, this big, and you do the same with the car and so on. And again, that should be avoided. Like scale should be relative, and everything should be, in the correct scale for the project that you're working on. Because if you start look deving this asset and you're doing a skin shader, but you've scaled it down just to fit it within a look dev environment, then your skin shader is going to look funny once you make it big again for the shot environment. So again, we're aiming for consistency throughout everything. And the way that I generally kind of push for that, or to set that up, is to define your mid-gray value. So you could be doing a setup in this case, this is a vehicle setup because it's a large space. It's been scaled to work with large vehicles, but it's been illuminated in a manner that mid-gray is mid-gray, okay? So we match our lighting to be, it's not a hero lighting, I should say. It isn't a, the intention of this look dev setup isn't to make the prettiest of pictures, it's to tell us something about the asset. And usually we do go for a 3-point kind of lighting setup, although this one isn't. But it's to give us some information about the asset in terms of what color is the asset, is it too bright, too dark, etc. We've got a character set up here, but again, we're using the mid-gray value as our way of balancing everything. And in this case, this one's for characters, this one is for vehicles, and we're hoping you can get two artists, one doing the characters, one doing the vehicles. They put them together later on, and they'll hopefully be consistent because we've done our white balancing as well, neutral grading, and if we put them in the same place later on under a different lighting, it should work. Here's another example of kind of a character setup, and this one is for, although this does look too dark now, question that myself. This one would be for props and kind of small pieces, bits and bobs, but got a bit of a compilation here where I do have a prop, I do have a character, I have a character somewhere else, and I'll explain why I have the same character somewhere else. I have let's say a mid-sized asset like a statue and a large vehicle. So all being lit in different environments under different, slightly different lighting, but each one of these has been calibrated, each light rig, using a gray card, so they can be consistent. Okay, so here's that character sort of environment down here. This is the 360 environment, which is here. But again, using that mid-gray for consistency throughout the whole process. The other thing, which I've kind of mentioned, is materials are going to be important. And again, that's to do with PBR. Going to want to make sure our materials are, tested throughout the project across multiple assets, and that any artist working with something isn't suddenly making, a metal using some funky colors in CG or in 3D, whether that's Maya, Blender, Houdini, because you can make something look metal, but the actual shader model is kind of been pushed, so it's not actually behaving like a metal. So that's going to be important as well. So in terms of why have different light rigs as well to test things, this one over here, for example, this character light rig, it's great for making, say, a pretty image or pretty-esque image, if you like 3-point lighting, but there's only so much information you can get out of the lighting in terms of getting, what does that character look like? Whereas if you have a 360 setup, like this one here, by firing individual lights at different angles, then you're going to pull up different bits of information, so poor information as well, for example. Now, the reason I mentioned this is sometimes when you're building an asset, again, going back to consistency, is someone might look at a let's say, a character render in here, supervisor, if this was a character here, let's say with, got the strangest arms and legs, they might look at that character and they say, oh, you know what, it's all looking good, but I'm not seeing enough pores. So can you do something to the skin shader to bring out the pores a bit more? And you might think, actually, the pores are all good, but that's the note from my supervisor, so I will go and crunch up the displacement, or I might crunch up the normal map. So I'm kind of pushing what is correct to the max or beyond the max, because again, I've just got some feedback, and that feedback is based on what we're seeing in this light rig. But instead of doing that, what would be better is say, you know what, I'm going to take this asset, I'm going to drop him somewhere else, and I'm going to hopefully use a different type of lighting that allows me to bring out the pore detail that's already there. So I can then go back to the client or the supervisor and say, here's our asset in a kind of beauty lighting, which is 3-point lighting, let's call it. And then here's our asset in a 360 environment where we've got more focus lighting hitting the asset in different places. And then we can see that the pores are there. We don't need to crunch them up. Okay, so that's, again, important to test under different lighting, and I'll show some examples. The other thing I would recommend is it is worthwhile doing some real world shooting if you can. And you don't have to do anything complex, but it just allows you to see how objects in the real world will respond to light. And then you can put that into your CG. And I find that's a good way of laying down a ground truth. So whether that's doing pore detail or just general metal work, it's a good way of seeing how does a real world object get photographed. So then we can mimic that in a render. Now, I'm not saying a photograph is the same as a render. I would say they're going to be slightly different, because with a photo, you're going to have different characteristics. For example, vignetting, grain. So you got grain, you're going to have some kind of bokeh effects or, diffraction, etc. You've got all these things happening, which you don't always get automatically in a renderer. So you're going to have to try and figure out how can you put this stuff into the renderer as well later on. But again, that's a different conversation. But I'm going to show you some examples of kind of different renders that different people have done. And I will show you how, again, these are kind of people who have just used some of our light rigs or been on some of our courses. But hopefully it shows you that they can work in separate, kind of parts of the world, but they get a consistent look because they've been provided with templates that are consistent and calibrated. And that's the important word, actually, I should use, calibrated. So let me show you some examples, if I can pull them up. Oops, I pressed the wrong button, have I? What is that? Oh, this is the one. Pot Player. If you haven't heard of Pot Player, I think I've fallen for it. It's a very nice video player. This is by Burgess Shroff. He's a creature kind of maestro, but we've taken his asset and we've just rendered it in the kind of character setup. But the idea is then we can take that and put it into a 360 setup, or we can put it somewhere else. But if someone else did a character in this setup as well, I don't think I got another one, then hopefully we can then put them both in a shot context and they'd be consistent. It's just a close-up of that same asset, again, by Burgess Shroff, who, again, super talented dude. And we've got the same one in, again, I know this is just gray as well, but we can still assess things like shape and form, detail, just by looking at the gray asset. And in this case, it's going to do an individual fire, or it should. Here we go. So with the individual fire, we can then assess things like pore detail. And if we crank up the exposure as well, sometimes it's best to do that once you've got individual lights. But again, it just allows us to see things like pore information. Now, what I didn't do with this version is render subsurface scattering, because that's very nice to do, even on a gray model. I think I've got some examples here, actually. Let's scroll down. Yeah, this is a real world shoot where I just shot different assets, but the idea was to have that individual light fire around, and then that will reveal different details. And in this case, it's poor information. So again, depending on the angle of the lighting, you can very much lose that poor information because you can flat light something. So having that individual fire, even for a character or for, again, if you're doing a prop, is really useful. And again, subsurface scattering would be the same kind of result that you see from doing something like that. Just go to this one as well, because it's not just kind of poor detail and subsurface scattering. It's also things like peach fuzz, which you don't tend to see unless the light is at the right angle. Sorry, I'm just skipping through this to get to, yeah, there it is, that one there. Yeah, so you can see here, for example, we've got a whole bunch of peach fuzz, even on this wood. I'm just going to grab this image. Just paste this in. Yeah, even on this wood here, we can see there's fibers where it's been sawed by me, and over here. So stuff like that, you're not, or you don't want to see it all the time. It's only going to be based on the light position and angle and strength and so on. But so yeah, you won't want it always on your beauty render. It's a good idea to build assets with different lighting so you can just assess them under different conditions. Usually what I tend to do is I have a studio setup, which is what we're looking at. We've got, in this case, a 360 as well. Let's just call that beauty for now. And then I would do exterior HDRIs. So for example, a sunny day, a cloudy day. And then maybe if you have some shots come in for like a VFX project, or maybe some interior as well. It's nice to get an interior shot. And then if you have a shot specifically for the project, you can kind of see what it looks like under shot, 001, let's call it 002. So again, you're kind of testing your asset under multiple different setups just to make sure it is kind of shot ready and PBR friendly as well. PBR friendly. Okay, so I'll just go back to some of those examples. Oops, wherever they may be. Here we go. Sorry, I've got too many things open now. Yeah, so if we just go back here, we've got this dude in this environment. And if I just go to the next one. So we've got Iron Man, gray, and color. This is by Jonathan Riley, did the model. I've just slapped some very quick shaders on here. But again, for assessing things like metals, it's, they're going to respond differently to diffuse materials. For example, on the gray Iron Man, you can see, we can pretty much see him all the time, although it's quite dark now. Whereas the metallic shader, you can see once there's no light reflecting on it, it gets very dark very quick. So again, metals respond differently, and we can easily assess that using specific light rigs for consistency. And the idea is that someone could work on this asset, do the shaders in that light rig. Someone could work on this asset, do the materials. And if we put the two together, because these two light rigs are consistent and they've been kind of calibrated with a mid-gray value, then they should go into the shot nicely later on. Okay. And same with, I know I'm being bad here in mixing universes. So if there's any Marvel fans or DC fans, don't take offense, but we should be able to take this asset, and this one's done by Adam Perez, and drop him into the same environment as the Iron Man and as the Yaksha King, and they should get on, I reckon, pretty friendly. I reckon they'll be a friendly bunch, but yeah, the idea is setups for look dev have been consistent, whether that's for checking geometry, textures, materials, that we should be able to throw them later on into the same place. I'm going to come back to that. This one's a bit shaky. Again, this is another example. I'm going to try and freeze it because I can't frame by frame it. There's too much. But with this, for example, Okay, that's the one. Yeah, there we go. So this first one is this turntable. That's the CG version. And then it switches to the real version there. So this is the photography reference. And again, it's the same as if you're doing like 5 CG assets. If you're working with real world data, then you can still, as long as you capture the color chart and the lighting reference, and you can rebuild it, you can then match that later on pretty easily. So for example, if we look at these shadows here, I'll just take this screenshot. Is that snipping tool gone? I'm going to paste this in again. So that's my CG version. Let me go here. And I'll just do the same. I'll just grab this one. This is just a whip still, so the CG one hasn't been finished, but let me grab that. Yeah, you can see they're not finished yet, but for consistency, when we're building assets as well, to make sure things are lining up, we can use things like this to ensure that what we're assessing is a ground truth. So in this case, this is a ground truth. And we've got a bit more work to go on this one here, but it's slowly starting to get there. The metals are responding kind of in a similar way. Well, the glass definitely isn't, so that's a kind of fail there. But we can see some of the kind of rust work here, and the metal underneath that's peeling through is kind of coming along as well. So getting photographic reference if you're doing VFX is very useful, but making sure, same as when you set up your look dev setups, that data is graded, it is neutrally balanced, so you can then work with that same kind of methodology in CG as well. I'll just show you a few more examples. And we've got a talk coming up soon. Yeah. Here's 2 examples. This is from Daniel Bates, who used our prop light rig, and he's built his from Toy Soldiers. I think it's Toy Soldiers, I forget what it's called. But yeah, he's done this independently on his own, just using the light rig. And then if I go here, this is by Yadinesh. And again, he's worked independently. So we could probably take these 2 assets, put them together. They're both props, and they should, be lit in a consistent way and look right. This is someone else's Iron Man dude. But again, I'm sure we could take that asset. I should have probably taken a few assets and just put them in a lighting environment, but that would work against another asset being built somewhere else, because again, all the setups are consistent and calibrated. And same for these portraits. This is just the still. This one is another still. Digidouble. I'm going to go to this Digidouble here from Sefki. So again, all of these heads, multiple people working on them, we should be able to take all of them, and they should work in the same space together because they've been consistently using the same setups. Okay. And we've got Miles Morales here as well. So I did say I'll go into Maya, but are we okay for time? I know at past, right? It's the AI chat, but I can jump in.
Yeah, but don't
feel free
worry
to stop me, Hugo.
No, don't worry, Jay. I already spoken with the gang. We're gonna be like 10 minutes late on that panel, so you have a little bit more time. Please go to Maya and do the thing that you were planning to do. I already asked them that, so.
Yeah, I won't be too long. So I've got this asset in here, and again, the way it's been set up, I've also got this asset here. So 2 different light rigs, 2 different characters, or assets, characters, shark and human. Although they're being treated slightly differently, and again, I'll simplify this just for speed purposes. Let's just take this example for now, is if I just come here, I've hidden it for some reason. I've deleted it, which isn't ideal. Here we go. Yeah, I've got in this scene a gray ball, a chrome ball, and which one's this? Why is that hidden there for? Yeah, the chrome bore is mainly just to show reflection. It's mainly the gray card that I'm after. I've made this big one here. So this card here is using a mid-gray shader. So it's got a value in linear of 0.18 and it's got a bit of spec. And what I'm doing with that is I'm rendering this. So as I illuminate this mid-gray, if I just set this up now, let me just set up a camera. Just gonna set up a new camera quickly. Cameras. Let's just look through this. Let's just get close to this for now. And what do I want to do? Open on render view. Okay, let's see if it's going to render this with very low samples on the GPU. Let's turn that off. And I'll just render this very small as well, just so, oh, blimey. Let's do 1000 by 2. Okay, so if I just, and this bit's going to be important as well, because we could kind of make things look correct just while that's going. I'm just going to come in here. Yeah, we could easily, if I just come over here, I can move this thing. I'm just going to just grab this color here. Okay, so if we pretend that is our mid-gray value. Okay, let's just do this. Now I should use probably something like, I don't know, Photoshop or Nuke for this bit, but let's just sample that. Let's just do that. Let's say that's our mid-gray value. Okay, and everyone's happy with that. We've measured this and we've gone in a kind of linear space. This is a value of 0.191. If you use the kind of standard color chart, that's the value. Diffuse or base color, yeah, diffuse I'm going to call it, is 0.18. And then the spec is the bit that makes the difference. So plus that equals 0.19. Okay, and if you sample a color chart from kind of the ASUS sort of library, color science library, it will usually end up as that value. So that's our mid-gray. Now, in order to make this look mid-gray, there's a couple ways we could do it. We could do it let's say the accurate way, which is our shader equals that value. So 0.18 plus a bit of spec to give it that value. Or we could cheat it. We could actually make our shader say incorrect because someone's just done it by eye. Maybe they've ended up with a value of 0.17, let's say. So we're 0.1, no, 0. Whatever that is, the difference there. So we're off slightly, if that's what it is. And what you could do is you could just add more light to make it brighter. So it could look correct. We could hit that value just by adding a bit more light. So we could have an incorrect shader, which is broken, or it's just wrong. But we can add more light to make it look correct. So when we're doing our look dev setup, we really want to make sure our shader is mid-gray and that value is correct. And then we illuminate it with just the right amount of light that it then gives us this value when we sample it as a pixel. And that's what I'm going to do now. Okay, but I'll also show you quickly, if we have time, that I can make my shader incorrect and I can overexpose my lighting, and it could still give me the same pixel value of 0.19, but I've fudged it by breaking the lighting. And the reason that's important is you could make something that's broken here. You could give it to lighting later on, who then pass it a comp. They do their lighting, but there's one asset that's been done with correct shader values. There's another asset that's incorrect. And once it hits lighting and you've got different people working, they just end up with like a library of messy assets or inconsistent assets, and things fall apart very quickly. So, okay, so let's just do this. Ignore that for a second. Let's go here, new camera. Okay, so there's my gray value. And if I just sample, because I'll just do this quickly here, I go pixel, you can see that that value is going to vary, but it's around 0. If we look here, let's grab that maybe. Oops. Yeah, if we look here, because I don't know what you can see on my screen. This value is 0.193. So it's close to 0.191. It's slightly off. Okay, but that's, again, there's going to be a bit of wiggle room, we'll say. But we could do this though. So that is correct. So let me just quickly render that. It won't take that long, just so I can grab this image quickly. So let's just save that. And let's say that is our, exposed image as we want it with the correct value of being mid-gray. Now I could do something like this. I could say, let's take that, let's break it. Let's make this value, oops, all right, 0.2. So it's darker. Okay, and let me save that. That's now, you can see here, it's 0.126. And if I now play with the lighting, actually, I'll do this on the camera because it's going to do all the lights together. Camera. Nope, I want that. Arnold. And yeah, let's just do this. Crank that up. And I'm just going to sample that region. Crank that up again. Almost there. 0.6. There you go, that's about right. So if we now look at this, save that. If I go between this one and that one, if I zoom in, they look pretty much the same. So someone could just look at this. If that's all the reference point they have is just an image, they might go, okay, cool, this looks mid-gray, I've sampled it, it's around 0.019, so all good. And then if they start look deving their asset, because that's the approved scene, what they're going to find is once they start, I mean, I'll do it now. If I just duplicate this, is if they start building their shaders, I'm just going to put a new material on this one. Can you, oh yeah, sorry, it's here. Damn. Did not want to do that. This is why. Is this rendering? Yes, it is. That's why. Sorry. Okay. So if I just grab this now, new shader. Grab this. Oh, sorry. There it is because it's floating. Okay, let's just do that. I'll just randomly plug this in. But if I render this now, we can see here that the correct value for mid-gray is the one on the right, and the one that's been kind of calibrated for the lighting is the one on the left. And if you were to do, let's say, if you've got two artists working, and now one of them says, right, I'm going to make something that's meant to be a white and a color value. Let's do that maybe. Let's just go 9 actually. And let's do the same over here where if they want to match, oh, sorry, this one's going to be 8. Did I hear that? Nope. Yeah, if we do that, for example, is again, these two look correct, on paper, the values look similar, but we've got different shader values here because what's happened is the artist, whoever set up the look dev template, has underexposed their setup and they've used the mid-gray value that's not mid-gray, and they've cheated things by playing with the lighting. So if you were to have an artist take this, and then an artist take that, and if I just take this and I make this 0.9, for example, that's now going to be too bright. So it's very subtle and you can't see the difference very well. Yeah, there's going to be a difference in brightness between these two, especially if they go to shots. So you could plug the same values in here, but because they've been created under different look dev kind of environments where the mid-gray value wasn't consistent, then it can mess things up in shots later on when you pull everything together. Does that make sense? Hopefully. I know it's a very quick blast through, but I will leave it there because it will get.
It made sense for me, but I there's questions, and I think whenever I see the chat not saying anything, that's because they're listening. They're distracting. So I think that was great. We have a few questions. I don't know if you have anything else that you want to show. If you want to go through the questions,
I'm happy to go through the questions. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much everything. Yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you so much for that. Unless there's anything that you still wanted to say. Sorry, I didn't mean to
No. I think that's good. It's just yeah. I mean, it's more a case of just considering you're building assets of how can you make something consistent, and what is your reference point. So and for me, that's mid-gray is a good reference point. I've done a project where I had to do loads of materials from dark blacks to bright whites, and we were testing them all under one lighting environment, and the way to not get things that blow out like the whites was to just define that mid-gray value so we could go dark and bright. So it's worthwhile doing, and then on top of that you can then do all your hero lighting later on, or your hero look deving under different lighting setups, but it's worthwhile defining that mid-gray value so everyone just works consistently. But yeah.
Okay. Well, I have you should have a chat room there. I have question number 1 there for you on the chat on this. Sorry, on the chat on Zoom. That's what I meant.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe read it first so people, because I think it's been a while since it was on the chat on YouTube.
Yeah.
So.
What is the chat? Yeah, this is always the question. About this is Leonardo, this app for drawing. So let me just grab these questions and I'll just throw them in.
Yeah.
This is the main question that anyone will ask is the app I'm using is Leonardo.
Cool.
It's like £60, super cheap. I'm sure it can do more. I just use it it's just an open canvas. So you can just go anywhere and zoom in. Rendering out.
You were asking if someone were listening. Yes, someone on the chat, Ricardo on the chat says that's a proper live workshop. Lots of experience shares. Thanks, Jay. So someone was listening, is he?
Yeah. And then from the movie rabbit hole, rendering out a turntable with 3D color charts and gray boards on C-stand seems redundant. Is it to communicate people? Yes, that is the only. I don't actually render them all the time, and I agree. It is redundant. And actually, I'll show you. I didn't have it on this list. Did I have it? I'll pull one up recently. Thought it was on that list, but I can find it quickly. Here we go. Did I have it on here? Did a little bit. Let me find it. Give me 2 seconds. I know where it is. Here we go. Let me drop it in. So, yes, like for example here. Oops, what have I pressed? Yeah, this stuff here. I'm just going to grab it so I can doodle on it. Okay. So, yeah, I don't personally myself care about seeing this stuff, but I think if you're doing a tech check and you just want to check that your artist is working with the with the correct lighting, and it's been lit with the correct kind of brightness values, then it's very useful. The only reason I like to see it is for consistency. I just want to say to an artist, have your asset looks great, but have you done it under a calibrated environment so we know that if Bob, who's doing a different digidouble, Mary is doing another digidouble, can we take all your digidoubles and put them into the shot later on, or crowd assets, or whatever you're doing. And they all look like they would, like they belong, like they're not funky. So is it redundant in a sense of having to, I think if a supervisor sets everything up, you don't have to keep re-rendering it. Like this is only a one-time render, really, as long as no one changes the lighting. It's nice to have as a reference guide of they've done it, and yes, we're using the right space, environment, look, dev, setup. But beyond that, it doesn't add much to it. It is more for the kind of setup phase that they're very useful. Or if you get into lighting later on, then you have your shot HDRI. Sorry, not your shot HDRI. Your reference from the VFX shot, where they've got the gray and the chrome, and then you've got your CG version, and you just want to show that you've matched the same kind of look and feel. So that's very useful later on. Again, just as a way to say to the supervisor, I have done the task of matching the real world reference, and now I can then start plussing the lighting on top of that. Yeah, pretty much it is to communicate to people we've done things consistently. So
yeah,
and also it kind of just adds a bit of I think it adds a bit of VFX kind of pizzazz. I personally, the thing I don't like seeing, sorry, I will stop after this, is I'm not a fan, and I know I wouldn't say I'm to blame, but I've definitely done renders with it, and I'll just try and find something quickly. If I can find it here. Let's have a look. I'm not a fan of having the stuff in the render itself. And again, I'm guilty of doing it myself, so I'm kind of knocking myself in the past, going to the wrong place. The reason, for example, I don't know if I'm going to find it in any current one, but where I can find it. Sorry, I will just do a quick search for framing. And I've written about why I don't like it myself. So I kind of used to do it, and then I told myself off. There's a bit of a write-up here. So I'm not a fan of having the actual gray and the chrome in the render itself. I like it at the beginning, and I like it as a reference point, again, just to say to people, we've used it, we've calibrated, blah, blah, blah. But I don't like it, for example, here. Well, that's maybe later on. I don't like it here, and this is my render, so I'm having to go at myself. I don't like that. I don't like this. I hate this when people make it like the star, or the kind of, look at my asset and look at this. I really don't like that. And I don't like this. Although this is fine, I'm kind of saying, it's okay. And the reason I used to do that is I used to see it, so people would be like, oh, just copy. But then when I started doing more photography, it was always about using it for calibration and then moving it out of the way. Like use it to set up and then get rid of it. So now I know with the stuff I render, I use it to say, I've rendered it, I've balanced it from here, because it's important that you balance this is a different conversation slightly, but you want to make sure that you're balancing your lighting to where the asset's going to be as well, where some people will throw these in the corner and then they'll just look funny because they've got no reason to be there, in a 3D space anyway, which we haven't discussed. And then I'll get rid of it so it's hidden. The only thing I have on screen is a scale reference, which is this cube, which I don't mind. But yeah, I'm not a fan of just leaving them for, to be visible and just hanging around in the render. I do find that isn't how you would photograph an asset. Like if you've got an actor that comes in, you're not going to say to, I don't know, who's an actor at the minute? Brad Pitt, let's just say. You're not going to say, hey, Brad, we're going to photograph you, and I'm just going to leave some balls next to you and a color chart. Because Brad's going to be just like, all about me. So yeah.
I completely agree. But it is, like you said, it's really important while you're working for yourself. That's really important.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
Jay, we have to leave it there because we're already like a little bit late for the panel, so thank you so much. This was wonderful, and I already posted the link to your website on the chat multiple times. I really recommend everyone to go and check Cave Academy and the amazing work that Jay is doing on his website and on his channels and social media. I can't thank you enough. Like, you do so much for our community. You have so much content, and you have so many amazing high-end professional courses there. I think you are the go-to standard now for this kind of. Yeah, you are. Like, your courses are amazing. So congratulations for the amazing work you've been doing for the community.
Wow, it can't be that good. I can't even find how to stop Zoom. So I found it. There it is. Stop screen share. Yeah, you're amazing. I can't even stop Zoom.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Hugo. It's the same on your side. I'm always looking at your stuff for compositing. So.
Thanks so much. Cool. Well, I'll leave you to it. Well, I'll see you in a minute.
Cool. Yes,
so easy. I'll see you very soon.
Cool. See you in a bit. Bye.
Okay, cool. Well, there you go. Here we are. Things are flying by. We are already going to our first panel. Can't wait for this one. This is going to be a massive, massive panel. So hang with us for a while. We are going to jump right in to the panel, which is the... It's called... I know it's a long title. It's called Let's Have an Honest Conversation About the AI in the VFX Industry. Now, we have a lot of people on this panel. So this panel is going to be for an hour, and we're gonna I've also included half an hour extra in case we go long, and also if we have a lot of questions on the chat. So let's just dive in and let's just see how this panel is going to go. I'm really looking forward to this one. I'll be in the panel in just a minute, and so we'll be right back, and I just need to turn it on and everything, so just give me a second.
I can't wait. I can't wait, Claudia, for your very positive.
Hello there. Hello there.
AI investments. Hiya.
Hi.
Hello.
So sorry about that. Sorry about the delay. I know we're about 15 minutes late. I'm so sorry for everyone involved. I'm so sorry. Hope that's okay with everyone. If anyone has to rush out.
I can't wait. Claudia,
check. Sorry.
Positive.
Hello there. It's Claudia. Claudia, you need to.
Sorry.
So
Sorry about that. Sorry about the delay. I know we're about 15 minutes late. I think it's Klaudija that has the audio, and it's the same thing we had on the showreel, so you need to mute. Okay,
Sorry.
cool. No problem. Okay, so I was just about to say that thank you so much for still being here, and so sorry that we are 15 minutes late. If anyone has to rush, just please go. One thing I wanted to just let you know all, I cannot join with the webcam, so you won't be able to see me. People can see me. They can see it on the stream, but they can't see because I'm already sharing the webcam on 2 streams, on YouTube and on Twitch. I have not found the way of doing it a third time without having to have another deck link card, which I'm not going to put another one on my computer. I already have 3. So I'm not going to do that. So you won't see me. Sorry. People will see me, but not you guys. I'm so sorry about that. Now, Saint, this is your show, so I'm just going to ask you one thing. Do you prefer everyone on at the same time, or do you want one at a time showing up live? You know how Zoom makes that, where you want the mosaic? Yeah. You prefer the mosaic?
Yeah, keep the mosaic. Yeah,
okay,
fine.
Cool. Now, Saint, this is your show, so I'm just gonna. Here comes the sound again. So, Klaudija, do you have the headphones like you had last time? Okay, cool. You probably have to put the headphones, otherwise we're gonna have a loop audio.
Yes.
Cool. Well, anyway.
Yeah, just tell me when I'll start. I'll do a little intro. Then I'm asking everybody to give under 2 minutes of their position on AI and their kind of comments, and then we'll hit with the questions and the conversation.
Yeah.
And I know I'm not, it's not going to be a big Q&A session as such. We'll see how it goes, but my role as moderator is just to keep the conversation going.
Yeah, I'll keep posting the questions on the chat. So Zoom has a chat, and I'll post them there. Okay. And I'll keep doing that throughout the show. We don't need to do it right now, but I'll keep them posting. Sajeel is doing an amazing job posting them extracting them from YouTube. But anyway, again, like I said, thank you so much for everyone being here. But I'm going to leave it to you, Saint. It's your show, so go for it.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Hello, everybody, and congratulations to Hugo's desk for 10 years. What a desk that is. Best buy from IKEA ever. So thanks, Hugo, and thanks for arranging this. And this whole sort of session is a kind of celebration of the VFX community. And of course, we couldn't let it go by without talking about AI. And I'm hoping everybody knows what AI stands for. Unless you've been hiding under a rock. So this panel is let's have an honest conversation about AI and the VFX industry. So we're going to keep it to that. We're not going to make it a wider thing about societal implications, but we'll try and keep it to us as practicing VFX artists and professionals. Like Hugo says, we've got 60 minutes to talk through this in conversation with these wonderful panelists. And then we've got half an hour after that if we need it for audience questions and getting into the gritty side of all kinds of generative AI, LLMs, etc., etc. So fantastic. We've got a fantastic panel. Alexander Richter, Klaudija Cermak, of course, Courtney Pryce, Hugo himself and his desk, Jahirul Amin, of course, Sajeel Shukla, Ricardo Ferreira, and of course the inimitable Richter Perez. So guys, I'm going to start off with asking you to each say a statement about AI from your perspective and what may be your position on it. And I'm going to start in that order. So Alex, if you could go first, tell us about your position on AI.
Thank you very much, Saint. So I just mentioned when I did my workshop about how I see AI for ComTDs and like Python users, basically. So from my point of view, as someone who works in technology, in visual effects, animation, games, I love things that make my life easier. So for me, AI in general is something that I see positively, even though I cannot open my LinkedIn account anymore because it's just ridiculously annoying. But for me, I always see the thing that is useful. So when I started to look into AI, for example, for coding and stuff like that, I always see the level of it actually being useful, and I throw away everything that is not useful. So and I experienced in my when I did it basically that AI is maximum on the level of assistant, like meaning you have to be really good at whatever you do, and AI is an intelligent but not smart intern that can support you. You know, it can, for example, in coding, it can help you code faster. It can do a code review for you. It can maybe give you alternative solution. It's basically like if you work for you on your own, it's a great person you can talk to, but you have to be aware that the ideas and the solutions can be retarded or bad sometimes, and you just have to be someone who understands enough to deal with that. And so I see it positively, but I also see, sadly, the negative overuse of it. And in my role also as educator, I try to find the balance where I say use it 10, 20%, but don't overuse it, basically.
Thank you. Yeah, that idea of AI as a not so smart intern is a very good kind of vision, great image to have. Let's go with Klaudija now. Klaudija, what's your position on AI?
Okay, you did say 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So I will be honest. I have a problem with AI, as I think it's in the wrong hands for wrong reasons, and here purely to replace salaries. I think a lot of people are scared to voice this opinion because they don't want to come across as being old-fashioned or against progress. However, we need to think about human nature and what makes us human. Let me explain. According to Karl Marx, human nature is defined by our essential drive to be creative, productive, and transform the world through our labor, a process he calls species being. This inherent potential for creativity is stifled and alienated under capitalism, and we know who is running this AI drive, right? Where market forces rather than human needs dictate production, leading to us being estranged from our human nature of creativity and estranged from our fellow human beings and ultimately ourselves. Having said that, I have been exploring various AI tools like Runway, Keen Tools, Midjourney, and so on, and I even encourage my students to have a play around. But we tend to concentrate on tools that are part of the industry pipelines like Nuke, Copycat, or some machine learning tools from VFX and so on. I'm talking about compositing here. And we find that sometimes it is too time-consuming to set up, let's say, Copycat if one is dealing with one shot of a kind at a time, rather than a sequence of similar shots. The same is with cleanup. We will turn to Nuke's inference nodes, let's say, or Boris's Mocha, rather than Runway or similar. Of course, many visual effects facilities are building their own tools like Framestore and Vita and so on for individual shows. But then that was always really the case. We always were building tools for particular effects or particular shows. So interestingly enough, for concept art, Visual Effects Society London recently had a top panel of concept and previous artists, Daniel Magari, Kieran Belshaw, Jules Dorialat, and Chris McDonald's, who were all talking about their work, and they were not using AI as they were incredibly skilled in creating numerous iterations of their visions themselves. So I think the thing to remember is that we are now in some sort of in-between space. We know AI is coming and we are trying to adapt, but in our case at Escape, we are still teaching traditional methods because I haven't still seen anything that can completely replace certain skills that we need to have. I mean, that is if we want to work at a high-end level that we are used to, like being pixel
we
perfect.
need to
yes. Is it too long?
Roll up now. Just
yes.
carry on.
Okay.
Just
okay. That was my stance roughly. When you want to be very precise, I think it's very hard to get AI tools to be precise, especially in concept creation. I mean, I was going to show an example, but
Klaudija, I have to stop you there just to be fair
fine,
to
fine.
the others. But thank you.
Yes,
You know,
I agree.
so there we have a sense of distrust of the people who are creating the tools and their motives maybe. But you're very much portraying there the need to be on the side of the humans, Team Human, as I call it. So thank you very much for that. Courtney, could you give us your perspective now?
Yeah, sure. I mean, personally, yes, there's definitely the ethical and philosophical debate around AI that needs to be had, and there is the dystopian kind of outline, the future kind of potential where it can run away from us and get out of control and or even get an IQ or a level of like consciousness that we can't control and stuff like that. And that's a real thing that people of knowledge need to treat with respect and actually some sort of what's the word, conscience. But in my personal day-to-day life, AI has enhanced it or has enabled me to do more and be more creative to a certain extent with different tools and different platforms where they combine multiple tasks. Now, for instance, let's say I had to create let's say a pitch deck, for example. Typically, I would have needed about 3 or 4 different people to help me create that. I can do that on my own in a few evenings and have something to present. So, yes, it does remove the need for 3 or 4 extra people that I could potentially pay or give, some sort of remuneration to. But then also it allows me to get to my vision or my final idea a lot faster. So I would like to think of it more as a Jarvis rather than an Ultron. And I hope you guys get the reference there. But yeah, I think it's as bad as the people controlling it or that enable it to go out into the world without restraints. So yeah, that's my view.
Thanks, Courtney. Yes, so very much there about enhancement and optimization. And yes, you point out there the need for ethics and maybe also that idea that we are going to need less people who will do more. But we may cover that later on. So thank you very much for that. Hugo, what's your stance?
Okay, I'll try to be short, but I'm probably the only person probably in this panel that I have not used AI at all. Like I just hate it, so I don't really just use it. I, of course, not talking about machine learning. That's a very different thing, and I think people confuse those two things. I use machine learning, and I embrace machine learning, and I think machine learning is great. But AI, for me, especially generative AI, I'm more talking about generative AI. I just don't use it. I just refuse to use it. I just feel that I don't understand what's the fucking point, and I don't really understand why we even had the need to have something to automate art. For me, it's a huge problem. I'm sure I sound like an old man yelling at clouds. That's fine. I don't mind. I was just 47 last week, so yeah, I'm an old man. That's fine. But the thing with this is that I just can't pass this problem of, you guys, a lot of people on the channel know me. I have a fine art degree. That's what I did when I first started my life. And I come from art. Art is all about the story, and it's about the passion, it's about the journey, and it's about emotional tolls, and it's about sentiments, and it's not something that I am interested in optimizing. And I never really understood why we have the need to optimize this. I have no, well, I know why. The shareholders want more money, and the CEOs want more money, and that's why. But I'm very in favor with AI if we're talking about medical practices, or if we need to, help to save cancer, or to develop a lot of technology that can make our lives better. I just don't really get why we had the need to replace art. If anything, music and writing and art and visual effects and all the arts, really, comic books, for me, they've always been about the human side. And so I just can't deal with that. And so maybe I'm on denial, maybe I'll be wrong someday, but I look at it and it just repulses me, and I just can't stand it. But I am very in favor of machine learning. That's a different conversation altogether. I don't want to spend much more time. I've talked about this so many times on my channel, so I'm not going to... Everyone on the chat knows my opinion about this, so I'm going to pass it over to someone else to hear other opinions.
Yeah. Thank you. So you're on the fence then, aren't you? Yeah.
Yes.
So
you're very polite. Yes, I'm very on the fence. Yes.
No, I'll say you're totally on the other side of the fence. But anyway, thank you very much. And I think sort of what you were saying there about sort of the confusion of terms about machine learning, and we're living in a kind of an acronym soup where people are throwing these terms around without really knowing what they are. So thank you for making that clear. Jay, what about you? What's your position?
Yeah, I guess I do use some machine learning bits and bobs, especially for photogrammetry, Gaussian splats. I haven't delved too much into generative AI. And I think that's more to do with, well, there's two reasons why. The first one would be just making sure it's ethical kind of tool sets. I know there are some supposed ethical tool sets, but that then goes on to the second reason why I don't use it much would be, I guess I still enjoy the doing of stuff. And I guess there's a lot more of typing stuff, and I just don't find that. I like writing, don't get me wrong, but I like writing, not having something write for me. And the same with making pictures or anything else. Like, even though I'm a very poor drawer, artist, painter, I still like doing it. So it hasn't enticed me so much to, start generating art with tools. But I do like things like, again, post-shot, for example, Gaussian splatting for VFX, creating a 3D kind of almost like a witness camera in 3D space. That's amazing for lighting reference, for example. So I see some benefits in that kind of technology. I could understand why people want to generate images because it makes them feel like they've made a picture, but I still personally like to try to make a picture, even if it's not the picture I wanted in my head. But I like the enjoyment of doing that still.
Yeah, and we as practicing artists, as professionals in VFX, we like to make images, and we don't want to lose that. We don't want to give that power to something else and just end up being like you say, a keyboard jockey. So thank you very much for bringing that up as a point. Sajeel, what about you? Is Sajeel here?
So yeah, I'm here.
Great.
Hey, so I have a mixed bag. So I don't like to use generative AI in general, but I use AI as a prompt engine for me, to be honest, when I'm sometimes stuck. So two things I refuse to do. Initially, I did dabble into it to see, hey, what's the fuss about? Example, Midjourney and all. But then I refuse to pay money to huge corporations. So I run most of this online on my local computer, like Comfy UI or Olama LLMs. And yeah, I use it to prompt me when I'm confused, like, hey, I want to do this, like, give me like 10 options, then I'll select, but then I'll weave it into my story and my direction of how I want to do things. And let's say I write scripts as well. So I would then go ahead and rewrite the whole thing in my own words and the way I want it. But yeah, sometimes I take it as a help when I get writer's block or something. But overall, I think it's here to stay. There's nothing we can do. And one thing I strongly believe is if you don't have vision, yes, we get a lot of AI slop. Like there's new trend with those small toys now coming in. Like a few months back, it was Ghibli art, everyone converting things to Ghibli, right? So it's a fun tool for general people. They unknowingly don't know how much damage they are doing to the industry by promoting it too much like this. It's fun and games for them, but then again, I've seen artists from our industry giving into those trends. Like again, the small toy thing with the Blender background, it's trending everywhere now. So I think we'll keep on getting that AI slop. But one good thing that I saw was YouTube came up with a thing that, hey, your AI generated content is not going to be monetized anymore. So it's pretty good. Otherwise, I had seen a lot of Indian religious content, like just like how Bible is there's Mahabharata and Ramayana and things like that. So people were just making animated videos of this and putting it out using AI. So yeah, loads of same thing because everyone was using Midjourney and Runway and whatnot. So you're seeing similar content, similar stories. And yeah, that's the AI slop. And there is no way that would replace high-end VFX. But on the other flip side, would VFX studios not use AI? I'm seeing all the studios here in India using it. But things for like background crowd, which is out of focus, like if I have blur like this, they'll use it and it's going to save cost. So as an artist, I hate it. As a business person or entrepreneur who has to make money and answer to investors or whatever, yeah, that's the future. Sadly, it's the truth. So
yeah, and each of us maybe have feelings in both camps. So thank you for bringing that up, and thank you for mentioning the AI slop and also the YouTube initiative as well. Ricardo, what about yourself? What's your position?
So my point of view as a composer supervisor or a senior composing artist, I see AI as a tool that can support work but not replace it. A lot of what we do involves time-consuming tasks like rotoscoping, cleanup, tracking, that AI can help speed up in that sense. It's useful because it gives more space to focus on the parts of compositing that are truly creative, shaping the mood of the scene and blending elements so they feel like they were always meant to be together, and making sure the story comes through in every frame. That said, AI has clear limits. It can generate results, but it doesn't understand intention. It doesn't know when a shot feels off or when something subtle needs to be shifted. So that it matches the director vision of the emotional tone of the story. Those kind of choices come from an artist's eye, taste, and experience, things you can't automate. So I think AI is as just another tool in the kit, like a new plugin or a piece of software. It can make certain steps easier, but the essence of compositing is still about storytelling, precision, and human judgment. For me, the real value of AI is in how it frees up to spend less time on technical cleanup and more time on the craft that makes visual effects powerful. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Yeah, and that idea of taste, an artist's taste, and a sense of composition, and all those good things that our eyes can do. Of course, AI feeds on what has already happened. It feeds on the past. It recycles, if you like, just imagery. So it's never going to come up with stuff which is really new. It's just going to remix. So thank you for making that clear. One more, last but by no means least, to get their position on this. This is Victor. Victor, what's your position on AI?
Well, first of all, happy anniversary, Hugo. You really deserve it, because 10 years, nobody knows the amount of work you put on this. So before I take on AI, I wanted to acknowledge that you really are outstanding here. So yeah, let's give this man an award or something for the longest and better streaming service in the world for visual effects. Once said that, I think there is a lot of confusion about AI. First of all, machine learning is AI, is a branch of AI. And generative AI is another branch of AI. AI has been around for over 50 years. Of course, since 2022, we have like the new, stable diffusion thing and all of that. But what I feel is like we are taking ourselves too seriously here, because we are working in what is the creative industry, and everybody is focusing on the creative world, but not in the industrial world. And one of my favorite companies is called Industrial Light and Magic. And it's like, oh, we are so artists, we are so human. And come on, guys. As compositors, we have been fixing shit for so many shots. So I don't want to do that. That is not artistic at all. And on a shot that is integration of CGI, Sometimes you just need to remove the green man or remove reflections or doing, that is a lot of, most of the times, to be completely honest with you, is way more difficult to fix those references that you get instead of doing the integration of the CGI, that is like the most artistic and beautiful and hippie thing to do. But come on. So this is industrial. Let's take it as, I'm going to make a very easy parallelism. Let's talk about burgers. Are we against burgers or are we in favor of burgers? Well, you can be vegan, like Hugo, for instance. And yeah, it's your choice. But we cannot say that McDonald's is bad. Well, McDonald's is giving work to many, many, many people and is allowing other people with less money to access to food. Maybe it's not the foods that I'm going to choose, but there is an option in there. So you choose, use it or not. I'm not going to enter in the ethical implications because that is a different thing, but the question is this, it's another tool. And just what I want to do, this is my synthesis, is like, I want to create while AI is washing my dishes. What I don't want to do is wash my dishes while AI is creating art. So this is the thing. So I think we should relax a bit and just to be more open and just try, because honestly, it's not perfect. It's not meant to be perfect. It's just something else. It's another thing. And it's another thing that you have to learn. It's not easy. And most of the people is thinking that, oh, it's just writing a prompt. Try to use Comfy UI. And you will finish like with a script like huge. And then you realize like, it's like the people that don't know visual effects and it's like, what is compositing? Oh, it's very easy. You just put things over there. And that is the job of a whole industry, just putting things in there. So we should just embrace more about changes because we have been suffering a lot for the last few years because it has been like a very rough period. But we should, visual effects industry has been always characterized by technology, and technology is changing. So if we are deciding to stop changing, bye-bye, the industry is done. So no, we need to every day. This is the contract we signed with the devil when we started here. Is like, we know that this is going to happen sooner or later, and it can change. And it changed also. Imagine the dialogue between the people supporting Maya and the people supporting Blender. Oh, Blender, it's the same thing. I don't care. Give me pencils and I will create whatever. But give me brushes or give me crayons. I don't care. It's just like, I am the artist. So at the end of the day, just by me being in front of there and making decisions, this is me being the artist, making decisions.
Thank you, Victor. And we should say for fairness, other burger joints do exist. Thank you for the analogy. First time McDonald's has probably been included in about AI. So well done. Thanks. Now we've been through the gang, so you've got an idea of their positions. We won't go straight away to audience questions, but I just want to kick off a couple of conversations. I'm going to say a statement and then ask you to just run with it, and each of you can just come in as you see fit. And really, I wanted to sort of like see if we can sort of talk around this idea of whether there's any parallels with the immensity of this change in the industry and every industry with AI. Is it on a parallel with the change that the VFX industry had to digitization, for instance, or is it even bigger than that? We saw that sort of globalization led to outsourcing of roto and prep, which meant new entrants had to ramp up their skills for even sort of entry-level jobs. The kind of skills that you had to teach new entry people was higher than before because roto was outsourced. Will AI mean there are no entry-level jobs anymore? How's it going to pan out for the next generation coming along? Who wants to take that to start off with? Maybe because her face is there large. Klaudija, sort of, will AI mean there will be no new entry jobs? Yeah, you, Klaudija.
Oh, you mentioned me. Okay. Okay. Will it mean, well, what sort of jobs will be? Let's say AI is able to do all this work, right? And I mean, what are the non-entry jobs going to look like? You know, do you want to talk to your computer, or do you want to actually do things with your hands and create and so on? I don't know. Really, I don't know. But I've listened to Boris FX engineers, and they were saying that even though they've introduced all these tools, let's say rotor tools, that it will be impossible to get perfect rotor anyway with AI, or you always have to have some sort of intervention. We don't know, but
it's okay not to
I
know.
can't imagine what the entry-level jobs are going to be if, let's say, cleanup and rotor are replaced by AI. Maybe
okay, that's great. We're not supposed to know all the answers, but I have 3 hands up at the moment, so I'll go in the order I saw them. So Sajeel, you were first.
So this is a bit different regionally speaking for us here in India. What I have been seeing is in Western counterparts, it's the higher level artists which are in demand, who can use AI and fix the problems. It's the reverse that's happening in India, because India is a very cost sensitive country when it comes to VFX and CGI and everything. So most of the job openings related to AI that I'm seeing is mid and junior with 2 to 3 years of experience max. Some are asking for 5-6 years, and I'm like, are you mad? Like the kind of generative AI you are asking for, it wasn't even popular. Like people won't have that experience, but that is someone who probably used AI to post a job posting, or they don't know anything about industry. But yeah, fun enough, in India, studios are looking for more junior and mid-level artists to train them on AI from now. So it's cheaper for them in the long run. And from what I'm hearing, like I said, UK, US, Canada, France, their entry ticket for juniors has become much more harder to get into the industry because of AI, because the quality standards have just rose up way too high. So that's what I think.
Okay, thank you. I think Alex was next.
Yeah, I think it is very important to see things in the hierarchical order. So it's basically programming, machine learning, and then AI. And it starts, programming is the hardest. Machine learning, and I mean exposed machine learning like copycat, is more like, it's part of a tool. So you just tweak and it's basically programming running in behind. And then AI is just prompting. It's just writing a sentence and trying to figure out how to write a sentence better, that you get better results and repeat. And at the end of the day, the easier it is. For example, something like copycat is much easier to use than writing Python script to use machine learning database, basically. But copycat doesn't allow you the freedom as like a Python script with machine learning background allows. ChatGPT doesn't allow you the freedom as copycat allows you, because there is this, like, it basically narrows down. And at the end of the day, something like ChatGPT, Grok, whatever you use, it narrows so much down on one side that the flexibility, there is a limit, because there's a limit how much you can prompt versus go deeper into a coding or machine learning or whatever. And at the same time, it's this thing is, if everyone can prompt, then no one can really is very expertise in anything, basically. So I don't think there will always be entry level for everything, because it's also about experience. Basically, even if you just ChatGPT your whole office work, there is a beginner and there is an expert who knows exactly how to do it. So I think the entry levels will always exist. It just will change. The typical thing we talk about Nuke and compositing, and Victor mentioned rotoscopy and stuff like that. No one wants to do that. That is pretty boring. And I love when we did the copycat thing, I love that if this develops more, that you just do one frame and it does the rest of the sequence or the shot. That's what we want. No one wants to do that by hand. It's really boring. So that is what we want. And if we can find this middle ground, I think that would be the most realistic thing. That's why I like the element where Jahirul and Hugo said that they're more on the machine learning side at the moment, because I also feel like this is the more professional and the more sustainable side for now. The just jumping on the AI wagon, I think, is more you get some results, but they're relatively unprofessional level. Like for someone who's, for example, also a writer, I don't like the results of any AI that I ever used in my life. They all cannot stand a candle to what I write, but they can inspire me. So again, I'm always going with the AI as an assistant, machine learning as actually a driver, like a really like process, like where with real good machine learning, we can create 500% faster results basically with copycat and stuff like that. Where with AI, we get more of a 10% faster machine, someone supporting you as an assistant kind of level at the moment for now, at least.
Thank you.
So basically there's always a space for beginners, even in 100 years, I believe, because there's always new things to learn and, become expert in.
Okay, so you don't see the new entry jobs drying up. You see them being a different kind of job.
They just level up, like, basically, like, we're not going out and coal mine and stuff. We are now in offices, and it's like this like level of more thinking, less labor, and less labor rotoscopy and more how do I put my notes together to make some cool effect or something like that. That's
okay. Thanks. I'll move on to Victor now, and then Ricardo. So Victor. Oh, has he gone?
You're muted, Victor.
Sorry. What I wanted to say is that, before there were so many entry level.
Victor, can I just ask you a small favor? Your sound is really high compared to everyone else, and I can't control it on this side. Yeah, thank you. That's perfect.
That's because you've got a booming voice. That's Victor.
Yeah. That demonstrates that I am not AI, by the way. Now, what I was saying is that it is true that before they were we are still there. So the entry level jobs for compositing, I'm just talking about the department that I by my own experience, I started doing rotoscoping, and I have to say I hate every minute of that because there is no correlation at all into compositing, and rotoscoping. You don't become a better compositor by doing more rotoscoping. There is no relation in there. The only thing is, like, by doing rotoscoping, you are in the company. So if they need a compositor, they are going to give you the opportunity because you are there. But it makes no better artist of you. You are just there. So you are just doing a machine, an operator. You are not an artist, and nobody can tell me, and I can fight against that nobody can tell me that a roto artist.
You know the funny thing, Victor, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but if you watch the stream later on, I have someone coming in with the fireside chat, actually the opposite of what you just said. They told me that they loved roto and it really helped them to become a really good painter because of the precision with. So this is more of a joke stand-in that I'm just wanted to let you know that there's always someone that likes roto. I have met a lot of people that like roto. A lot of people enjoy it, actually, quite a lot. So.
Of course, I'm not saying that is not to be respected. That is not to be. What I'm going to say is, like, it's a mechanical job. Why? Because you can point the finger when it's well done or when it's not well done. And that is a mechanical thing. Because in compositing, sometimes, there is a component that is technical, but then there is a component that is artistic. And for me, technical is something that you can point your finger when it's not working. Artistic is something that you can say, I don't like it, or I prefer this other way. So the thing is, like, the entry jobs, the so-called entry jobs in the visual effects industry, not always are related to an increase of skill. For instance, for me, an entry job for a compositing job will be a junior compositor. That is an entry-level job. A rotoscoping, that is not an entry-level job. That is a mechanical thing. And then, of course, there are roto artists, and then there are, like, senior roto artists and people that, because I know a few people that they really enjoy, and they are really, really fast. Much better than a machine, because a machine, we can price the level. It's true. But what I'm saying, if you want to be a compositor, you don't get to be a better compositor by doing more rotoscoping. It's like, it's two separate things. And you can be a great rotoscope artist and have no idea about how light works because it's a different set of skills. So the thing is like, what is the entry-level job? That is not an entry-level job. And that can even create false hopes. So someone that is having a rotoscope after a year doing rotoscope is like, hey, I deserve a job as a compositor. Why? Why? You are demonstrating that you know splines well. And what it does means, do you know about light? Because compositing is more about photography than something else. So this is what I mean. It's like we have been used to a way of doing things for so long that now we cannot see things differently.
Okay, now we're live.
Can I
Okay.
say something?
Well, hang on.
Imagine
Oi, everybody.
I'm so
Hello.
So why do we hear something else going on in the background? What is that? Not sure what happened there. There's some kind of sound going on there. Is it back?
we talked about.
Yeah, I can hear the. Does someone have the on the background the stream starting again or something? Because that's what it looks like. I can hear the sound. Just a second. Yeah, no one. I've muted because everyone can listen to, but I don't see any window anywhere, so I'm not sure. Is it back? Okay, it's gone now. It's gone now.
Thank you.
It's gone. So sorry to interrupt you. It's just that I was listening to the beginning of the script. I don't know what happened. I don't know who or what happened. Sorry about that.
Anyway, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Victor. And I'm going to move on to Ricardo was next, and then Sajeel.
Thank you. So I think we have here two perspectives, one of the teachers and one for the artists, because the teachers, they are a little bit threatened with this AI development because at some point they were too old school about rotoscoping, cleanup, and all these techniques. And now everything starts to being automated. So they don't know what they should teach at the moment, and they need to improve their skills at some point. But I totally understand and agree with Hugo, because in the companies, when you start, you're coming out from a school, you go to the roto department and the prep department in big companies. And the compositing department is another department. So first they learn the basics and the introduction to everything. And when they have some experience creating masks and deleting tasks and other things, they move to compositing. So I totally agree that people that stay long time in rotoscoping needs more time to understand what is compositing, because are two different things. But my point here is that I was having a conversation with a CEO, a friend of a big school of VFX, and his words were like, when AI takes over tasks that used to be entry level, it shrinks the pipeline where new talent develops. If junior artists don't get hired to the grunt work, how do they gain experience and move up? And that creates a bottleneck that threatens the future of talent pool. So we feel here that we are in a moment in VFX of changing the path of learning, because if this AI will come up and overlap the old school, probably students need to start learning compositing and not so much roto and prep, because these tasks will be done automatically. So that's my point of view.
Thank you. I'll just bring in Sajeel and then Hugo, and we'll move on. Time is running away, and I want to get to those questions, but
you can skip me then. I can go to the next question. That's not a problem.
No, don't worry. But first of all, Sajeel.
So very quickly, I kind of agree with Ricardo, and I think Alex would also agree to that, like there's new thing going on with vibe coding. And if people don't know basics and you're just automating things, what if one day for whatever reason their servers crash or whatever, right? They stop giving AI product as a service on cloud. If you don't know the fundamentals, that's it. Like that generation is going to get stuck really badly if they don't have access to AI. One more thing, when it comes to teachers, I was teaching something game design VFX in Unreal Engine, and I was quite impressed. Like that, usually this magical circles with weird text which comes and glows and rotates around, right? And I was using Comfy UI, and within 15 minutes, it gave me like 50 variations, which was mind-boggling. And I just picked and choose layers and then mix and merge. Yes, I cannot use this in commercial work because those texts won't make any freaking sense, design-wise or continuity-wise or anything. That was the pro side, but on the con side, I was talking with one of the actual like real world physical artists recently. His name is Rohan Dhotray. He's on my LinkedIn, and I had seen his post. He had handmade this mask of a tiger. It's really beautiful. I don't know if I can share screen, but I have the image up. And someone literally stole the one image, trained a LoRa or AI based on that image, and they are posting on Instagram bunch of animals, foxes, rabbits, who knows what. So that is like kind of sad, where people have started thinking that, hey, it's online, we can use it and it's our property. It's not. It's really not. And sadly, there's no firm rules or laws to prohibit this. I mean, as it is, AI is the biggest theft in the history of humans. But yeah, that is something I wanted to add,
We've always had digital theft anyway, people ripping stuff off from websites I think, there's a level of insidiousness about AI and the stealing. But of course, in terms of the law, this is being enacted in courthouses globally. But a lot of people have said it's not stealing because it never stole in the first place. It rather refers. It never, this idea of AI hoovering images onto their own servers. Of course, it doesn't. It hoovers vectors. It hoovers essentially numbers and reassembles them. So it's a bit like you going to the National Gallery and looking at a piece of art and then later on being inspired by it.
Just on that though, quickly saying, aren't there a bunch of people in buildings somewhere looking at all the images and tagging them to say that is a dog, that is a cat? So the tools aren't just looking at pixels. There is someone who is saying, actually, I want you to know what this is, so you can then recreate.
Yes, that's right. That's right. But it's not theft of a dog. It's rather it's tagging a whole dog. So there is a dogness about an image that comes up if you ask for a dog. It's no particular one dog. I'm not here to make these statements, but rather say that to just make sure that there is this quagmire of legality. We're in this interregnum, aren't we, where no one knows whether it's copyright or not. But the point I wanted to make really was we shouldn't pretend that some of these characteristics are new with AI. People have always been stealing work. It's just the way in which they do it.
Absolutely.
But I didn't want to make a polemic here. I wanted to go to Klaudija, who had her hand up.
I had my hand. Remember, Santa. I'm going to be I promise I'm going to be super quick because everyone is fed up of listening to me on this channel. No. So I'm going to talk a lot less today. So I just wanted to say two really short things. One, mainly for what Ricardo was saying, I agree with him. But I actually want to emphasize one thing that he mentioned about the teachers. I actually think the more AI grows, the more the teachers should be coming and should really focus on core skills instead of technical skills. And I feel like that is a big problem. The teachers do not teach core skills enough. They do not teach lighting and photography and composition and the main aspects of art and the main aspects that started all this thing, the same things that we've been learning for millennia. Those things are the ones that the teachers should focus on, and less about the shortcuts and the softwares and this and that. And man, how many softwares have I used in my life? For fuck's sake, it's spending so many. They come and go. There's it doesn't even make any sense. There's one final thing that I wanted to say, and this has to do with what Victor was saying about Roto, that Roto was boring, and Roto, and I agree with him. It's a task that the only caveat would say that, speaking from experience with my students, the only thing that Roto comes and brings to a student is that it gives them patience, and it gives them a sense of concentration, and it gives them a sense of duty, because the rotoscoping is such a complex thing, it's such a hard thing to do, and I really noticed that it made them very focused and concentrated, and I do feel that these days focus is a big problem with this new generation. And so, if anything, I think rotoscoping kind of helped with that to keep you focused. But I don't want to deviate and continue saying, so I'll leave it to you, Saint. I already talked enough.
That's exactly what I wanted to say, because I've noticed...
I'm sorry, Klaudija. Sorry.
Sorry, yeah. Especially since COVID, that students have much less ability to concentrate. And I really use rotoscoping for them to develop this attention to detail and actually sit down and do it. And it's not really boring. They can listen to music, they can listen to books and so on. The same thing with prep. Being able to remove certain elements from the shots, and do it well, pixel perfect, is again giving them also an opportunity to look at the detail for a long period of time. And I think that will make them a better compositor, actually. Just the observation, because we have a big problem at the moment that there are so many distractions in the world. People are also, young people are not watching enough movies. We all got into visual effects because we love movies, but I can see from the work that they're watching games, playing games, because they don't recognize the lower quality in the assets sometimes that they are trying to put into the shot. So many challenges, and totally agree. Core skills, we are totally revamping. I'm totally revamping masters. I'm gonna, teach them drawing, give them a list of 100 films they have to watch, take them to galleries and so on. Let's just develop this eye for the aesthetics and, what looks good. Just having this judgment of what are we creating.
Alex. Thank you, Klaudija.
Thank you. Yeah, I think because there was this point about teachers and so on. So I think it's what Hugo said, I think, is fantastic. And I think Jahirul, we basically talked about that on the podcast as well. We basically mentioned that we need to teach like really fundamental skills and, really understanding things, breaking things down, not just the big problem with something like ChatGPT is, oh, you create a thumbnail for your YouTube video, or you make a whole video with just a few prompts, but you don't understand anything about it. You don't understand the story. You don't understand the composition, whatever. So basically, where I love what, for example, Jahirul does is that he looks at things compares it to real life and tries to convert it to 3D and tries to rebuild it basically and understand the fundamentals so it looks and feels real basically. And I think that is the level that we all need to do when we do compositing. We should look into lighting, as Victor always said, and should look into photography. It's not just compositing and that's it. We should go out and touch things and look at things basically. At the same time, I'm not a fan of waterboarding rotoscoping or something, because I feel like I who studied law, media computer science, technical directing, and were in school for 13 years, I can with 100% certainty say I can throw away half of my education with a blink of an eye, and I wouldn't lose anything. Most of my math education is completely for trash. Most of my Latin and whatever bullshit I learned, completely trash. It's not against philosophy or language or whatever. It's the problem that I always had with these kind of thing, and that's my problem with for example, rotoscoping as a non-compositor, by the way, is if it has a purpose and it's outside of meditation, because that's what it is at the moment. I learned meditation. That's what rotoscoping at this moment is, patience and so I don't believe that is a good idea. But I love if you do something with fundamentals, and that's what I love about Jahirul's approach is we should always approach it in a very practical way. If we learn math, we should see it, where do we use it? Oh, we use it to calculate our taxes or to calculate our finances or to calculate the room so we can put our furniture into. If we learn programming, we make video games, we make software to help us. If we learn compositing, we do something interesting and don't just, there is some hair that we need to rotoscope out and kind of do that for 2 months. So I think fundamentals is the key to like the future, also the fight against AI, by being a problem solver, by being able to even adjust to AI and machine learning and whatever, but also, and that is the difference between the normal teachers and the great fundamental teachers, are practicability. Because most of my life in university, school, a lot of fundamentals that I learned are completely for the trash bin. They're just book fundamentals. They're not life fundamentals. And I include philosophy and stuff like that. It means if you teach me something, including philosophy and rotoscoping and whatever, show me the money, show me the practicability, show me how I can love it, not just I have to endure it and you waterboard me for 10 months with this stupid skill or this math stuff or whatever. And that's what I believe also, for example, when I teach Python programming, is if I teach you, I will teach you fundamentals. You will not get away from dictionaries and lists and loops and whatever, but I will also show you very fast how you can use it to make your life better. And that is the key, I think, to also future education and also fighting against the taking over of AI kind of level.
Thank you. And before I go to Victor, who was next, and then the others, just to say a few things, I think. First of all, I really like the idea of, attention to detail that Roto gives you. And also bringing up this idea of fundamentals, because we're at a peculiar time at the moment. And of course, what we're talking about now with machine learning, AI, it's a pack of cards, and it all could come tumbling down when the big corporations decide everything on the cloud is theirs, and also decide to up subscription charges. So we could be in a very precarious position unless we pay attention to those fundamentals, so we can program our way out of issues, for instance. Just wanted to make another point which sort of has come across really, and that is that it's a bit of a UK stat, but in the last 15 years, we've lost about 42% of all expressive arts courses in schools. So the pipeline to people who understand about light, colour, etc., has shrunk considerably, and that's at schools level. So it's no surprise if we get less people who have those skills coming up. Last thing, of course, to say, we're talking about a situation here where ChatGPT, I think, came out in November 2022. So it's an incredibly short period of time all this has happened. And so maybe in 10 years' time, when Hugo does his 20th anniversary, it'll be very much a different conversation.
Oh, no, don't.
Yeah, get planning now, okay?
Yeah, I'm going to be almost 60 if that happens. Jesus.
Well, I'll be long gone anyway. Don't worry. You'll have to get AI to do the chairing. But anyway, Victor, over to you.
Okay, I wanted to talk about the theme, because there is something that shocked me about what Klaudija said that is real, which is the question of the span of attention of students, that after COVID is really more difficult. And I'm going to say something. And today I'm very Spanish today. I'm very passionate. But who cares?
Oh, no. Portuguese and Spanish on the same panel. This is not going to work out, man.
This is going to be on fire. The question is if a student cannot focus on the patience of learning, well, do something else. Do something else. Who cares? And we are already a lot of artists in here. So if we want more artists, we want better artists. So there is a lot of hedonism right now. I want it and I want it now. Well, if you want to practice patience, grab a camera, make pictures and observe what happens just by changing two lenses. Analyze what happens and someone to guide them. But what we cannot do is just to create an army of people unemployed. Because let's not forget that there are learning institutions that their job is just to produce students. What for? So what is the point? It's not about creating more students, but to create better students. And the thing is it's not about the core, even just the core, that of course I know, and I have to say that I was a big fan of Hugo's tutorials because I love what he teaches. It's not about the software. There are so many software oriented. I hate them all because I can learn the same with the manual. So thank you very much. But the thing is Yeah, of course, you need to learn rotoscopy, but not for the scope of learning patience. If you want to learn patience, Sudoku is amazing. But if you want to learn to be an artist, it's just about practice, repetition, over and over and over and over, because in the iterations, you are just going to get the variations that make you a better artist. So you need a mentor in order to understand in every variation you are going to make what is better and why is better. So I think we need less teachers and more mentors. That is why I love the mentorship and even the thing of grabbing people, a small group, and just growing them as individuals, as their voices. And I think something beautiful is happening right now because of the threat of AI. Now the industry for the visual effects is looking more to a future like filmmaking. How do you become a filmmaker? Well, you become a filmmaker, a director, by grabbing a camera and shooting something. And you know these days that James Cameron is under fire for their remarks and all of that. But the thing is like, he said something very wise. You want to be a director? Grab your friends, grab a camera, shoot something. Then you are a director. Something else is just the idea of being a director. And really, you don't struggle. So the thing is like, you want to be a better artist to aspire to better positions. Do your personal showreel. Just grab. The difficult part is like, where I'm going to grab my materials? Well, there are now places to grab materials just to be, you want to be a compositor, but you want to be, if you really want to learn the art of patience, try to be an animator, because that is the ultimate learning of patience.
Okay, thank you, Victor. I'm going to just bring us back to, it's about AI and the VFX industry, so we'll keep to that. We've only got, Jay, you have the last word on this, and then we'll go to the questions, because it's about that time to go to the chat and the questions. So, Jay, first of all, is he gone?
Yeah, I think Victor said everything I was going to say. So
okay, Klaudija, did you have your hand up?
I did have my hand up. Now I forgot. It was something
don't worry.
Victor said. We love Victor because Victor is a top man.
The only thing I just add on top is
I agreed on a lot of points, but I must say, I just want to emphasize that our compositing courses have more than 90% employment before people graduate. So we are not going to get rid of teachers just as that fast. So I have no problem with directing students.
Okay, Jay.
The right place.
If you... Oh yeah, sorry. Please go on.
Jay?
Yep.
I thought you had a question.
No, I was just going to add the just that it takes time. I think, again, everything Victor mentioned about getting a camera, going out, making something, that's how you're going to gain experience and improve your eye. But I think there's a bit of a rush to become something without going through the steps of learning stuff. And
I would like to quickly add something to what Victor and Jay and Claudia and even Hugo and everyone said is, this is the primary difference between education system over here in India and, for example, I've done my undergrad from UK. I learned new compositing from Hugo. There are a lot of people who will teach you like press this button and it will make a cube in terms of 3D sense. But like if you want to make a sphere, you can subdivide a cube enough times to make it into a sphere. It's the concepts which are really important. And sadly, the education system, at least here in India, lacks on that. I've studied in India as well. I've studied in UK. I've studied with a lot of international top artists. So I totally agree with what Victor was saying a few minutes back, that if the concepts are not there, then you do not create taste or critical thinking to even know whether you are doing something right or wrong.
So just to steer the conversation into the AI, what I believe is like what we need to do is to adapt to the new tools and use them for artistic purposes And that's all, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's, with that, that's a great segue. Thank you, Victor, to one of the questions here, which is, and I'd like some quick fire answers here because we've got very little time left. And the first question I'm getting is AI apps recommendations for VFX. Anybody got any particular recommendations of what to look at? And also with that, Comfy UI, do you see that as being the main linchpin of VFX work? Come on, somebody can answer. Courtney.
Yes, hello. So AI apps. So there's a few that I use. Perplexity is my ChatGPT, which kind of combines a lot of different models in one, and I talk to it all day long. So that's kind of like my mental, like my rubber duck, I think the developers call it, where you speak to a rubber duck and it gives you feedback. So that's kind of like my rubber duck. Then you've got so in terms of creating decks, I found a really, really brilliant app called Gamma.app, which helps build like pitch decks, and you can pull in like data and stuff like that. So if you wanted to build, like if you wanted to like create graphs and stuff like that, that's quite useful. And Krea.ai again brings in a bunch of image models, video models, image to video, or image to image, video to image, real time kind of like tweaking of like real time feedback of generative AI. So you do have some control. Again, one of the things that I kind of really want to hasn't been said yet is that I think generative AI specifically is really good at the ideation process or the iteration process. A lot of time and a lot of frustration and a lot of challenges come from everybody, because it is an artistic industry, everybody's interpretation of a vision or an idea. I think being able to utilize generative AI or AI tools in general to be able to help get that information over in a bit more of a refined manner, so that everybody can share with that vision, rather than description and lost kind of in translation and all the nuances that happen, which is part of the process, which you can get happy accidents from. But more often than not, it can be that can be a barrier and add a layer of difficulty. So I think iterations, idea creations, that sort of stuff. I think that's where we really kind of generative AI excels, in my view. The artistry and the skill of actual execution is never going to go away, because that's the craft.
Thank you, Victor. What's in your tool bag?
Comfy UI and Nuke. The combination, and that is going to be the future. Yeah, it's very clear. So you can even start now using the nodes from Comfy UI inside Nuke. But even if you work with both in parallel, just without entering into much detail, but the thing is, like, it's also very intuitive for compositors because it's node based. So it's in a nodal graphic style. So that is going to overcome in terms of compositing aid.
Thank you. I'm just looking through the questions here. What do you think of the incredible work of Metaphysics on here, or other projects they've made? If we're reduced now to thumbs up or thumbs down for everything. So anybody else got anything to say about that, or any particular generative AI work that you've seen, or artists working in that area that you really rate?
Metaphysics, would you say that's generative AI though? That's machine learning, and then bish bash bosh, but it's not generative AI.
Okay, but still using within the AI circle. Yeah. I don't know how much of it is machine learning, how much is Gen AI, but can you name any artists who are doing interesting stuff? I saw some interesting stuff today. If you go through the AI slop on LinkedIn, you do occasionally come across amazing artists. But any of you seen any amazing artwork, creative work being created out there?
I haven't seen anything I care about, if I'm honest.
Maybe Christopher Nolan, I think he was using, or was that CGI that he was using? I'm confused.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a big no from you guys then. Nobody can really recommend any.
This is a bit silly, and I don't know if it's still like out there, but on YouTube, did anybody see the Bigfoot Yeti like short YouTube clips? where the guy was doing the acting of the Yeti doing a vlog or something like that out in the wild. I thought it was hilarious. I thought it was absolutely brilliant, and a TV show waiting to happen. So, I mean, yes, I understand. It's not the most like professional thing to do, but in terms of entertainment, I loved it. So yeah, that was my. It's not the most artistic stuff, but it was fun for me.
I agree. I think right now AI is being used on TikTok mostly. Because of course the quality is easy, is fast, and is hedonistic. It's like you get it right fast. So I have many examples, and there is a guy in Italy that is just grabbing like news. So for instance, like trials or whatever, and he's just changing the language to make people to speak like Dante, like the Divine Comedy. And you see like everybody, like the worst people ever, talking with the highest level of language, and it's super fun. And that is actually super cool because it's like the lip sync and all of that. And also someone is writing, of course, the prompt on all of that. But right now, I think in production, in real production, everybody's looking at each other. And it's like, who's going to start first? And the moment, and this is what I mean, is like the moment someone is going to do it and is going to succeed, because he's going to succeed sooner or later, maybe not at the first attempt, but after that, everybody else. And it's going to happen, and this is just my personal opinion, like Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park is the switch of CGI. Well, it's going to happen like the switch for AI. And don't get me wrong, I don't mean that is going to make CGI obsolete. What I mean is like AI is going to be fully integrated in the industry, and of course we need other pieces in the puzzle like legality and all of that. But it's going to happen sooner or later. This is what I mean.
Okay, thank you. Just going to, there's a question here about diversity with regards to if AI is trained on the whole of the internet with all its biases, all its whiteness, all its maleness, the imagery that we've seen, and you'll be well aware of kind of when you sort of type in High Court judge, you would always get a picture of an elderly white guy. If you typed in cleaner, you'd always get a picture of a black female. There is an inherent bias in there. Do you think AI, one of the dangers of AI is it will erase diverse voices and perspectives? How do we get around that? How do we enable people, or is AI an enabler which allows diverse voices to say new things? What is your take on that, Sajeel?
Sorry.
So the thing is, it depends on the training models and the companies. And to be honest, this is a very valid concern because there are parameters there's something called weight values that is put while training the data, right? So like if you download custom models, for example, on Comfy UI, they tend, even a lot of other AIs, they tend to go towards NSFW images or generative AI very quickly because that's what keyword and tokens are used to generate things. And it's going to generalize. I did see recently on certain AI model, like this guy was saying 25-year-old model generate, and it was again and again generating some Caucasian woman, almost similar face as well. So there was not even a variation on the face. It was almost coming similar results no matter what they were changing. So that is really, really worrying thing because keywords will be specified to things. And for example, the age number was the driver in that case. When they changed the age number, it started looking different. But around a certain age range, it was again and again showing the same thing, this generative thing. So yeah.
Hugo.
Yeah, I think I'm really glad that Simon asked that question. I was trying to see if you're going to pick it up because it was a really important question. I really agree with Simon. I think there is a problem of inequality. And for me, like this entire thing has a problem already from the very beginning because the data that we are training these AIs with well, first of all, there's a lot of things that need to be cleaned up around there. That is one of my biggest problems with AI, is where does the data come from, and who owned the data? Was it stolen? I do think that it's our responsibility as artists, and especially speakers of the industry and experts of the industry, to really make sure we really put all these companies on check and really make noise about these things, and even go to court if we need to. I do feel that things need to be done properly, the same way that they were done properly when we had Napster stealing all the music, and then the musicians went to court and solved. I mean, at the time, Metallica took a big hit because of that. People were destroying Metallica CDs with industrial machines and everything. They took a huge dip on sales and everything, but it really worked. Like, their first step managed for all the musicians to actually construct something now we have, which is basically Apple Music, and we have Spotify. All those things come from the remnants of Napster, and I feel our industry is down that phase as well. It's a free-for-all. It's like the Wild Wild West now. Everyone stole the data. All of it was stolen. We all know that. Like, they're trying to pretend that it wasn't stolen, but of course it was. Like, everything was stolen. And so they're all liable, and we should take them to court, and we should make sure everything gets narrowed down to specific sets of data. And again, like Simon says, also to make sure that data is not compromised with basically a diffusion of society in something that really whitewashes or in one way, or makes really a diffusion of opinions, and it is not able to create something out of the box. I think that is really important for us as creators to try to push that into those products, give feedback to these companies, tell them that they need to put that in, tell them that they need to consider those voices as well. I think it's really important, and this is now the time to do that noise. I think this is really the time.
And there is a phrase, isn't there? A model collapse, which is when AI systems eat themselves, essentially, and what we get is a sort of bland mush of imagery. But the other part of the question there was also, does our industry, have a responsibility with regard to being more careful about representation in the images that AI might offer us? I'll just go to, I think, Klaudija, you were next, but I think I can see your...
I did have a hand up, yes, and I thought I better be quiet. But
Nonsense.
Okay. Yes, this is the problem, and this is representation. I mean, look how much effort the Access Visual Effects have been doing for years about the inclusivity, right? And then overnight, somebody can come in, in the US and get rid of all this, inclusivity, equality, diversity, overnight. So we live in a dangerous times. AI is not only about visual effects, it is about what is going on in a world, We have to have an awareness of it, because nobody cares about us, not even studios, right? They always diss us. They can't wait to replace us with AI. So we do need to look at the larger picture and, do whatever we can to try to influence things that are outside of visual effects as well.
So we have a responsibility there, and Access VFX are one of the places that maybe we can exercise that responsibility.
Yeah.
Thank you. Courtney, you had your hand up next.
Oh yeah. So I think in terms of policing generative AI, I think there should be bodies, or like on a government level, and I think they are discussing the ethics, because this is more the ethical part of the conversation in terms of how it's being used and what type of society we want it to represent. But ultimately, the end result of what we're getting or what we're generating is a reflection of the system. So if you are in the office and you're, it's mainly, you're in Europe, and it's mainly white people in the office, and you've generated white characters, and there's nobody else, no other differing voices to offer. Maybe, you know, add some more, you know, different cultures into it. Maybe we could look at it from this perspective, and then you know, going further up in terms of when you're collecting the data and you're sorting it into what a young female or a young professional doctor looks like. Who is the person making those decisions? At some point, there's a human interaction, and that human is going to have maybe a preconceived bias, but depending on their world and life experiences, and that is going to then filter through to whatever they create, and therefore the availability of the software or the options that the software might be giving you. So it's a reflection of the system itself. On an individual level, yes, what Hugo was saying, it's 100% right. We have to start being more vocal about it. I remember when I was first testing Midjourney, I couldn't generate black characters for love nor money. And I was in the Discord saying, look, I'm giving these prompts, what's happening there? These are the results I'm getting. But gradually, I think it started to change and you start seeing the improvement. And I think it's more about, you know, you have to call it out when you see it and you have to kind of let it be known. But then also you need people in these positions that are making these decisions to help have a voice, and at the genesis stage say, actually, you know what, that's a bit too skewed this way and that's not very representative that way. So I mean, yes, at the end of the day, it's a computer, it's ones and zeros, but it's a reflection of what our society is, and those in power have the most responsibility. But there's more of us, and we have to definitely be as vocal as possible and make them know that this isn't right, and the direction you're going in has some real world consequences.
Thank you. And before we go to Sajeel next and then Victor, just to say that we've got a few minutes left, I believe, Hugo. But so if anybody has any extra questions, please put them in the chat and we'll try and get to them.
Yeah, we probably, I mean, we're already over, but the main problem, I think we can still have 5 minutes, but my main issue is that the other panel, the no CGI panel, has to start at 8, unfortunately, because we have one of the panelists that needs to be there only at 8. So that's why I'm trying to, but we can steal a little bit from the showreels, which is next. So I think we still have like 5 minutes.
Okay, so 6:15 in terms of UK time. I'll make a note of that. Thank you, Hugo. So, Sajeel.
So, very quickly adding to Claudia's comment, AI and deepfakes and things like that, and even the voice AI, I've already seen in news over here that it has been started to use in scamming people. And I think it's really important to educate normal non-VFX people to differentiate, at least visually as of now, till it becomes really, really good, that, hey, this is AI and this is not. Like someone like my dad, who probably doesn't even know how to use tech on WhatsApp and things like that, he would be gullible enough if someone sent a video of me saying, hey, I'm in trouble and that kind of thing. So the implications of this thing are really deep, and overall for humanity, it can be really strange unless people find out a way to detect it really efficiently, which I doubt it's even possible. But at least we can train people to look for those artifacts and defects to recognize AI, you know?
Okay, thank you. I thought you've had a comment as well, but you've disappeared from my screen. Oh, I can't hear you.
I prefer to save that time for something important.
You may be in for a long wait. Okay, thank you very much in that case. So look, before we wrap up then, let's have some quick fires here. If you were thinking about a choice of going to the VFX industry, and you're at school and you've heard that there's this thing called AI, and you've seen all the kind of AI slop, etc., which, you know, excites you, and you hear that Hollywood is doomed, etc., etc. What statement would you make to help people, you know, feel proud about the VFX industry and go into the VFX industry with confidence, or wouldn't you? So let's go through and ask you all that. So Alex, shall we start with you?
Yeah, I think the important part is have passion for what you do. I think someone in the panel said it's one of the most boring thing to just generate stuff and just not have the feeling with it. I think if you enjoy what you do, whatever that is, even if it's rotoscoping. I think at the end of the day, that is the key. And then you have to do what I love about people like Jahirul and Richter and Hugo. You don't just become button masher. You don't just become prompter. You actually learn the background of it. You actually understand, because that really makes you proud of what you do. But at the same time, don't be blind by things. Make your life easier. It doesn't mean you have to make your life easier about the things that you actually like. For example, if you are a book writer, don't let AI write your book, but let AI help you with whatever, the cover or review or whatever. So basically use AI to make the things that you love, and at the same time double down on the skills that you love and make them valuable. I think that is the key. And for that you have good education, search for the best education, like run away from all these stupid YouTube videos and so on, and just focus on being really good in fundamentals versus pushing out every 5 seconds something.
Okay, thank you. All very good words. We've only got 10 seconds each for you, so let's go to Claudia. What's your what would you say?
Well, if you want to be an artist, you need to be a digital artist. Now, let's say compositing, visual effects compositing is a great way to be able to explore, create even art. You don't need to even work in visual effects. You can just create art. So
Right. So it's the implicit rewards of the creative process. Thank you, Courtney.
Yeah, it's a tough one, because I would always say my passion was the problem solving. I mean, yes, there's the artistry part of it and the end result, but I think you got to look at every, well, compositing for me anyway. I look at it like a giant puzzle, and with just a bunch of like elements that don't necessarily fit together, but I have to figure out how. And I think that is, if you are quite logical and cerebral, like, and you don't mind getting lost in your brain, then I think it's a great industry for you. I think it's a really rewarding once you get to that final result.
Right, and I have to cut you off there because we're going to we're over our deadline. But I'm just going to ask Jay, what would you say to encourage somebody to join the VFX industry?
I'd say get yourself to be very talented in the field you want to enter, because it is tough and it is hard. But so yeah, if you're going to do it, then put your effort in and work hard.
With or without AI help?
Well, it's up to you. I don't mind. I think as long as you're sharpening your eye, and as long as you've got good, as you say, all the skills you need to see what works and what doesn't work, then whatever tickles your boat.
Fabulous. Ricardo, what about you? How would you persuade somebody to join the VFX industry?
I pursue like from the basics. Do a little bit of drawing, photography, learn the small details, and embrace AI as a small tool.
Thank you. Good word, embrace. We've heard enhance and various other words of AI as an assistant. Victor, you've got the last word.
Well, what about me? I have to talk as well.
But you don't count.
I'll be short as well, but Victor can go first.
Okay. So Luke Skywalker never went to a Force school. First of all, second, he got a mentor. So get a mentor, get someone, and just use the Force. So you don't choose to be an artist. This is the first. So you just follow, and AI, not AI. By the time maybe you finish your education, you're going to be ready to start the education. So use whatever you want and use the Force, most of all.
Thank you. And I suppose we better reluctantly move on to Hugo. Hugo, what about you?
Thanks, Zane. I'm going to be short. So I'm not going to repeat anyone's opinion, because everyone already said everything that I probably would say. But I'm just going to add to that, which is sometimes there are also other things. And I sometimes feel that if you really want to do something very artistic, potentially this is not the industry for you. I feel like there's other things as well. There's a lot of industries that have to do with art, have to do with creative skill sets that are not necessarily visual effects. So if you don't like corporate interference, and if you don't like stress, and if you don't like shareholders, and if you don't like shitty movies, it might not be for you. I'm just saying that there's other things, and I'm speaking, as an artist first, because I was first an artist and then I became a VFX artist, and so I just, I'm trying also to do that. I'm trying to return to my artist roots and try to develop more of that, and I think there's other things, and people should also embrace that and do other things as well besides that.
Thank you. Thanks. And just to sort of say, this panel was about having an honest conversation about AI in the VFX industry, and I think we achieved that. We got through most of the questions either explicitly or implicitly. I'd just like to thank Alex, Klaudija, Courtney, Hugo, of course, Jay, Sajeel, Ricardo, and Victor for their wisdom, and hopefully this we'll do this again in 10 years. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much, everyone. This was great. Thank you. Thank you so much. See you all later.
Thank you, guys.
So, Klaudija, you're going to be with me on the Showreel reviews next.
Yes,
but
I just need to find the link.
Yes, and I need to do a little break. So I'll be back in a few minutes. I just need to go somewhere, and I'll be right back.
Okay,
so
okay.
give me just a few minutes, okay? I'll see you very soon.
Okay, bye-bye.
Recording.
Okay, well, thank you so much for that. That was, I think this was an amazing panel. I can't thank Saint for doing this, and all my guests and all the speakers that were on this panel. Without a doubt, was one of my favorite panels about AI so far, and I can't wait for people to watch it. If someone is listening on the VOD, I really recommend you listening it and watching also the replay of chat rooms as well. Now, I need to do a quick break. I've been sitting here for 5 hours now, and so I just need to stretch my legs for a few minutes, and I need to also go to the loo as well, as the Brits say. And so while I do that break and get some water as well, get some more water, because next we have some more show reviews, and then of course we have another panel. We have a panel at 8 o'clock in the evening, which is the panel about no CGI. Now, in the meantime, since I could not do this channel without the support of my channel partners, and I could not do this channel without the Foundry, could not do this channel without BenQ as well. They've been supporting my channel for so long. So while I do the break, and while we just do a quick break to stretch our legs and get some water and going to the bathroom maybe, in about 5 minutes, I'll be back. I'll leave you with it. I'll leave you with a commercial for the Foundry, and I'll leave you with a commercial for BenQ as well, and a few other commercials for my wife's cookbook as well, and my new course. And I'll be back in 5 minutes, and so I'll put a time, and I'll be back in a very short amount of time. I just need to stretch my legs for a minute or so. So I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Foundry's Nuke is the industry standard tool for compositing in the film and TV industry. We've produced and curated all the essential resources for learning Nuke and preparing you for the profession, as well as recommendations for other training resources. You'll learn compositing fundamentals, rotoscoping, keying, tracking objects, color management, 3D compositing, and much more. Our objective is to empower artists with all the knowledge they need to push their skills to the next level. Jump in and start learning today.
Hello everyone! I'm super excited to give you a glimpse of my first cookbook, Green Recipes for All, featuring over 50 dishes inspired by amazing Mediterranean food. Inside, you can find recipes made with a variety of fresh, healthy, and versatile ingredients and popular plant-based products. These are great choices whether you already follow a plant-based diet or simply wish to cook a few weekly meat-free meals to reduce your overall meat consumption. In the book, you'll find a wide range of new and exclusive recipes, from soups and big salads to main courses and desserts, as well as some of the most popular recipes here on my channel, such as the perfectly cooked non-stick rice or the tabbouleh-style bulgur and mixed bean salad. Not forgetting a new version of the delicious tofu chocolate mousse. So, if you'd like to have a look at my book and try some of the recipes, just visit any Amazon marketplace and order a copy, which is available in hardcover, paperback or digital formats. Hope you enjoyed the book, have fun cooking, and see you next time.
Are you interested in learning compositing? My Nuke course is currently 50% off. Join today to have access to 150 pre-recorded classes, 50 hours of training, using real production assets covering industry standard techniques, with over 200 gigs of showreel material, and access to a private Discord channel with over 2,300 students. This course is endorsed by Foundry and has access to a Foundry student license paid separately. Join today at hugosdesk.myshopify.com. Okay, well, I'm back. Thank you so much for sticking around. We're going to continue, of course. Thank you so much. And again, once again, thank you so much for the Foundry supporting this channel for so very much long. And also the BenQ as well. They've been supporting the channel for also a very long time. And you got to see my wife's book there as well if you want to have a look. I left the link on the chats, both chats, in my Nuke course as well. So in the meantime, we're going to move on. Remember that at 8 o'clock we have... Yeah, might as well just show that while I'm opening up the Zoom call. At 8 o'clock in the evening, we're going to have this, which I can't wait to do this. This is a panel about the no CGI phenomenon that is happening currently, and I can't wait to dive into this. So in the meantime, I'm going to bring in our showreel review here, and hopefully we can get it started. We have 2 reels to review right now. Well, 3 reels. Well, I need to check this out. I'm just gonna see if they are here. Give me just 1 second. I think someone messaged me about this. Just a second. Okay. So is Claudia here? Yeah, I think they are here. So let's just see here if they are already here waiting for me. Now Claudia's not here, so I need to check if she has the link. Do you have the link? Claudia, sorry. Okay. I'm gonna bring in Daniel anyway. I think Daniel is... Wait a minute. Is he the first one? Sorry, just need to go and check here real quick. Sorry. I think I brought him in already, but I'm not sure if you're the first. No, you're not the first one. Sorry, Daniel. You won't be the first one because the first one is with... Well, I guess it could be you as well. Like it could, yeah. Actually, it doesn't really matter which order. So let me just. But I need Sajeel to come into the link. Not sure why they're not here. Sorry, just give me 1 second. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. I'm just like bringing in Sajeel. I think they, for some reason, they're not here. I'm not sure why. I'm gonna just bring him in. I think probably I screwed up something here. So, okay, so that's him, and then we also had. Where is it? Yeah. Okay, cool. And then Claudia will be next. Okay, so Claudia, you're gonna be after Sajeel, the next. So you might as well. You can come in if you want to. I'll give you the link anyway. But I'm not sure how I give you the link. Well, I need to. Sorry, Daniel. Bit of housekeeping here. I'll put you on the screen anyway so people can see you. Anyway, so yeah, so I'm trying to send Claudia the link, and there he is. Now it is there. So I'm also missing Greg. Yeah, so I'm gonna add Sajeel here, and then I also need to bring in. Okay, just a second. I think he's coming in now. Can you hear me, Sajeel? You hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me, my friend?
Hey, Hugo. Yeah,
yeah,
I'm good.
I can hear. Okay, so cool. And so Daniel here requested for a CG showreel review. And I know that Martin was supposed to do the reel, but unfortunately he couldn't make it. And then he asked me if it could be you. Is that correct, Daniel? Am I wrong? You told me.
No, it's
okay.
Correct.
Because I'm trying to look at my notes. I have a lot of notes all everywhere. People don't. I think they don't realize how many monitors I have here, which is like a bit hectic currently. So as you can see, I have a lot of notes and a lot of monitors and a lot of things going on here. And so I have notes in the chat, and it's just a bit messy all over the place. And I'm trying my best, and I even have my laptop here. So now I've added another screen because I needed to go through certain things while people were talking. So yeah, so sorry about that. There's always a bit of messy thing going on here. I think you're frozen, Sajeel. I think you froze up. I believe so. I'm gonna remove my video, Daniel, because I can't have my video while I'm streaming with the people. So are you still here, Sajeel? Are you gone? Because you're frozen. I think you're frozen. I think he's gone. You are frozen. Okay. Okay, he's rebooting. Okay. Well, while he's rebooting, I'm gonna share your screen, share your showreel, and then everyone can watch it anyway. Okay. So I'll do that because while he's rebooting, he's having some kind of problem. Today is the day of the problems. That's what's happening today. But while I'm looking for a showreel, oh wait a minute, I want him to hear that as well, so just a second. I'll just put it up here, and I'll share my screen so that you can see also what I'm showing. Because the like it's so delayed on YouTube, there's no point of you looking through there. So,
yeah, I see.
Yeah. So I'm already bringing him in. I need to like change my thing here as well. So that is correct now. And yeah, Sajeel's back. So cool, man.
Interrupt you. My workstation just crashed on me. It's almost booting up. So can we do someone else's review first, and then I can go with Daniel next?
Well, I don't have anyone else right now. Daniel is who we have, and we're already behind as we are. So I think we'll just
do laptop thing boot up, and then we can switch over.
We'll just persevere. It's not a problem. So I'm gonna start by playing. Daniel, you can see my screen, right?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, cool. I'm just gonna play the showreel first. You have the showreel as well, don't you, Sajeel? You have the file yourself?
Yeah. But it's on the workstation. Yeah.
But while we're talking with Daniel, you can boot it up. It's rebooting right now.
Yeah.
So we'll change in a minute. So first of all, Daniel, this will be Sajeel doing the review, but I'm just going to introduce everything. So thank you so much for joining, and thank you so much for agreeing to come over with the Showreel review. It was great, and I can't thank you enough for doing that. In the meantime, this is your Showreel. I haven't really watched it. Like I always say when I do these reviews, I never really watch anyone's reviews because anyone's Showreels. I like to see it fresh when it first comes in. So it's kind of a surprise to me as well. But while Sajeel is booting his machine and everything, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself? Tell us where you're from and what you've been up to.
Sure.
Tell us a little bit about yourself.
So I'm originally from Austria, and I moved to France, Montpellier, around 2.5, 3 years ago, and I did my studies there at an art school called VFX. It's like a visual effects school, and I just recently graduated, just 1.5, 2 months ago. And during our studies, we had to do a graduation short film. So a big part of my demo reel is actually part of that movie. So you're gonna see some shots of that. And it's a mix of some personal projects that I've been doing and a little bit of work that I did at a smaller studio in Austria back then. And so right now I actually came back from vacation, so it's I try to enjoy the free time now that I have and not being in the rush anymore before going back to the job world, hopefully. And in terms of my demo reel, it was I labeled myself, as you want to call it, as a CG generalist, but I really like the aspect of lighting, and so I have a focus, or I try to focus on that aspect as well. But I'm trying to cover other aspects as well, as I'm quite fascinated by any kind of work actually in the 3D world. Maybe except the rigging. Rigging is something that I didn't dive into that much, but everything else I'm quite interested in. And for our movie, I did the environments, the set dressing, modeling, lighting, and compositing as well. I think that's pretty much it from my side.
Okay. And so, is this Showreel? Claudia's gonna come in. She can come in anyway. I don't really. I'm just gonna bring her here anyway. I think she is now coming in. Hey, Claudia, you here? I think so.
Pretty much it from my side.
Claudia, you need to mute the audio.
So, is this Showreel?
Sorry. You need to mute your sound, otherwise we're gonna hear the sound as well on your side. So maybe put the headphones, but it won't be you reviewing this Showreel. It will be the next one, since we started right away. Is that okay, Claudia? So you can stick around if you want to, or you can just wait a little bit until we do the next Showreel. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. But you can stick around, of course. But the next one will be you. Yes, it will be with you.
No problem.
Thanks so much.
Sorry to interruption.
No, and so sorry about the link. I'm so sorry. I thought it was sent, and I really don't know why Zoom did what it did. So I'm sorry about that.
No problem.
Okay, so I was gonna ask you, Daniel. This Showreel, is it like a finished Showreel? Or are you still working on it? Or are you gonna be sending it over? Have you sent it already? What's the status of this thing?
Okay, I already sent it to a couple of studios, but I keep on working on it as I'm getting feedback, and because I had a very early version of it, and that we had to do at the end of our promotion. So I'm still working on it, working on some breakdowns that I want to do, especially in the middle section. I'm not quite sure yet. But I already sent it to some places, but I keep on working as I'm sending it.
Yeah. So Sajeel, do you want to take over then for the Showreel review? Is your computer on now?
Yeah, it's almost there. I'm just joining Zoom meetings.
Okay, cool.
But while Zoom launches, first of all, nice showreel on first glance, for sure. I'm also seeing it for the first time. I just downloaded it. I haven't seen the whole thing. And funny enough, I started my career as a lighting artist as well. So
Okay.
I'll be probably do justice to this. Right. Okay. I think this guy is on. So
yeah. So what I was gonna say is like you can probably share your own screen because you're gonna want to scrub and talk with Daniel. So yeah, just join there. Yeah, I'm accepting you there.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm doing that now. And be aware that your sound is really high. It's really, really high. And I can't control separate sounds from Daniel and you, so I can only control the full thing. So, yeah. But maybe it won't be the same on the other machine. So. Are you back?
Yeah, is the sound better on this?
Yeah, it's much better now. Yeah, it's proper microphone now. That's good.
Yeah, that was from the laptop. I'm sorry, I need to leave the meeting from the other guy. Okay, so hey Daniel, sorry.
Hello, nice to meet you.
And feel free to share I'll give you permission so you can share your own screen, and then you can scrub the showreel and everything. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
So I think my workstation felt bad, man, because that was the second choice. You know?
It's tired. It's tired. No, it's tired because of the. No, it wasn't. It's tired because of the long screen. You know, it's because of that. It's really late for you already, isn't it? It's like, what time is it for you now?
It's 11 in the night.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Cool.
Not too bad. Share my screen. Share, and then where is it? This guy. Share. Cool. You guys can see the screen, right?
Yes, we can. Yeah. We can see the screen, and I'm gonna leave you to it. So I'll switch off my camera, and you can go for it.
Okay. I mean, to be honest, Hugo and Claudia, if you guys want to chime in, please, you guys are more than welcome to give suggestions as well, obviously.
Now everyone is waiting. Everyone is tired of me talking, not Claudia, of course, but me. So I'm not gonna say anything because today is about other people giving feedback. Because people are so fed up of me giving feedback. Today it's other people that I'm giving that away. So you go for it. You both go.
All right. So Daniel, first suggestion that I would say is yes, this might be. I was working for a French company called Atelier VFX, which later became Milk VFX, and we had a lot of guys from Art VFX, you know.
Okay.
But what I would suggest is when you're applying for jobs, you are selling yourself and not the school. It's a really great school, don't get me wrong. What you want to put your contact details first. Like there's the first thing and the last thing that that should be on your reel. So whoever is at the first frame or the last frame, they know how to contact you straight away. You can probably have this as a second thing if you want.
Yeah.
And that is if you really want to show that, yes, you were at the school, right? But overall, recruiters would care more about the quality of the work. And I would even put your email address, phone number. I don't know if it's there. Let me check.
I put it at the end of the.
Yeah, keep it at the start as well, because
Okay.
a lot of time what happens is if whoever is reviewing, for example, a lot of times when I was recruiting people, I would have team of some mid-level guys or someone who is a little bit under me, like position-wise, and they would filter out the reels for me to show me the best of the best. So, and CGI is a bit subjective thing as well, but if someone doesn't like it, they might skip and don't go to the end, you know. So have your contact details in the reel, even in the reel name, like put your name and maybe reel 2025 with the PDF and everything.
Good to know.
So tell me about this thing, right? Environmental, all aspects, VFX, look, dev, lighting, and compost. I'll let this play.
Yeah.
So this looks very stylized. This is, I believe it's a short film you guys made as a student project.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. So stylization wise, I think there's not a lot to comment because again, it becomes a bit of a subjective space, right? But still, let's see. So I haven't seen the whole short film, but I don't know if this is compression artifacts or this is low res in sim, but the edges, they feel a bit broken.
Yeah, I mean, that was intentional. That is actually happening in comp.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
like
So it's part of the stylization side of thing.
yeah, like throughout the demo reel, there are like breakdowns that kind of explain parts that we did to achieve it. Yeah.
Yeah. So because you said you are a lighting, you want to be a lighting artist, that's what you enjoy the most.
Yeah.
Few things that I straight away see in this particular shot. One thing that I recommend everyone is I personally like to see contrast. And right now, this thing, like if I take this frame, everything is getting merged, and there's this strange key light from at the bottom part of her hair, which I don't know. Is this magical effect supposed to be lighting, like glowing or something?
Yeah, there was the idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in that case, I guess it makes sense because, like I said, I haven't seen the whole thing, but that was distracting. But whenever, as a lighting artist, I would try to always have contrast. Like the very next thing that you have here, because you're more into asset, texture, lighting, and layout side of things, I would say I would start probably with this because this shows your lighting skills, like the dark values and the bright, and my focus straight away goes on this. So instead of this shot, while it is great for effects, because your concentration is lighting and lighting side of things, I would definitely start with this.
Okay.
And if there is any way you can create contrast and separation between her and the glows, I would really recommend to see if you can do something about it in comp. So maybe have glow, like depending on your story, obviously, like is the glow, maybe you want glow here, or maybe have it concentrated here and have it darken out as it goes out a little bit of vignetting or something. So the focus comes on her and the glow.
Yeah.
Also, if this fluid effect or the magical effect, which is if it's supposed to be glow, I would say that now it doesn't feel like emitting light because your overall lighting is really bright. So in like if I see her shadows, they're soft, but I would probably decrease the value of sunlight, right? Or your key source. So everything becomes a bit darker, and then put some custom lights to create that separation, and that would probably help the shot a lot.
Yeah.
One, if you can re-render it. If not, then maybe in comp, if you have depth passes and all that, you can try to do a little bit, but that kind of extreme changes, to be honest, are better done in CGI. So yeah, that would be my comment for this particular shot.
Yeah.
Again, like there's not enough contrast. Like over here also, she's blending out too much, and the tree here feels as if it has, like in old school terms, double the gamma. It looks a bit washed out, right? So I would try to maintain how rich textures, and visually speaking, with the motion, that tree thing, it doesn't feel so far back in distance that it would have atmospheric haze, making it go flat, right?
Okay. Yeah.
It's still very close, like things here or maybe here. Let me actually get my pen, and let me keep it here. So yeah, things like this, if it's a mountain, or I don't know if it's a cloud over there. Further apart things like this guy makes sense. It's hazed out because it's probably further away, like when I'm playing it in motion. So
yeah.
But this tree, maybe have it more, little bit more saturated. So if it's 100% hazed out, I would bring it out like 75% towards saturation instead of 100%, right? Let's see. let's go ahead. Yeah, I really like the composition and lighting of this shot, to be honest. I would probably bump this up as of now to the first one.
Yeah.
So what's this? Actually, let me photo scans tool for painted art style, cognitive scans, repeatabilities, Adobe Substance SD for albedo, video automation. Okay, that's good. So okay, you are start using VFX, which is cool. Let's see. VFX tool, art style. Okay, so you're doing the painterly effect using VFX tool.
Yeah, like on the actual surface, it's Vex. The albedo and the roughness is in Substance Designer. Later on in Substance Painter, but the thing is done in Substance Designer. Yeah.
So the balancing HDRI part over here. So one thing though, your first part of the reel is effects, then it's lighting, then there's tech art, right? This thing, I don't really know if you should showcase that you can balance HDRIs. There are two reasons for this. One, I think they would expect mostly balancing of HDRI, and anything to do with colors would be handled by more senior artists in a company because of color spaces and everything, and making sure the what do you call the luminance and all that things are correct, like how Jahirul showed in his talk about mid-gray values and things like that, right?
Yeah.
So it's good to show, maybe keep it at the end because visually it's not aiding, but let's go through the real ones before I start breaking down things, because I want to see like in which sequence first I would recommend you to have your reel. So depending based on what you said, right? And then we can see what to keep or what to remove or what to add. I think that format would be better. Curtain simulation, modeling blue, modeling blue.
Yeah, it's gonna be shown like later in that showcase.
Okay.
I highlighted the mesh. Yeah.
Topology, UV spectral, reliability, compositing. Okay. Laid out. Eric, this character, the lion kind of thing. I'm sorry, I'm being quite trying to see the whole thing very quickly. Okay, cool. So let's go. So I'll discuss shorts and then we can get back. So yeah, this HDRI tweak thing, I'm pretty sure you can put it right at the end if you really want to show it.
Okay, good to know.
With the see again, the thing is, what I'm seeing is a lack of contrast in this particular shot as well. Another thing, there's a lot of loss of detail. Like if you can, like if you see the trees behind it, they look very sharp, right? When you have a thin see-through curtain, it would diffuse the lighting a bit, and it would make it softer. So I would make sure that in the material properties of that curtain, you would increase the roughness amount a little bit more, so it's softer and not so sharp. Like this is something perfect. on top, is it water?
No, it's supposed to be like a mirror kind of
Okay.
thing. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Also, if you see the ground again, so what's happening here is this is something you can fit in COM. The reflections are almost very straight. So maybe add some roughness or dirt maps so you get nice breakups. I'm not saying make it look really dirty, but like some spotches where it's not so reflective, keep it blurry. The values you won't play too much. So it will be small decimal value changes for this. Breaking this up like somewhere it's not so rough as this, that would add to the shot.
Yeah.
Also, lighting wise, I think outdoor is really overcast or bright. Like if the exposure overall feels a bit too much, in the sense like if you're exposing for the windows, to have it in the right exposure, your room would actually blow out. So things like that, and even some textural details on this would have helped. Again, just like the floor, if you have roughness map. Let's go to the next one because I don't know how much. How am I on time? Actually, I don't know. I closed.
You are. I mean, I'm not entirely sure how much. I mean, every showreel always has different times for everything because sometimes it takes half an hour, sometimes it takes 20 minutes, sometimes it takes an hour. I would say that for us to do the other showreel, I think you probably shouldn't do more than 15 minutes more, so you probably should, because otherwise we won't be able to make the next one as well, so that's why.
Cool. So I'll be quick and precise. So again, here this is metal, but some little bit more like 20% reflections, sharper reflections on this would have made it look cooler for sure. On this series, and over here I'm loving this edge, the rounded edge corner that you have added in shader, especially the breakups. So this is definitely looking good, and the dust spotches. So this shows that you have done good texturing and shading job on this for sure. It's just because it's such a high, sci-fi high-tech drone kind of thing, maybe a little bit of reflections, moving reflections would have looked cool. One thing that I quick noticed is you did add round edges here, but they are not here. So again, I'm nitpicking things. This is pretty good, right? But just to make it better. So
no, it makes sense. Yeah. Thank you.
What else? This lighting is fine. Again, so sometimes, depending on surfaces, if you want to make this look a bit softer, you would have like how you're catching highlights here because it's a little bit more rounded. Here, it's not catching the highlights over here because it's way too sharp. But it again depends on the engineering and the intent that you have in mind, right?
Sure.
So it is good to have sharp surfaces, but traditionally CG speaking, directors and soups usually like nice highlights sketching on the edges. Again, here it feels like it's just going from nothing to nothing. So a little bit of rounded corners would have helped. Even in engineering, if you stick something, there would be a welding process, and then they grind it. So you would have like a convex, concave or convex, like a C-shaped surface, right? Which will go over here. So something for next project in mind. I don't know. The concept art looks pretty cool. Is this done by someone?
Like it's
or is it AI generated?
No, it's a concept art from like the official artist. As far as I know, the vehicle was put in a video game, and this is the concept art for it.
All right, that's looking pretty good. I did like, and I also did like your most of the edge flows when I saw this, but again, my only complaint is this is the same thing which was in close-up, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so it looks really different over here. Like I see these blues on the lights. I think it's probably a lighting or HDRI or the environment where this was rendered versus this. So what I would do is, and what we did in production as well is, we would have, again, going back to Jahirul's thing, actually, we would have 3 or 4 HDRIs for interior. Exterior, usually, depending again on the shots, we would have morning, sunny day, cloudy day, and a golden hour lighting. For interior, we would have something similar, which resembles the sets. And we would do a turntable. It doesn't have to be like 24 FPS and all, just 35 to 45 degree turns or 11-degree turns, and keep it low. But as far as you can see things, so one turntable of the object, then we turn the lights, then the HDRI changes. That way, when you're presenting models and shaders, whoever is assessing it, be it your the supervisor or the reviewer, they will understand that how it is reflecting in different lighting. I think here it's in the existing environment, and it breaks the immersion for me from here. So what I would probably do is maybe render out one turntable in this environment where it's reflecting this. So it's really apparent for who is assessing your reel to see that, oh, okay, this is environment 1, this is environment 2. And you don't need to render the whole CG environment. Just render a 360 EXR and plunk it in. No need to render full 3D environment for that.
Yeah.
Apart from that, edge flow is looking pretty good to me. See, UVs, they are also nicely evenly distributed. What is with the blue and orange thing, if I may ask?
Yeah, so I wasn't. So this was like a long thing where I wasn't sure how I put it in, because at the beginning it was a group project. But at the end I decided that I wanted to texture.
So like someone did something and
yeah, so I was in charge for the blue part and someone else was in charge for the orange part. But then in order to do the UVs correctly, I had to do retopology and fix some of the edge flows. So I thought I'd bring it in like this, but I wasn't sure if that confused me.
Like if there is a PDF and someone is reading it, that's fine. That is a good question, actually. Maybe I can ask Klaudija or Hugo here for their suggestion, like if they're around, you know.
What is it? Sorry, I was dealing with something else. So what did you say?
So initially he modeled the blue one and someone else did the orange one, but for texturing he had to redo the UVs. So he was trying to split things between like what he has done versus someone else. But what if no one reads the PDF? Like, what do you reckon? Like, it's a good way to present this kind of a
Well, I mean, how much was it? Like, what you is that what you mean? The blue and the red? Is that what the different? Which one was your part?
Yeah, so I did the blue part and someone else modeled the orange part, and I redid some of the seams and did all the UVs, and that's why
So do you consider this as being a group project between the two of you, or do you think you did more than the other person? How do you feel about that?
So the modeling was a group project, but everything else was done by me.
Okay. So then I think, you know, the PDF, of course, is the reference, and you probably need to highlight it on the... It's hard to explain that. I mean, if anything, maybe try to write group project there plus the rest of the things you did. Okay. I'm not entirely sure you can actually explain that without having the PDF or even without being the interview. Yeah. I would say that, you know, the more I think about it, just leave it to the interview and tell it that on the interview. So you can explain, okay, this shot is X, Y, and Z. Because I don't think you can... There's no way you can write that correctly. I don't think there is enough space on the text for you to write that, you know. It's a bit weird and awkward, you know.
Yeah, makes sense.
It would get too much filled, because I was thinking there's space down there, but then it would be too cramped as well. So So yeah, I guess leave it to the PDF and when they ask you. So
Okay, thank you.
okay, so the ocean shot and the coral reefs. So one thing with oceans, right? What happens is you do get some white waters, even with very less noise, because
Yeah.
this tells me that this is just a generic displacement ocean shader with noise and rendered out with refractions, you know.
Mhm.
There are ways. What you can do is you can take out just another render pass. So have the ocean and put go online and get some static images of white water, just bubble and foam floating on the sea. You can get it from websites like textures.com or Pexels and whatnot, and just project them at some places, and then just move the projection bit a little bit to fake it, you know, and just render out a black and white pass of that with the displacement of the ocean. So it will feel that the foam is moving with the ocean surface, you know.
Okay, yeah.
That will add a little bit to the thing. And if you render out like a curvature pass and a occlusion pass, then you can really tighten up the edge waves and create masks to show where you want to show that foam breaking out and things like that. I think that would really help. I wouldn't fill it out because you want to show the coral reef as well in this shot, but I would add bits and pieces of floating foam to just add that little bit of extra nudge. And and you don't need GI for that or anything, just like a surface shader, put it up. Anti-aliasing you would have to keep same because of displacement, but rest you can just render it out and have this as a blockout matte. I'm pretty sure you might have a mask of this anyways, so an extra pass would take this quite further away.
Good to know. I'm gonna write all of this down.
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry. You can always watch it again. I mean, the entire stream will be VOD, and
yeah, okay.
It will take about, because it's so long, because it's going to be 7 hours the first part and 10 hours the second. It will probably take an entire day to process on YouTube, but once it's processed, then I can put chapters, and then you'll see your chapter. If you go to the chapters of YouTube, you'll see exactly where your showreel is, and then you can watch the chat as well, see what people were saying at the same time. So don't worry. By this time this weekend, there will be chapters, and the whole thing will be VOD. Don't worry.
Okay, nice. That's convenient, then. Thank you.
So I can't. I mean, it's CG, it won't slide. It's not in comp. So again, same thing. One thing, so anytime with my CG teams in lighting and shading, I usually tell everything is a noise pattern. And if you know, noise is the octaves thing, right? You get the biggest size noise. When you do 2 octaves, it divides it into half, and then you get another level of noise. So similarly, you like always try to add big noise patterns, then smaller noise patterns and smaller noise patterns up till the point that at one point it will go to diminishing returns. So no need to point any more than that. But as far as you can see some nice breakups in highlights, that is something I always look for and strive for, unless client has asked for super clean, like ArchWiz people or product render people. Like imagine you're doing AirPods or iPhone 17 renders. They wouldn't like to have smudges and all, but still people put in very little. But for any other thing, I would say like not necessarily grunge it up, but have it in the roughness channel, so it you get really nice range of highlights.
Yeah.
I can't say if there is SSS on, but it's too small. I don't even think it would be worth turning it on.
Okay.
Like it might be expensive to render. I mean, if it's a production, then yes, it's a different story.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is pretty cool shot. I would keep it. Also, the contrast thing that I said. So you do have contrast in this. I would just increase contrast a little bit more in comp, because I do see that there is this darker thing happening around here. Especially I can see it in the thumbnail view, that because your sunlight is coming in from here, it's naturally getting shadow around all this area. So
yeah,
I would definitely increase just a touch, like 10 to 15% in comp. That will make it more moody. And probably one thing you can add in comp is add a little bit of glow over here from the sunlight and the reflection. Just a very soft glow, which is really spread out. So your hot core might be just here, or maybe even off the frame, right? But you see the fall off of that glow around this area.
Yeah.
So more contrast and a little bit glow, and make it warm in color, like orange. It will look really good then, I think. And these are like just suggestions, so you can take which the parts you like, right?
I know, but it already
Okay.
like all of it makes really much sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's just fresh pair of eyes, to be honest.
Yeah, I've seen most of the things too many times.
Yeah, it happens to me, man. So another tip, if you're working on something for too long, walk away for 1 day or 1 hour at least, or even 30 minutes, come back and see it with fresh eyes.
Yeah.
If you still don't see problems in your thing and you still think, oh, wow, this is nice, ask a friend who will tell you the truth, saying, hey, this is shit, or hey, this is amazing. Don't ask to someone who is always flattering you, saying, oh, it's amazing. I would rather have someone point out and say, hey, this can be better and why it's not working, than someone saying like, hey, it's amazing about that, right?
Yeah.
Again, same thing with the steel. Add some grunge maps in your roughness, so you get breakups of reflections. In this case, you can even put thumbprint maps, because she's holding it's a handle, and handles would have leftover thumbprints from people and little dust particles.
Yeah.
So I would add that. Key light seems fine. So I think there's almost 2-3 point lighting happening, quite traditional. Again, same comments, texture things up a little bit, but obviously focus is on her. So not you need to think of frequency of the texture as well.
Yeah.
Very high frequency, high noise. Want okay, let me just stop this. And you don't want really small texture which distracts you, right? You want big splotches which are barely visible. So it should be like a feeling it's there, but it shouldn't hurt, get the focus of her.
Yeah, makes sense.
But yeah, overall, I think this character is fine. She's stylized. Hair is fine. I would move the light, because you have a top light coming in from here, over here. I would try to move this frontal light, which is on her cheeks, lighting this area. Try to see if you can move it so the hair doesn't pick up so much, right? So it's more about the structure of the face rather than highlighting all of that. Might add more visual interest.
Okay.
You can try and use dodge and burn or something in Photoshop and darken this and see what it looks like before doing huge changes, you know?
Yeah.
Same thing on the glass, some break up in text. I'm sorry, I'm rushing through because
no worries. I get it.
Yeah, I'm really sorry about this. We got a lot of delays on the very beginning of the stream, and the problem we have is that the no CGI panel has to start at 8. There's no way around it, because the one of the panelists cannot move that thing. So we need to start at 8. So that means that you have maybe another 5 minutes, and then I need to switch to the other showreel.
Yeah.
And I do apologize, Daniel, that we didn't go through the whole thing, but you're always more than welcome to return to my channel, because I always keep doing, because as you know, the showreel reviews I do on my channel, because I'm alone and I have no panels and nothing else. Sometimes we go over for an hour, sometimes we are doing it for 2 hours, the review. Doesn't really matter because there's no one else to wait. But this time, because I have 15 other people, it's difficult. It's difficult instead of just being me by myself, because I can always continue. So I'm sorry about that.
No, I'm happy for any feedback that I can get. It's really helpful.
And if you want, you can always grab me on Discord server on Hugo's. My name is same there. Yeah. So I like the mood and the lighting of this. What I was drawing was it would really help look probably cooler if you add some gobos of trees, moving leaves. If you can find like a video of a tree moving, just make it black and white. Do a quick dirty alpha, put it through a light, and then just blur the heck out of it so it's not so sharp. And some wavy leaves or something might look cool. Ambient occlusion could help around here in this areas. I like, so this is what I was talking about texture, right? I'm liking the texture here. Like maybe it's too intense, but it's all right. It's not looking flat. It has got character to it. So in like the wall here, it's really nice. That is what I was saying, to add to diffuse or roughness to texture things up. Down here though, on this reflection, it's the noise level is too small, so from distance it's looking breaking, but then again frosted glass do look like this, so that is an artistic choice I leave to you, right? If you want a bigger one thing you can add always on big flat surfaces is like a really big noise wobble as a displacement, not as a displacement, but I'll do it as a modifier. So there is a natural bigger wobble to the reflections. So this big thing, it would like have a little bit of wobble, like,
I get
not
it.
so extreme, but if it makes sense,
Yeah.
So it's not so straight, it's just a little bit moving. Because nothing in reality is perfectly straight.
Yeah. Just a quick question regarding the ambient occlusion that you mentioned. Do you then render out like a separate ambient occlusion pass that you then afterwards can use in comp to just add a bit?
The true way, the technically correct way, Hugo can correct me if I'm wrong, would be to add ambient occlusion to your diffuse color, not the overall render. But having said that, historically speaking, a lot of people in VFX were adding ambient occlusion on top of the final beauty render. And that used to give much more darker lines, and people have gotten used to it. So
yeah, because ambient occlusion used to be the way we would we would make up for the lack of GI, the lack of global illumination. And so because it's supposed to look like a fake global illumination, the correct approach would be to composite it into the light passes or the diffuse, so that it's together with lighting and it's together with the GI and it's together. But the problem with that is if you add it to the GI, you hardly notice it, and so a lot of artists end up mixing it back again. And you can always use a mixer, you can use a merge node and just mix a little bit of it if you want to. It's a really like it's a creative choice, really, how much you want to put it in, because it's not a photoreal or accurate thing at all, so.
Okay.
Exactly. So for this shot, I don't know what this is. But
this was supposed to be like just a showcase of the assets, basically.
I would keep it in the end, and especially the thing which is throwing me the most off is the staircase, because it's so narrow. The scale feels really off because this guy is so narrow, and then I have real world objects which I can reference to, like cupboard, the fire hydrant, statue can be a subjective thing, the signboard. So get rid of this guy, the staircase, or just scale it up for the scene, right? I know you are showcasing your shaders and textures, so make sure the scale is in the right place, and and check out Kitbash 3D or Big Medium Small web pages, right? See how they showcase their things like in a line with a gray background. You can do something like that and just show, hey, I made this, right? And when you're submitting thing, maybe if you have time, just do a high-res render and put it in the folder of JPEGs if they want to see images as well up close, right? So, but yeah, make sure, although in your film this might have made sense with whatever scene scale and the shot, but over here the staircase is killing the scale of rest of the things. So and if you're thinking about layout and modeling, that could work against you, because someone will think that you do not understand scale. So that is something I would be careful of.
Okay.
Okay, leaves here, I can see SSS, or maybe the light is hitting, I don't know. That's cool. This one, I don't know. Is this lens flare added in?
So this was a project I did in Unreal Engine at the company that I mentioned before, and like it's all done in Unreal Engine. So this is part of it. Like it's an older.
Is also in Engine.
Yeah, it's in the engine. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Because to me, that was the distracting thing. Although the lens flare is really cool, I would have spread it out because it's hitting right next to the height of the silhouette of whatever object. So this was an additional shape, just talking creatively rather than technically. So that distracted me the most. Like these flares I'm fine with. If this was even up here, or maybe even not there at all, I think it overall the frame would have had more impact. Anyways, that's just what I think. But again, it was done at a company, and I'm sure someone was supervising it, so they would have had requirements from clients. Now over here, one thing is, see how nice and green this tree is, but then when you come up here, this all is almost black, and that is something like, to make it pretty, I would make it green. And if you remember the water shot where I was saying add some soft glow, I would add this kind of glow in this. Where is it? Was it before or after? Yeah, in this shot I would add this kind of glow, right?
Okay.
Like it's really blooming out and all that. But now what's happening is, because you're exposing for the sky, this whole thing is getting lost. I would rather expose it for the trees and show the greenery, and bring sky a few stops down, rather than having it blow up. And then accordingly, I would tweak the glow. So you can see your land textures and all this. Because usually if you see any films, no one is really exposing for the skies. People are exposing for the actors and the environment around them, right?
Yeah.
So
I'm really sorry, Sajeel, but I and Daniel, I think we need to move on to the next showreel. Otherwise, we're not going to make the next showreel, and we still we have a hard cutoff at 8 to go to the panel. I'm so sorry to do this to you guys. I normally I normally do not do this on my channel. We always stay forever, but we can't, because I have so many other people on this channel today. So
thank you anyway so much for the feedback. It helped me already a lot.
Not a problem. We can always continue. Don't worry. We can always come back to my stream and we can continue in where we left off. It's not a problem at all. I wouldn't mind doing that. You know.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Of course. Okay.
Yeah, and like I said, you can look me up on Discord, or if
definitely.
you're on Hugo's stream, he can let me know and we can go further. And I really do like this character. It's pretty cool.
It is really good. You have a really talented showreel, so keep going, my friend. And come back and we can do the rest. But right now I need to like switch it off. So let's bring in Klaudija and let's bring Greg on. And so thanks so much, Daniel. Thanks so much, Sajeel, for all the help. Thank you so much. I'll see you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
How do I stop sharing this? Stop share.
Yeah. I would do it.
Yeah, found it. Yeah.
So I think I've let me just see if Greg is here already. Yeah, he is. Okay, so Thanks, Claudia, for sticking around. You've been here for so long. Thank you so much. I can't thank you enough. You're muted. I think you're muted. Claudia. Do you hear me? Yeah, there you go.
I forgot to eat, so maybe before CGI session I can have some food.
Of course. No, if you can't do it, we can always do it another time. Is that okay?
No,
okay. So, hi Greg, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm well. What about you?
I'm good. So I'm leaving. I already reviewed Greg's older showreel, not this one, on my stream, and I can always talk with Greg later. But I'm gonna give the floor to Claudia because we have a hard cutout date. Exactly at 8, I have to start the no CGI panel, regardless where we are. So if we don't finish the show review, we won't be able to finish. But Claudia, maybe you want to share your screen and you can take control out of this. So
share desktop. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, please, I can see it.
Okay, great. So first of all, I'm gonna leave you to it, Claudia, and then you guys can do it. Yeah.
Yes.
Cool.
So, Greg, how are you? Where are you based?
I am in Accra, Ghana.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Well, I tell you what, it's so nice to see some work from Africa.
Thank you.
You know, it's so refreshing to see something. Okay, so let's have a look. Sorry, something is wrong with my ears at the moment. Just a sec.
Sure.
Okay. You say GLM Studio Visual Effects Showreel. So
yes.
That implies, but actually it's called Visual Effects Compositing Showreel in your. So what do you do yourself? You do compositing?
Yes, compositing. That's what I do.
Okay.
Mainly.
So why does it say GLM Studio Visual Effects Showreel?
Well, the GLM Studio is actually my company's name. Yes, I was supposed to put a compositing there. That's an error from my side. So it's actually a compositing showreel, but then most of the 3D work I did it myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Okay, so you can find some. Well, I mean, there are a lot of compositing showreels around, but I work at Escape Studio, so we have particular requirements for the slates.
Okay.
I would definitely put symbols of the software you are using because that makes it easier. Well, actually, your situation is probably different if you have your own company. So who gives you work then?
Oh, so my company actually don't only do visual effects. I'm a cinematographer.
Okay.
Yes. So that is why I had to come up with a company and then here. So when I'm doing jobs for studios, I don't use my company's name.
Okay.
Yeah, because it'll be conflict, right?
Yes.
So, yeah.
So, if you wanted to have your personal showreel to apply for some work for other companies, that would be different than just your studio showreel.
Yes, please.
Okay, that's quite nice. Okay, so here the first thing I would say is we don't normally put green screen into the, well, different people have different approaches, but I tend to try to film phones black because the reflections are the most obvious when they're black. And if there is too much reflection or something, I'll put some tracking markers in a corner of the screen, but in general, I wouldn't put green because it just makes it look better. So even when filming this, I would think of running making sure that some reflections go through the phone. I've done a lot of this type of work because I used to do a lot of iPhone commercials, but also even for monitors and so on. Of course, we want reflections because it makes it look more realistic and better, but this looks a little bit flat. I actually think this might be in a wrong color space as well.
Yes, it is. So basically, well, I did see most of the shot I did, but then 70% of them I just did the visual effects on it. I didn't film it.
Okay.
Yeah. So the first shot I didn't film it. I just received it. They shot on a red. I've forgotten which red camera, so it came in log, and I have to send it back to them as log.
Yes.
I've forgotten what camera they used, but then it was also in log.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. But you know, if you are putting it on a Showreel or on a website, you have to convert it. You can't put it in log because people just assume that you're not sure what you're doing. So that would be my advice. Because you want to avoid that.
All right,
but
thank you.
it's happening very often these days. I don't know why. It's probably I don't know. Because of course it makes sense. You send them back log because they maybe put it back on film or they are going into the grading suite, whatever. But for the Showreel, it should be sRGB.
All right.
So what did you do here on this?
I did the lighting, the shading, and then the comp.
Okay.
Lighting and render shading. The models, they are assets I got.
Okay.
Yeah, and I did some of the especially the blood texture, I did it as a projection in Nuke.
Okay. And when you say you got them as assets, where would you get them from normally?
Polyhaven is one of them. There is ambient CG, and then some I've been gathering these assets long time, so I have them already.
Yes. Okay. I unfortunately I didn't download this, so I have to view it as it is. So what is this? What is it? Is it like a little?
Yes, it's just like a little short I did for practice. So it's a personal project. I call it the Warrior's Sword. So it's actually a series of artwork I have. I have another one in my previous showreel that has to do with armor, body armor, like a warrior's armor. And then this one is just a sword and then the helmet. So with this particular shot was actually inspired by one of Hugo's commercial. I think it was a video game. So one of it has a sword planted on the ground with blood around it. So that's where I got my inspiration from.
Okay, cool. It does feel, it just feels a little bit like it's not high poly enough. That would be my comment.
Okay, yeah, that's true. The stones that's not the actual size. They are very small. I just scaled it up to fit. Yeah.
Okay, and when you are putting this sort of God rays inside, you can run a little bit of noise through that and make it shimmer a little bit. Maybe you have some of that.
I only have the dust. I didn't really do the shimmering.
Yes.
Because it's meant to be in a cave, so I didn't do the shimmer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I would sort of include a bit of that.
Okay.
Okay, this is a good example of rig removal.
So this is part of the same video from the beginning of the showreel. It's a music video.
Yeah. And do you get what sort of work do you work? What part of the industry you work with the most, like commercials or film?
Commercials and music video and documentary. I haven't done film yet. I actually worked on a short film recently, but then the film is not out yet. I did a work for Luminary Studio, VFX Studio in London, but then the film is not out yet. So that's the first short film I've worked on. So
you are doing Hugo's course at the moment?
Yes, I'm part of his. I'm a student.
Yes, excellent. Okay, so that looks pretty good. I mean, I can't examine it very closely because unfortunately, I haven't downloaded. I have some storage problem on my laptop at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Let's see, strange.
This is a personal project.
Okay.
Yeah. So the dragon is an asset I got online for free.
Okay.
I did the texturing, I did the comp. 50%, 40% of the shot was done in 3D, and then 60 was done in comp.
Okay.
Because that's where I'm good at, comp. So yeah. So unfortunately,
so obviously it would be good if the dragon was animated a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know how to animate organic.
Yes. And do you have anyone to work with?
Not at the moment, unless from Luminary Studios. But most people around me wouldn't really join in to do passion projects.
Yes, yes, yes. I understand.
So
okay, there is a nice atmosphere to this.
Thank you.
Maybe maybe these trees in a very background could be a little bit more out of focus.
Okay.
Let's see. And what is this structure? What is this?
It's a giant spider.
Oh my God, I hate spiders. I worked on Harry Potter too, and I had to beg them not to give me any spider shots because it was so scary. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry I asked you because now I'm not gonna be able to sleep.
So sorry. So sorry.
Such a huge spider. Okay. Okay, this is quite good, this hologram. I think that is working nice. So it's coming out of the phone, right?
Yes.
Just a second.
Sure. So for that particular,
did you film this or did somebody else do this?
I filmed it myself.
Okay. And what was the story around this? Is this a commercial?
So yeah, it's a commercial. There's a full commercial. The company worked on a car from scratch. So they were testing the car. So this was part of the story that he got a phone call from his friend that a message. Let's go and text the car. So the message is what you're seeing, the hologram. So the full shot, the hologram comes, he touches it, then it transitions into the tablet. But then that would be way too long to put in the showreel.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Yes.
Okay, that's working nicely. And how did you create this hologram? What did you use?
I got the 3D, the message icon as an asset, and then I took it to Nuke, and then I used God Ray, inverted the God Ray node to get the rays, and then I added, I did a glitch effect just to make it look like a hologram.
Excellent. And here it says character cloning. So is this, you film the same person and then you just offset the timing, or?
It is, yes, it's the same person that I offset, and then I roto him to pass in front of the other guy.
Okay, just a second. So you rotoscoped him.
Yeah, actually, sorry, it's not the same shot. It's two different shots.
Okay.
Yes. So the same person, but two different shots.
Yes. Okay, cool. And you combine it. So you rotoscope this person.
Yeah, to pass in front of.
Okay. Well, it is good. I think I mentioned that already today to somebody else's reel. It's good to show that that part of the process. So
yes,
all the splines and so on. It's good because like with rig removal, people want to see they want to see the process. So they want to understand, even if you say character cloning, but we don't actually know. Well, obviously we know, but you want to show rotoscoping element of it as well.
Okay, okay.
So how did you clean your dolly rig, you know?
No, the camera is not moving. Oh, you mean the dolly, the other shot?
Yes, here.
Yes,
one.
I cleaned it with 3D. I tracked it first.
Yeah.
No, I actually did normal point tracker.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I got a still frame, one frame with a camera verifier, one closer to maintain the pixels so it doesn't blur. And then I took the still frame to Photoshop and I painted it out.
Okay.
Now this particular project, I was working on 35 shots, and then I had to finish it within 3 days. So I had to find a way to speed up the work.
Okay.
So I took it to Photoshop, painted it out, and then brought it back into Nuke, and then comped it on top.
So you didn't do camera track here?
No, I did not, because of time. I when I was doing the test, some of the shots worked. There were other shots that I did 3D camera track, and then I did a projection, and then painted it out. But then I noticed that was actually taking a bit more time, because unfortunately they shot this in a black. There was no tracking markers. All this was an afterthought, and there was no visual effects supervisor.
Yes.
Yes.
Which often happens. Well, not anymore. Not anymore. But when there is no budget or low budget, usually people skip visual effects supervisor. But that's a bad idea, because obviously it helps filming everything correctly for post-production. However, okay, there is enough dirt bits on the floor that you could have done, let's say, a camera track as well. But if you got away with a 2-point track or something, that's fine. But I always give preference to camera track if possible, because I just love the way that, you know, you camera track it, you have access to all these trackers that you can convert to 2D trackers and use them, you know, in after you've done whatever projections you were doing. So here, we have a similar shot from National Film and Television School with the dolly as exercise in my school, and it's set up exactly like that. But okay, you can actually do a corner pin here as well.
Yes. So the second shot, that was a very long shot, so I did a camera track.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
This one.
Yes, this I did a camera track.
Okay.
Yeah, I did a camera track, and then the same process, I frame held a frame closer to them, and then when the camera had pulled back, and then I just merged them.
Okay, so it looks good. I mean, I'm sure Hugo has checked this already. So for noise and everything that needed to be done.
Well, I actually didn't.
I don't think so.
I know, because this is new. I've seen.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
so
okay,
I can check that later, since he's my student. I can check it later. But because all these, I think all these are new shots. I don't think I've seen most of this, Gregory.
Yes, they are new.
Yeah, exactly.
They are new.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it is always fascinating to people to see the process. So it makes sense doing some, well, you've done befores and afters, but for example, I suggest to my students to even, you know, if they've done a camera track, just to show the cards in 3D space and the camera and so on, because it's like people are always amazed by, you know, what can be done, or something behind the scene. Same with roto. If you are doing a roto, show it. So you can do your breakdowns a little bit longer. Just add a stage or two to them to make it interesting. Let's see. And then after this shot, we had this. Okay, that looks seems well executed. But again, you would want to see some rotor. And then you go back to your slate. Okay. Okay. So as a studio, let's say as a studio, if you are after the clients, actual clients, then of course the showreel will be slightly different than you as an individual comp artist that is looking for work in facilities.
Okay.
You know, I think it would be good for you. On Vimeo, you can find a lot of compositing showreels, let's say, from Escape Studio students. Or of course, you can have a look at other facilities like little studios in London or very small units and see what showreels they have, because you could work on some of the shots, let's say, from action visual effects, just to add a little bit more variety. So I don't know, because maybe your previous showreel had some other shots as well. But in order to show what you are capable of, maybe targeting a particular thing that is in demand, let's say. So what would be in demand at the moment, let's say, in Ghana, or what sort of commercials? So I would try to target with the skills that you can do, especially you are a cinematographer, so you could film things as well.
Yeah.
You know, so as a studio, I think I would create a showreel that shows off cinematography and shows off how you can retouch things and polish them, because it's like in stills. If you are a photographer, you then also are retouching, doing all sorts of things to that. So that may be very attractive, you know, to present yourself in that way.
Okay.
So that's what I would consider.
All right.
I hope that it's helpful.
Yes, it is, very.
And then, you know, if you occasionally need work as an individual artist and so on, then I would look at some of the breakdowns of the showreels. For example, I had a student who, like on Vimeo, for example, let me have a look. On Vimeo, for example, Emma Rouse. So she went to Blue Bolt. But interesting thing about her Vimeo page is that she shows you what sort of showreel she had when she graduated in when was it? 2019, okay, 2019. And then what she did at Blue Bolt. She releases, you see, showreels. She released showreels every year to show this progress. And that's something, you know, take a note of her name. That's interesting because she got a work with that showreel in a really good place. And then she shows the type of work she was doing there. So that may be inspirational for you as well.
All right.
But it's always worth looking at what other people are doing, because especially if you are isolated a little bit, you know, there is not a large team you are working with where you are, and it can feel a bit isolated. Although if you are with Hugo, there is no problem. He will put you on the right track.
So currently, I also do. I'm actually part of the Luminary Visual Effects Studio in London. I'm part of the team.
Excellent.
So whenever a job comes in, I'm part of the comp.
Excellent.
Yes.
So we will soon have that work as well to put on a showreel.
Yeah, I'm actually working on something at the moment.
Okay. Excellent. So you know, you'll be able to build your showreel slowly, and that's the best way to get work. It's all about the showreel, really, and quite a lot about personality as well. But that's fine.
You can probably stop sharing your screen because it's looping, Claudia. Maybe
it's looping. Yes, yeah. I don't know what it's doing.
Oh, it's because it's showing your own screen. I think you can switch off the. Sorry, no, you can switch off the sharing. That's what I meant, because you're not doing it anymore. So.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, just the button that says sharing on the bottom.
Stop share.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, sorry. Like it's been a long day for me. It's not that long actually. It's a normal visual effects shift, but somehow because of all the excitement and everything, I'm not on top of everything. Anyway, okay. Nice to meet you, Greg. And of course, you can always contact me via LinkedIn or whatever if you need any other advice.
Yes, please. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you, Hugo.
Not a problem, not a problem. Thank you so much for the time. And I'll see you soon. I mean, I'll see you soon. We're going to be joining the panel in about 15 minutes. So I'll see you very soon.
Take care.
Okay.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, we are back. And I think, yeah, I'm having dinner now. You probably can see it. I think you can see it here. No, it's not here. It's this one here. So no, it's not that one. So you can see this is my dinner. Anna, my lovely wife, has sent me a really lovely dinner. So I'm having food now. As always, brings me back when I was doing visual effects and I was having food at my desk. So haven't done food at my desk in a long time. So thank you so much, Amorzinho, for sending me the food. I love you very much. Thank you so much. My originally plan at this time before the panel was to open my cake and do the celebration like I usually do, to put the cake and to actually maybe have a champagne thing opening. But I think I've ran out of time. I don't have time anymore because we only have 14 minutes for the panel. So what I'm going to do is we are going to... I'm going to just have a bit of food. We're going to have a break. And don't forget, please don't forget that we are not doing the rest of the stream on this link. So I think I've already explained this multiple times during the stream, and I said it on the beginning. Now, for those of you on Twitch, it doesn't matter because on Twitch I can stay forever, but on YouTube I cannot do more than 12 hours without being broken the VOD, and so we've already done 7 hours. So I'm gonna shut down now and swap to a new link, and then we can do the remaining 7 hours on the next link. So I've shared it on the chat. Whoever is on this chat, whoever is watching this video, will automatically be redirected to that stream if you stick around. But if you don't stick around, that's the link. I just posted on the YouTube chat. On Twitch, you don't need to move anywhere, but on YouTube, you have to go to that place for you to watch the No CGI panel, which we're going to do at 8, and then to continue to watch the rest of the talks that we have, and especially the fireside chats and everything. So please don't forget to move on to that link. But in the meantime, we still have like about 10 minutes to go. So I'm going to take the opportunity to play a few videos because while this was Saint's idea, Saint Walker's idea, but he had this amazing idea of actually asking people to send where were they 10 years ago, and I thought it was awesome, this idea. Now this is more than the time we have right now, so I'm not going to play the whole thing. I'm only going to play half of it. So I'm going to play the first one. So a lot of my guests sent this video about where they were 10 years ago. And so we're going to watch that before we jump into the next stream. So I'm going to play one of the videos now. So I'm going to play Bjorn's video right now. And then I'll see you very soon on the next stream. Don't forget, we're going to move on to the next stream. So I'll be right back. Just going to watch Bjorn's video. And then we'll be right back. And then we switch to the other stream. Okay? I'll see you very soon.
Hugo has been my teacher, my boss, and most importantly, my friend for over a decade now. And he's still trying to figure out what he got himself into. I'm Bjorn, and this is my decade in VFX. So, 10 years. Where to start? From the beginning? And that was my first year in kindergarten. And that's when I invented, which is why you never mix
taking the hue and the saturation, and picture this, 2015, I'm finishing up my compositing studies at Campus Site 12, thinking I knew everything. I did not. I still don't. But I had a plan to convince my teacher to hire me. I don't know if you've heard of him, Hugo. Anyway, besides the point. I got him to meet me at the local bar, because nothing says hire me like a cliche drinks at a bar. Or is that how VFX works? And that's why we're having problems. Nobody goes to bars anymore. Anyway, I showed him my showreel, and it wasn't very good. And that's being generous. I even told him so. And he answered back, well, it might just get you hired somewhere. Turns out he was the one who hired me. He just didn't know it yet. And he has been stuck with me ever since. Sorry, Hugo. My first project with him was Homefront: The Revolution, which spiraled into Assassin's Creed, The Crew, Valkyrie. What has changed? When I started out, all juniors were afraid that Proton cleanup would go away and they couldn't get a foothold into a company. That hasn't changed. Just more AI into the mix. What else? Well, still using Nuke. I tried replacing it, but I'm too lazy. Plus, Juan Brockhaus made us a really nice pipeline tool, which we still use. He's always surprised. We need an update soon, Juan. Renters are faster. We got faster computers, but then we got bigger frames. Can't wait for 16K. Here's what's better. We're talking about rights, wellness, and fairness. And we must remember there are companies out there that invest in talent as well as in clients. For me, 10 years ago, I would work from dawn till midnight or even into the night, thinking that was the only way to pull my weight. Now I stick to business hours, and somehow my output has increased. Who knew sustainable working hours works? Or is it just the experience? Post-COVID, I was fortunate enough to work remotely most of the time. So when COVID hit, it was business as usual. What I feel like has changed after the pandemic is companies are more open to remote, but they call it hybrid to get those local tax breaks. Awkward moments in the past 10 years. Other than this video, I'm still doing embarrassing things. I call it a good day if there's only one embarrassing thing a day. So, there you have it. My decade in VFX. Some things change, some stay the same, and through it all, Hugo's stuck with a guy who showed him a bad showreel at the bar. Thanks for 10 years of patience, Hugo. And here's to 10 more.
Oh my god, that was amazing. I thought that was amazing. Thank you so much, Björn. You're so kind. You're so kind. That was an amazing video. We have 5 more videos like that. So 5 of my guests sent me this lovely video where they were 10 years ago. So that was actually really funny. So don't forget that we're gonna swap the link. Don't forget, we're gonna swap to another place. I know it's awkward, and I know it shouldn't be like that, but YouTube has this annoying thing of 12 hours limit. So if you're on Twitch, you don't need to do anything. But if you're on YouTube, you need to do something. You need to go to that link. So I'm going to switch off real quick here on this stream on the YouTube. On Twitch, you'll still continue watching it. And then we'll continue from there, okay? So I'm going to stop the stream on YouTube. And I'll be right back. We're going to be on the other link, okay? I'll see you all very soon, everyone. I'll see you all very soon on the other link for the No CGI panel.